Oh my God, I did it again. Haha, husband, what you just said, they didn't hear. Oh, I hate it when I do that. I muted myself on the computer too, but I forgot that I was doing something yesterday where I was recording. And then I had my other mic muted. Oh, why am I so bad at doing that lately? Okay, whatever. You just miss what my husband said, and I'm like, oh, great. Thanks, husband, for saying that on the live. Okay, so let's start all over again. I was saying I typically don't do Saturday night lives lately or nothing, but I thought I'd do YOLO. And if Adam joins me later, he's on his way to his parents' house, so he might pop on later. We'll see. It's such a moron. So, anyways, I was saying hello to you guys, of course. So let's start again. Skittles, I said, hey, Skittles, like the avatar. Callie, I love you, girl. Please take care. Feel better. Sharon Parker, same as well. Outback, how are you? And I said, Boston Christian, I'm pretty sure those are maple leaf flags there for Canada, right? Mustang. And where did I see? Did I miss? No, I didn't yet. Okay. It's a crummy shame. Moron in the house. Okay. Diane is in the house Saturday night. Yes, it is. And Miss Dog Lover, hello. That was our Rick Roller yesterday. I said. Streamlabs, of course, is in the house. Please give the video a like and a share if you don't mind. Uh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, Freckle Joy. Yeah, everyone's telling me thank you guys for letting me know. I forget about both mics, right? And that's why I have, you know, this problem with somehow forgetting that when I'm recording something, I mute the one mic, but I had muted myself on here as well, but I had unmuted it, thinking that everything was good. It's just that it is such a thing for when people are starting to watch the live, and then they're seeing my lips move and but not saying anything. Then you feel like a total moron. My TV broke or something like that, right, Kelt? Well, what did my husband say? So he came in the door and then he goes, I said, oh, hey, husband, like, do you need anything? And he's like, yeah, I wish you'd quit locking the bathroom door because it goes from two sides. And because, Ryan lives with us, I locked the door and then I forget to unlock it. So then husband has to come back around into the bedroom. So I'm like, oh, thanks for saying that on the live, husband. Anyways, hi, Grandma Watches. How are you? Thank you so much, Grandma. I'll say the same to you, even though I don't see you, okay? There's Charmaine. There's my Canadian girl right there. And let's see here. I think that's it. I saw. Okay. Anyways, you guys. So in the live today, we're going to be talking about just we won't go too much into it, but Tom Webster, of course. Tom Webster's my BFF, right? Doesn't really even like Adam too much, but he pretends. But whatever. But anyways, so yeah, Tom did this wonderful interview with Susan Hendricks, and so I was like, Tom, you're not so shy about doing lives or interviews, are you? And he looked so handsome. Has anyone not watched Tom's interview with Susan Hendricks? And if you haven't, you must. And so one of the things I'm showing you guys in here as well, like what's in front of you. So a lot of people, including myself originally, I kept going, well, what do you mean check in the description of the video? Like, where the frick is the description of the video thing? What do you mean? So for people that don't understand that, and a lot of you might, but I'm just gonna, obviously explain that when you're watching video, and it says like see more down here. Okay, once you see more, that's where you guys can go to the merchandise link. To become a member, click here. The donations one is here. The Twitter, social media, TikTok, Instagram, and these are all the channels here. Hold on, is that one not in there? Oh, I thought I put that one in there. Oh no, I put it into tonight's one. So underneath here will be unfamously famous as well, but meaning it's in the live tonight. But I'm just showing you a video from the last time. But anyways, so if you want to find someone's channel like that we follow, or or a couple of my own, then just come down there and click on the links. Okay, so Tom Webster, Drunk Turkey Show, CD analysis of crime, fix solves, crime scene to courtroom, unfamously famous would be here. You'll see that in tonight's live. But that's all you have to do, okay, guys? And then really it's just about the whole disclaimer stuff. So if anyone doesn't know that that's what you do, when I say click on the links in the description of the video, that's exactly what that means. So I just wanted to go over that with people, just for people who might not understand. Oh, you're welcome, Mustang. Who just answered me back? Aspen did. Let's see. What did he say? Sure, I'll jump on when I get there. There. So we'll have Aspen, Adam. I just like to call him Adam personally, but Aspen Connor, so people don't get confused. But I'm so used to calling him Adam. And I love this. And I didn't hear a word Susan Hendricks said. I was just too fixated on Tom and the suit and the tie. Yum, yum, yum. I'm not going to lie. Like, honestly, Tom, he just dresses up so well. doesn't he? I was just like, so, it was so great watching that. Like, because normally we see Tom on the lives, and his things have gotten better. Because sometimes when you're watching his lives, it does suck sometimes when you're if you have a green screen and stuff like that, or if you're not quite using the green screen, and then you kind of morph around into it, and you know how when you're watching somebody that's using a green screen or not using a green screen, but you can still use backgrounds, but then you start seeing the movement of the hair and fading in and stuff like that. I think he's gotten better at that part of it. But or like the background that he did, with his self. So actually, you know what? Let's just we'll just go there for a second, and we're gonna share screen. Where's Tom? Where's Tom? Tom, I know I got you up here, buddy. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yep. Okay. So, again, if you haven't seen this yet, go watch it. And also, please, for Tom, share it around. Again, basically, at the end of the day, I mean, Tom does well anyway, but algorithm means everything. Hence why channels will ask you to, hit that like button and hit that share, because that's what pushes us out into the algorithm. So it means a lot when people, hit that like button and share for that reason. Howdy Mustang and a whole great Crime and Shame mods team. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Anne. Tom Webster, are you coming on the show? That's the thing about Tom. He's to me kind of like myself in a certain way, a very certain way. Tom, for me, seems to be that person that does things when he wants to. He doesn't like to make commitments, and he'll just do things when he wants to do them, because there's times that Tom will say, hey, drop me the link. I'll pop on for a minute. But he's more of a spontaneous person. He's not usually an overly committed type person that way. And I respect that sometimes. But yeah, usually when you ask Tom to come on a live, he doesn't usually like to do it that way. He just likes to do it on his, he goes to the beat of his own drum. And I'm kind of the same way, to be honest with you. But I don't really have like issues with going on other people's lives, or anything like that. I haven't done it a lot, but then it's not like I get asked a lot either. Hi, who dis? How are you? Usually it's flirty Adam. Anyways, so I'm going to play a piece of this just for a second. Watch Tom's face. But again, for anyone that hasn't watched it here, like I said, most people should know what his channel is that watch here as well. So let me just quickly come here. If you haven't seen it, though, here's the link for it. I'll just put Tom's channel. This is the interview one. Okay. So we'll do that. Okay. And hi, CJK. How are you? Hi, Joan. Happy Saturday, everyone. Actually, for us here, it's a long weekend because, even though it's technically today, this is what we would call Truth and Reconciliation Day. So that's a holiday. And then next weekend is Thanksgiving for us here in Canada. So I always say that we're smarter than you guys, but only because the reason why I say that is because the end of November is when your guys' Thanksgiving is in the USA, and that's too close to Christmas, because usually in the USA, Thanksgiving is a big thing too. And some people put up their Christmas trees, I've noticed, in the USA. So that's smart. Then you can enjoy it like myself for like a long time. But it's one of those things is that Thanksgiving dinners and buying the turkey and all that stuff can be very expensive. And just around the corner within like 4 weeks is Christmas. whereas we have the gap that you don't have to put out, you know, all this money prior to Christmas. So that's why. So, I mean, I kind of like it, I guess, both ways, because I love Christmas and I can enjoy Christmas for 2 months ahead if I really wanted to. I just enjoy Christmas lights. I just enjoy the feeling of Christmas, but it's really about the beautiful lights, you know, and the feeling of Christmas. And usually people get happier around Christmas, but you know, that's just being false, fake to me. Should be nice all year round, pretty much, you know, with some exceptions. But anyways, I love the Christmas. It just reminds me of like living in a Christmas village when everyone has their lights going and stuff like that. And, you know, you think about the food coming up, or, you know, whatever. If you have grandchildren, the grandchildren, their Christmases. Tom does as Tom does. Yeah. Hi, Kim. How are you? It's all been a minute. Yeah. Tom's shyness is endearing. His sense of humor is the best. Yeah. 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 We love Tom. He's a great guy. I like people who are just, you know, all about just being themselves and doing their thing. Yeah. Happy Tuesday. Thank you very much, Diana. Okay. So I could do without Christmas music. Oh my God, Mustang, shut it. Okay, shut it. Okay, I'm already singing Christmas tunes in my head. I usually start that in about August. Well, actually before then. All of a sudden I'll find myself singing some, you know, Christmas songs. So yeah, I take that bah humbug attitude right there. So any Scrooges about Christmas, don't want to hear from you at all. Keep to yourself. Don't take away from the you know, Christmas vibe thing, okay? Buzz killers. Christmas is probably beautiful in Canada. I didn't know you had Thanksgiving though. Yep. Sorry, that's what it was. Miss Dog Lover. See, you haters. You haters. We don't have any. Yeah, I know, Daniel? Because Daniel, obviously, my husband's from the UK. Yeah, shocker. You know, it's kind of. I remember my husband saying that to me again not too long ago. Look how nice Tom. I know. Wait till you see the big smile, you know, on there. Yeah, I can't even like handle you Christmas haters, to be honest with you. Stop, seriously. My brother was such a Scrooge about Christmas for a long time. I just can't handle it. Sorry, guys. You know, I love Christmas. I love the Christmas music. I love the whole Christmas vibe, and I can't hack buzz killers for Christmas. Keep it to yourself. Okay, so let me play this part with Tom. It was just, well, I'll just play it and you guys watch it. So give me a sec. Let me make this bigger and we'll take this off. Okay.
I'm a huge fan of yours, and I've watched everything you've done, and you're really on it with the documentation and how much work you put into this. It really is extraordinary. So shout out to you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm working on a deep dive on the 136 page thing. It's probably going to end up being like an 8-hour video, but we'll see.
I'll be there.
All right.
Okay. Look at his little blush and that big smile on his face when she said that. I mean, honestly, Tom is really great for, you know, putting everything methodically into his videos. And yeah, he does it's something I could do if I truly invested and wanted to invest my time in. Maybe I should get better at that. I haven't decided yet. But he really does lay out a nice like timeline for people. You know, a good grasp of things in a clear, concise way. You know, here we're like all over the map, and however we want the show to go, it will go. It's kind of like, you know, people can have their cake and eat it too. You know, you can go over to Tom's channel when you want concise. You can come over to this channel, you know, when you want a YOLO live that goes whichever way it goes, left, right, east, west, north, whatever, south. This is a great online holiday channel that plays mostly classical Christmas tunes, which are nice. Oh, there is a great online. It's just the only thing is that, yeah, right? Like, oh, you guys, okay, I know we shouldn't be sitting here talking about Christmas at this moment, but I love turning on the fireplace on the computer. You know, unfortunately, as much as I would love to play the music, you would literally have to find the free music in order to play it on a live and stuff like that. That's where it really sucks, because you're just in the Christmas spirit and you just really want to play those original type Christmas songs. But, you know, you can't do that. You can't do that. Not unless like someone, you know, sings and plays the guitar, plays whatever for themselves. I love Xmas. That's right. I opposed the Santa at the train station in October begging for money. Anyways, we'll talk about Christmas on another one. But anyways, again, if you guys have not seen Tom's interview, again, you know, for the sake of helping somebody out in a sense, not that he's asking for it, but so I'm just going to say, if you haven't, but please like and share it. That way it creates more views. And this is a great interview. What I found about Susan Hendricks, to me, she was just, you know, spot on with her answers that she was talking about, meaning she's definitely a very level-headed. Oh, here comes Rickroll right here.
This dog loves super chat. £1.99. Thank you. Christmas music this year. Smiley face. Musical notes.
Aw. Thank you, Miss Rickroller. You know, you're going to change your name, Miss Rickroller. But thank you very much, Miss Dog Lover. And Kim, I'll Be Home for Christmas is my favorite song, but I get a little emotional thinking of everyone who passed away. Oh, absolutely, right. Christmas. I mean, I know this is, you know, off course of this live, which we all know that happens. But honestly, for Christmas for some is a very devastating time of the year. You know, it's one of those things, you know, and it's funny how that is in a sense, but I can understand it because, you know, throughout the year, there's many other holidays, but Christmas is the one that you think about, family gatherings more so, you know, and stuff like that. And the family that, you know, like you said, has passed on. And it brings people a lot of sadness, and obviously a lot of people that in turn self-harm themselves because they get so depressed, you know, around Christmas time, because Christmas is kind of looked at, like I said, that one holiday that, I don't know, it just brings out all the emotions in people, you know, whether it's good or bad, you know. Sharp dressed man for sure always works. Sharp dressed man, yeah. Yeah, right. But yeah, I'll be home for Christmas. Is that what the one you said, right? Is that what the one you said? Yeah, I'll be home for Christmas. I know I got to get off this topic, but you know, I have a few. Like Miracle on 34th Street is one of my favorites. I love Christmas movies. Doesn't really matter, you know. I just like Christmas movies. Ginger Bells, Batman smell, Jingle Bells. You didn't even spell jingle right. And J-I. Yeah, being serious for Christmas is hard with a lot of people. You know, absolutely. You know, like I said, for me personally, I have a hard time with the bah humbug people about Christmas. You know, it's kind of like life. Okay, listen up and listen good. It's kind of like life already is a struggle enough, you know. So, you know, everything is what you make of it, good or bad. And so to me, Christmas, you know, it's not about gifts, and it's not, you know, it's not about anything. It's about basically, to me, being kind to each other, loving each other, you know, family, again, you know, get-togethers and stuff like that, the beautiful lights. It's about, you know, to me, the world is supposed to be about caring about other people. But so it's kind of like when someone wants to add a bah humbug to Christmas for me, it's just like, yeah, you're not going to be a buzz killer and kill the vibe, because Christmas is, to me, a beautiful, it's an elongated, beautiful event that I loved, you know, and I like everything about Christmas time, good or bad, meaning, you know, stuff happens in life, you know, we all go through certain things, but then there's things like Christmas, which is, you know, supposed to be about, you know, family and get-togethers and, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, but the memories made with them are beautiful, so you have to celebrate for them. I'm just, you know, I'm just not a negativity type of person when it comes to any of these things. I don't care. I love any holiday, you know. I like stuff like that. You know, I like seeing the smiles on kids' faces. That's why I love watching videos, you guys, like Just Nate and stuff like that. That Mr. Beast. I just like watching videos where people are giving back with their YouTube money, you know, because they've got like millions of followers and they're, you know, making tons of money. And so I really love it when I see channels that really embody what, you know, what exactly what this channel would do when it gets to that opportunity to do so, which is to just give back and do things for people. Like I love watching those videos. It just hits the core of my heart. Pay it forward. You know, like I said, hopefully it changed a lot of people. You know what I really found was the COVID word. It was amazing how many people I noticed were humbling themselves. And in my head, I would think, oh, so you finally got off your high horse, you know, because so many people think that they're so privileged and have the ability to, like, I don't know, even just to talk down to somebody, you know, in the store because they think that somehow that they're better, you know, and they can just be snippy and, you know, ignorant, and that they're going to get their way and stuff like that. But it was amazing to me how many people seem to come off their high horse and humble down a bit when money, jobs are taken away from them, you know, so that kind of makes me smirk a little bit at the same time. Yeah, it's a wonderful life. Just because, like I said, you know, everyone's the same. No one's better than another person. We might have different jobs, we might have different skin colors, whatever, right? Nothing makes anyone more special over the other person as a human being. And so that's why it's when the C word happened and I saw a lot of people come off their high horse, you know, and start having to save money and whatever. A lot of people that I talked to would make the comment of basically of saying that, you know, like, basically C was an unexpected thing that happened. You know, their wife maybe lost their job or husband lost their job. And then they had to go into financial save mode and stuff like that. And it really sometimes brings people back off their high horse. And that's what hey, Mr. Electric, and that's what I can't stand. I can't stand people who think that they're better than other people, get on their high horse, think that because they have a special job or a higher up job, somehow they can demean and talk to other people. You know, so those, like, for me, everyone has their pet peeves in life. My pet peeve is ignorant people, or people that think that they're better than somebody else, you know. And so yeah. Anyways, I love making Christmas cookies. Wow, we're on the wrong topic right now, aren't we? Kind of changed the title of the live. Absolutely. You know, we'll do a Christmas talking one soon, okay, guys? We'll do that. Okay. So let's get back on course. As much as I love talking about Christmas, don't get me wrong, I could sit here with you guys and talk forever. But anyways, let's go to Brandon. So first of all, does anyone know who in this chat who Brandon Woodhouse is? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and by the way, again, you know, I'm going to say this one more time just while I'm on this one. Again, if anyone wants to help out with my brother-in-law's $6,000 towards that by donation, appreciate it. So the reason why that just came to my mind again is because, so, okay, not gonna get teary-eyed here. So Steve's mom, okay, my husband's mom, who lives in England, and her partner is Jace, short for Jason. Anyways, so Steve's mom has never been on a plane. And so this Christmas, her and Jace are supposed to be flying out here. Now, Steve's mom has a bad horrendous claustrophobia. She won't even ride in elevators. So for her to get on a plane to come here for Christmas means a lot to myself, her sons, because she is so panicked about feeling like she's in a hot dog to go on a 10-hour flight to come over. So she was offering Ryan, her son, the money that she's struggled to save up to fly over here for Christmas. And it's kind of like, that's exactly the way that my husband's mom is, you know, to do that. I want to have a great Christmas this year. It's been a long time. So selfishly, I just simply want to have a good Christmas of exactly what we're talking about. My Christmas that I had 4 years ago, I think almost 5 now, back in England, was the best Christmas that I had in a long, long time. We spent 3 weeks there, I think it was. And we went to like different little places around there. Anyways, it was an awesome Christmas. We played Monopoly. We had big dinners. We were just being a family. So my twin sister has allowed Steve's mom and Jace to stay at her place, her house, because we have a 1-bedroom apartment. We don't have room for anybody else in here besides us 3. And so my sister, my twin, offered to let his mom stay and Jace stay at her home, which is just down the road from us. And so, okay, that way they didn't have to worry about the cost of a hotel, you know, because that would be another freaking $1,500, you know, type of thing. So you know, when Steve said that his mom was going to give Ryan the money for his $6,000 towards his LMIA, I'm just like, that's exactly what his mom would do. And then so Steve says, so it doesn't make sense my mom coming out for Christmas. And I just want my husband and his brother to see their mom, because it will be the first time her getting on a plane, and she's very claustrophobic. And this is like, you know, it's like a huge step for mankind, but womankind in this particular sense. And so, so that's a beautiful thing. So again, so I'm just going to say, if anyone does have the ability to give a little towards Ryan's $6,000, I just want Steve's mom to come out here. I don't want her to have to think that she has to give her money over. I just want the boys to have a nice Christmas. I want us to have a nice Christmas. I want my twin sister to have a nice Christmas, you know, and bake cookies and do all those things and stuff like that. Anyways, so that's what reminded me when you guys were talking about Christmas towards the end there. You know, family's supposed to help each other. Simple as that, right? And I'm going to say it, but regardless, I always want to be grateful and thankful to anyone that always contributes, you know, or becomes a member to the channel as well. So just know that, of course, from Aspen and myself, or Adam and myself, thank you guys for, you know, for caring about the channel, to either where you donated or where you become a member, you know, and stuff like that. Again, it's kind of like, it's not expected, but appreciated. So thank you for that. And of course, thank you for all the loyal members that maybe necessarily don't have the ability to do that, but you're still a loyal member of the It's a Crime and Shame channel. So just want to say to the appreciation for that as well. So thank you, Grandma Watches. I seen that comment there. Lost my mom 2 years ago, dad last year. Care of hubby this Christmas. Not ready to have the spirit. Sorry. You know, I get it. It's each to their own on how they do things, right? You know, again, a lot of sadness comes around when it comes to Christmas, or not. Just depends on, you know, how Christmas is impacted. Because obviously if somebody very close to you lost their life, especially at Christmas time or close to Christmas, you know, it can be very hard on people for sure. Okay. So getting back off of that. Let's see. My daughter bought me a ticket to go to Ireland with her this month. I want to go so bad, but I'm freaking out about. Okay, Kim. Okay, I'm going to say this too before we go on. And hello, guys that are coming in. Kim, let me say this to you. Okay. I was afraid of flying myself. And I would sit there and panic because when I was younger, they seemed to be sensationalizing Christmas or plane accidents or something like that. And I was young and I just kind of panicked because we were just about to go on a plane ride, just an hour and a half, not even back over here to Vancouver. So my mom is dying in the hospital in 2015. So she's dying. And I'm sitting there on a plane worrying about if I'm going to die on a plane. And I realized, Kim, just how stupid my fears are. What's going to happen is going to happen regardless. A plane is one of the absolute safest ways of travel, right? People take, like when you look at the map of planes flying versus the accidents that happen, it's so nominal. It's so nominal. When you open up that map, can't even think of that site all of a sudden, you'll literally see just thousands of airplanes in the sky. So while my mom is dying, I'm sitting here worrying about the possibility of dying. That's where it struck me how silly I was being. At the end of the day, what will be, right? Realizing that when you literally have someone that truly is dying, it makes the fears that you have seem trivial. The fact that you're not dying, but you might be worried about flying because of lack of control in the air. You can't just get off of it, whatever the reason may be. But sometimes you need things to put it into perspective. So I'll tell you, go on that trip, Kim. Okay? Life is YOLO, right? Whatever will be regardless. But I have talked to many of pilots all the time. I've literally sat up in the cockpit of a plane before 2001 happened. And honestly, it's very serene when you're watching it from the actual cockpit. But I'm going to say, go. Don't limit yourself to something that might happen, that blah, 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 blah. And that's exactly what Steve's mom is going to do. She's going to put her aside, even though I know she's going to panic. She's going to put aside that fear so she can come out here, hopefully for Christmas. But we'll see how Ryan's thing goes. Anyways, so do that for me, okay? If your daughter bought you a ticket, go on that trip, Kim. Don't limit yourself, right? Okay? So I say that with the most love I can possibly give you for advice for someone that was scared of flying, And then you got my husband up in the air going, I love flying. I love it because my husband's been up in planes because his uncles and that own planes, those littler planes and stuff like that. So for my husband, when you're on board with somebody who's like, I love flying, and I'm sitting there going, no. But actually, it doesn't bug me very much anymore. I just don't like being in a funnel tunnel for like 10 hours. You're sitting there like keep looking around at people. And, try to sleep, try to do whatever. Yeah. You're always so generous, Miss Dog Lover. You take care of yourself. We all help when we can. Absolutely. Miss Dog Lover is, she just likes to try to control me, make me do that whole Rickroll thing for her and everything like that. Thinks that I love her and stuff. I don't know. Yeah. I'll tell you, Miss Dog Lover, whenever we go back out to England, you're one of the people that I definitely want to visit. Have some tea, biscuits and tea. Okay. If you put stuff off tomorrow, it becomes too many tomorrows. And yeah, the thing is that we all have our things, right? We all have our hiccups in life. Right? Anyone has those. Doesn't matter what it is or triggers or whatever. But again, don't limit yourself, especially since flying is truly one of the absolutely safest ways to go. When you look at the massive planes in the sky every moment of every day, and you're barely hearing it, you'll hear about an accident here from, maybe some, out like freaking way far off country that, you kind of go, because you're kind of going, never really ever heard of those flights ever before. But anyways, it's really one of the safest ways to travel. You know, I'm just not fond of the turbulence. So you're sitting there and then drop, and you're like, I don't like being out of control, and you never know who's flying it. Honestly, like I said, you know, I wouldn't worry about the who's flying it part, because obviously you have the captain and the co-pilot that are both up there. I wouldn't really worry about that. These people are experienced. No one would ever be a captain without having the years behind them to fly that plane. So yeah, you know, to me, typically two very experienced, unless it's just, you know, one of the co-pilots. Like usually when the captain is standing there on the plane, I literally look at the captain and I literally point to him and I go, "You're going to get me there safe, right?" Right. And most of them like literally have like 20, 30 years experience behind them. But that's the point, is that most people don't like being out of control. All right. I don't like the fact that I just can't get off the plane when some freaking lady's butt cheeks are in my face, is her and her stupid boyfriend are doing this exercising / kissing routine, eating this freaking ground earth food. Oh, they were sickening. And her butt cheeks are right in my face, honestly. But anyways, it's the long flight for me. I can handle 3 hours, 6 is okay, I can deal with. But 10 hours, plus all the airport time, nah. That's the part that I don't like, really. Anyways, okay. So Kim, okay, do it. Okay, so Brandon Woodhouse, you guys. Does anyone know who that is in here? I think I asked it already. I'm not sure if anyone answered me, but does anyone know who Brandon Woodhouse is? Have you seen any of his videos? Most people probably won't know of him, but some might. On there. Okay. So a few people do. A few people might. Anyways, so I don't want to speak ill will of Brandon Woodhouse. Obviously, he has issues going on, which he's, you know, pretty much said about himself and about going into treatment and about an incident that happened, you know, in the courts. And this, you know, this somewhat, you guys, reminds me a bit of, you know, Tiara, you know, the, you know, we'll say the Tiara, right? The lady of the night, Curtis Fouts, the one that basically once that information came out, he had to step down, resign, which was bullcrap and corruption at its best with Carroll County. But anyways, there's something about when I'm listening to Brandon Woodhouse that strikes me as honest, and that whether or not it's actually all the truth, I believe that he thinks it's all the truth when it comes to, say, Delphi or something like that. So I'll show you. Let me just take this down for a sec, guys. And oh, my screen, that's because of the nighttime. But anyways, or starting to get darker because I have a light over here. Video, so share screen. And okay, so this is Brandon Woodhouse right there. And so basically what Brandon has put out there is that he has a thumb drive. And I want to say that he said that it was from the defense, that accidentally he got a bunch of, he basically got all the stuff that the prosecutors sent over to the defense with information, okay, with all the thumb drive stuff on it. And this is what he's saying that, you know, he keeps kind of saying he wants to expose. Now, if Brandon Woodhouse happens to be watching this video, and here's his name, I would truly recommend that you know, perhaps, Brandon, quit putting videos up and then taking them down, then putting up another one, then taking it down, and then re-uploading again. It takes away people's trust in what you're saying or belief in what you're saying. when you keep doing that. Now, let me just check if he took that one down again. So let me just quickly go to it for a second. Okay, so we go to his channel. Okay. Okay, so he finally left it up again. So he did one yesterday, again, where he put it up to down. Then he put up just the recording of, guys, remember the recording that's from the Once in a Lifetime documentary where it has like the people that were talking, like who dis and I can't think of all the names. Anyways, what's her name? Julie, stuff like that. I think it was, yeah. And Julie and stuff like that in it. Well, that's not new news to us. That's old news. So he kind of plays that in this video here. He plays that. So I want to look at the information. Now, I want to point out something here as well. Okay. Let me just make sure if you guys can see this. Okay. What I want to point out about this one here. So when these pictures came out, okay, for the most part, when any of us really seen these pictures had gavinfish.com all over them, okay? So whether it was Chris Todd that gave them to Gavin Fish or somebody else, I'm thinking myself more of Chris Todd, which is, the one that's, I don't know, the one that wrote the book for Ron Logan, okay? So notice that these pictures, of course, don't have gavinfish.com all across them. But anyone that would have come across these pictures would have had the Gavin cross all the way splattered with his stupid freaking thing on every part of the image. Anyway, so as you can tell, that these ones don't. Hi, Colette. How are you? And you guys, if you're watching right now, again, Aspen Connor should be joining us in a little bit. And if you guys could hit that like button for us, that would be great. Like and share if you don't mind. Oh, look at that. Oh, my God. Were your ears burning when I said your name?
Did you say my name?
I literally just said, and Aspen Connor will be joining us very shortly, and then all of a sudden you just pop right on.
Oh, no, I literally turned on and I heard you say something about Gavin Fish.
You're a cancer. You're a cancer. We get it. It's cancer. It's cancer.
So,
what is that middle item? Okay, that middle item to me is something black that when reversed inside out, in a sense, how when you reverse something inside out, that it turns white because the inlining of it is white. But from anything I can see, could be totally wrong, but everything that I can see about that middle item is that it looks to be black in color, but has that, when you pull out your arm of a shirt, or a jacket, and then it goes inside out and it creates
right.
that thing. So I'm trying to figure out, because the simplest things that should have been answered, like if David Erskine talks about saying that Abby was wearing say my name, say it once again. Miss Dog Lover, Miss Dog Lover, Miss Dog Lover.
Hey, Miss Dog Lover.
Yeah. I like that song, actually.
I will say quickly.
Bad.
Miss Dog Lover super chat. £1.99. Thank you.
Oh, 1 second.
Say my name, say my name. Musical notes.
Go ahead, Adam. Just sing it.
No, I will say really quickly, I think that, the reason that these pictures don't have Gavin Fish's watermark on them are the same reason that the ones that we got didn't have Gavin Fish's watermark on them. And that's because, we know where they came from. So, nothing against Brandon Woodhouse at all.
No. Well, the thing is that, okay, first of all, my husband bought me a new vape today. Look at that pretty blue. Look
It
at
was
it.
pretty.
You know, it's that metallic-y blue,
Mm-hmm.
even though I keep getting in the green screen. Anyways, it's that nice, really shiny metallic blue. And I'm like, sweet. Thanks, husband. All right. Let me just quickly see what this is. Well, hold on. Let's see this one. I think it's Abby's zip-up sweater she had on the bridge peg. I don't know about that. I mean, it could be, but it just comes off like it's black.
Sure.
And more of a white, not the gray sweater that she had on. I'm not seeing any of that coloring. It could be.
I will say something, because, you know, I mean, when I was looking at these photos, and you know, I mean, clearly I dissected the defense's memorandum that they wrote pretty extensively, but you know, something that kept catching my eye was that, you know, that kept catching my attention was that, you know, I was like, okay, I realized that after I read it, I was taking a few things in it, you know, as fact, and then I was questioning, you know, some of the stuff from these pictures, because I was like, one, there's a picture where, not the one you're showing, but there's a picture where I was like, wait, is that Abby's pink shirt? And then I was like, you know, another one where I was like, wait,
oh, I know which one
we talked about how, you know, I mean, there are many things that have said that Libby, that, you know, that Libby was wearing gray sweatpants that day. But then if you read in that memorandum, it says that Abby was dressed in Libby's jeans.
Don't forget that Libby was actually wearing jeans.
Yes, but in Libby, so there are many times that, if you know, in the past where you know, it's been quoted, you know, from official sources that Libby was wearing sweatpants.
Right.
And when I was reading about Abby wearing Libby's jeans,
yeah,
I think they were wrong.
I think so too.
And there's more than one reason. I mean, one, I mean, I can't imagine redressing someone in wet jeans to begin with, because, I mean, anyone that's ever tried to put wet denim on,
right,
it's not easy. And imagine doing it on someone else that's lifeless. But David Erskine said that that Abby was dressed in the same clothes she was in the picture.
Correct.
So I believe that I really believe that Abby was wearing her own jeans, and that Libby was wearing sweatpants, and that was a mistake or whatever in that memorandum, like there were many others.
Considering he's the one that took these pictures.
Right. Well, no, he didn't take those pictures.
Well, who took the pictures?
Abby's aunt and uncle.
Oh, okay, right. And that is, hold on, let me go to it. That is these people here. That's the
allegedly.
Well,
and nothing again. They didn't do anything wrong.
No, not at all.
You know.
No, who wouldn't take a picture if you come across it?
Right.
Oh, let me go back to.
But I mean, I do think that, you know, I think that anyone that got those pictures that were not watermarked with Gavin Fish's logo on them either got them probably from Chris Todd or from the original person that sent them out, who was in the family.
Right.
You know, and then I know other people, you know, like we got, like, I mean, we have the high quality ones with the metadata on them that are not watermarked. The thing that's always confused me through is that, you know, yes, the time on them, the time on the pic says 11:13 or 11:14, I can't remember, but
11:13, I think it is.
So, but I'm wondering, you know, with the timestamp on it, you know, in what time zone is that timestamp in? Because I know the person that we got them from is in Texas, so that would be Central Time. So I'm like, is that timestamp from their time zone, or, you know, I don't know how that all works.
I believe it's the Indiana time.
Right.
Myself, because I know that their time was deemed at 12:15, but
Right.
don't forget, it's not like they found them first. They came across this stuff first.
They make it sound like it was pretty immediate, like, you know, but, you know, we'll find out all, like, you know, I'm just speculating. We'll find out all of the details, hopefully.
At some point, yeah.
Because this will all be dissected, I guarantee you. Because, I mean, the defense is going to try every angle they can. Because the ones they've tried so far are not working. And the ones that we're awaiting decisions on, I don't believe are going to be successful at all.
Yeah. Kim, to answer your question, what you're looking at is they have stated that, of course, some of Abby's and Libby's clothing was in the water. Okay. So to the very left is Libby's shirt, her tie-dye shirt. In the middle one, we're not sure exactly what that is.
Could be sweatpants watered up.
Pardon?
Could be sweatpants watered up.
So when Becky said that Libby found out later was wearing jeans, not sweatpants.
Did Becky say that?
Yeah, Becky told me that.
Did she find it out from the defense document?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't remember that from when I was talking about it on the live?
I do. I mean, I remember you saying it now, but I mean, I don't remember it. I don't remember, you know.
So Becky had said that originally she had thought it was the sweatpants, and way later she was told that it was jeans, that it was actually jeans that Libby had on. Now that's from Becky. Again,
Well, then I believe it. Yeah.
But the thing is that doesn't necessarily always mean it's true. Like maybe it's like, it depends who told her exactly, but it wasn't like it was from, like, this is from quite a while back at least, but not that, like, meaning not near the start of, obviously, when this happened to the girls. Like, it sounded like the way she put it to me was like quite later in time. Right. She found out that it was jeans. Now, whether or not that comes to fruition, not because of
nothing intentional. No, I mean, trauma
is not true, but it's just if someone tells her, "Hey, no, actually, Libby had on jeans," you know. But to me, Kelsey for sure, you know, you'd think would know that. I don't know. I feel like there's something wrong there, you know, because if that second article is anything to me, it's either the black hoodie that Libby had on, or black sweatpants. And that's why I'm not like.
And in the defense memorandum, it says that Abby was wearing Libby's jeans, her pink shirt, and then Abby's sweatshirt or jacket, whatever you call it.
Well, it's Kelsey's really. So
of course, yeah. But I mean,
yeah, we know
the one that Libby had.
Yeah.
So I mean, which would be the Delphi swim one, I believe. The black with gold lettering, I believe.
Kim, I've looked at that as well, and thought that it because of the corners of that item. That's one of the actually first things that I thought it was some sort of nappy sack, some sort of bag, because to me, I felt like I could see like a strings buckle type of thing, or, you know, and there's a precise corner on this up in the top here of this picture right here. Okay. This thing has, let me see if there's anything that can show that in a better light at all. See right here how it has a corner with a flap. So what to me would create that look? So that's where, for me, I believe that this was some sort of knapsack or bag.
I don't believe so. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm talking about, Adam? Can you see?
Yeah.
Right. So,
just, you know, like I said, you know, I don't know. I mean, hopefully we'll find out one, but
it's one of those things that unless someone specifically tells us.
Yeah. It's just so difficult because, you know, it's like we're thinking about it, but then it's like I'm like, but you know, these were the last items these girls were wearing, and I'm like, it's so.
Yeah. I know that is correct, right? That's right. And that's kind of where you have to almost take your brain and go, I know what I'm looking at. But if you think to the side where that, and you're picturing Libby with this shirt on and knowing what happened to the girls, it makes it hard for that point that we know that this is Abby's and say Libby's items that are in the water. We know that. And that's Nike shoe, by the way. The other one is the Nike shoe.
And look how clean the sole of that shoe is. I'm like, how did someone walk across that creek in those shoes if she was wearing them, and they don't have mud caked all over them?
Well, they do though. Like, remember we talked about this before, Adam? If you see here in the shadows, you'll see that there's the dirt on the bottom of the shoe, but because the sun's bouncing off of it.
Yeah, and I get that. I think of when I've like stepped in a creek bed or something before, and
I see what you're saying, right?
And I realize that the water can then wash some of that away, but
so this is the same shoe, guys,
from a different angle.
At a different angle. And again, when you look at it, it just simply looks like a brand new spanking shoe, even though I see dirt here. But again, because the light reflecting off of it, it's kind of giving, a different perspective. I'm curious what this is.
Right, because I always assumed it was Abby's shirt watered up, the pink one that, like I said, in the defense memorandum, they talk about Abby being dressed in.
Right. So I want to go back to the whole sweatshirt thing by the defense. They said that Abby had Libby's sweatshirt on. Now, okay, this is where, to me, this is a word scrabble on this one, because first of all, they were Kelsey's sweatshirts, both of them, confirmed by Becky that those were both Kelsey's. And the thing is that most people are calling it Libby's, that had Libby's. So I believe that when they're talking about the sweatshirt, and if you listen to what Dave Erskine says about Abby wearing the same things that she was as on the bridge, that when they're referring to that hoodie that Abby had on, that they're saying Libby's, even though it's really Kelsey's, because of that. So I think that in some people's mind, we're switching it up to the black hoodie, and because they're saying a change of clothes, I feel like they're meaning Libby's sweatshirt, and people are by meaning hoodie. Yeah. But I think that Abby was wearing the clothes like David Erskine, meaning you have to believe in something of what's true. Why would Dave Erskine lie about what Abby was wearing?
Yeah, I don't think that anything David Erskine has said has been a lie or an intentional untruth.
I
believe it's his recollection from that day.
Yeah, and pictures. Like you said, he was there with Abby's uncle and aunt, and so I'm pretty sure that he would know. You know what? I want to say this when it comes to David Erskine, and I have said this to him personally through Messenger. I'm actually very proud of what he did. He put out some texts that gave him a lot of slack. Right. He's done things that he's done things that maybe that some people have disagreed with, but I'm all about truth and transparency. And David Erskine was just trying to be about truth and transparency. He wasn't sugarcoating anything. Obviously those text messages got out there because they obviously got shared. And he took a lot of slack for it. I think so much so that that's why he ended up moving to get away from it, because obviously he was doing things for the sake of trying to help and just be truthful and honest. There's people like myself that don't sit there and precisely think about exactly what we're going to say. We just simply, if we're asked something, we put out the truth, and to me, that's why, for David Erskine, I actually am proud of what he did, because instead of hiding behind stuff like some people, he was just putting out the information. And that's how I see it. So I don't condemn him by no means whatsoever. This is Abby's uncle. He's not trying to hurt anyone. And, and maybe to the law, they were, would of course appreciate that he didn't say things like that. I personally, and like I said, I've told him myself, I find it commendable, to be honest, because I'm all about truth and transparency, and that's all he was going to do.
Not everyone assumes that, you know, when they write a message, especially, you know, after having gone through a traumatic event like having your niece, you know, taken in this manner. You know, I don't think some people naturally assume that those messages are going to be screenshot and put online. We're all in the true crime genre, so it's not. We all kind of, you know, like, you know, we're like, oh well, how could you not assume that? But you know, if you're a grieving family member of someone, you know, and someone's asking you a question, and you know, I think it's a common, normal response to going through a traumatic experience to share information if you don't have another outlet of control in that situation. And you know, so I think that you know, those original messages getting out there were completely organic and innocent on his part, but they did cost him. I do think that, you know,
it took a lot of grief for them,
because, you know, they then hurt some of the other family members, and he then had to take on that responsibility, and you know, that's sad. But
you know, so that's just my personal opinion.
You know, he was a firefighter, and you know, he had just a few months prior had to experience what he saw with those 4 girls in Florida.
Yeah.
So I mean, granted, those weren't his family members, but there's one traumatic experience, and then to, you know, throw on your own niece, that's hard to imagine.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, this was all, you know, without, like I said, without ill will to me, and you know, about Abby and Libby's justice, you know, like he was very much under the impression himself that, and maybe still is, you know, that Ron Logan was to do with it, and I think even maybe still to this day, he might believe that Ron Logan still had something to do with it. But hopefully at some point the truth comes out. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say with David Erskine, is that, those texts came out. So when he said that, that Abby was wearing the same clothes, I'm going to agree with Adam. I don't think that Abby had on Libby's pants. I don't think, honestly, like if I was going with my gut, my own personal opinion here, I honestly don't think that Abby was dressed and undressed into Libby's clothes. I personally don't. I don't feel truth to that.
Do you believe that she was never undressed?
I don't think that Abby was undressed.
Well, I mean, if we believe the part of the defense memorandum about there not being any blood anywhere other than the immediate,
right?
Because that's the part I can't get around. You know, like how,
what, Adam? Actually, you're right when you say that.
You think, and if you think about like the you know, when they talk about a slow, I don't want to go into like all that, but I mean that's a long period of time that you're, you know, bleeding out. So where did that blood go?
Well, the defense did say that, was it Tony Liggett that had said that the girls were undressed and redressed? Like, meaning they referred to one of the LE members that had said that, and, you know, hence why we're not here to see the pictures. I had a hard time believing in that. Not to there's no truth to it, but then there's those questionable things because the defense reference, and I think it was.
And how would Abby have both?
It was Jerry Holman or Tony Liggett. I think it was maybe Jerry Holman actually.
I can't remember.
Yeah,
but how would Abby have both bras on?
Well, no, because she had a sports bra on and a regular bra.
Then where's Libby's?
Pardon? No. As for where Libby's are, I have no, like, whether hers was probably.
I'm just going off the reference that she was dressed in both girls' bras.
Right. So I remember
they'd be able to know that by the size.
Well, I was reading about the fact that Abby, I can't remember now where exactly I saw it, but that Abby had on a sports bra and a regular bra, and which is common. So from what I read, I'm under the belief that she had 2 bras on anyway, a regular bra and then a sports bra over top of it, and then her shirt. So where Libby's bra is. Maybe there's other pictures in the water of, like, these are just a few of the pictures. Maybe there's another picture. We don't know how many pictures there truly are out there. We just know the 3, but 4 really, because one's just showing the shoe again that are out there. So I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, some of this is just guesswork on my thinking myself, because we know that the defense is like playing kind of like word salad shit and trying to project something. And so even if they see the picture, and like I said, to me, when they're talking about Kelsey's, Libby's hoodie or sweatshirt, you know, they're obviously talking about a hoodie, but I think that they're referring to the same thing based upon what Dave Erskine said. So to me, that's probably the best estimation that I would personally be at of why the defense said that, knowing that the defense, regardless, is trying to project an image to you with the information, but yet still twist it around to their version or perception of how they're looking at the case. Hence why the whole, you know, one man did this, one man did that. Nobody can tell you the story of what happened to Abby and Libby besides Abby and Libby and the person or persons that did it. No one can tell you the timeline of exactly what happened. And yet they're portraying to you that at some point after Abby's or Libby's last stick was placed upon her, that this one person, multiple people would then, you know, or that one man could not then go to a tree and in Libby's blood write an F, you know, and blah, blah, blah. How do they know? Because all they're doing is trying to connect every single dot for you as if it's a story, which it exactly is that. It's a story. They don't know what happened, you know, but their story is that they got this image that they think is an F on a tree because there's a picture of it from the prosecution to the defense. So now they have to work that into the storyline for what they're trying to deem as Odinism. You know, this whole thing is a freaking game. That's all the defense is doing. You know, I'm not going to say, like, I'm not going to invest my time into freaking Westfall and freaking Elvis Fields and stuff like that myself. Right? Other people that want to do that, fine. I'm not going to invest my time into deep diving into those people because they portrayed what they wanted to do. They wanted to put in there the story. They wanted every sucker underneath the sun to believe in that story. And then, right, they took it from the beginning to the end in 136 pages. And like they said, only, 13% was actually for 10%. The Frank's hearing.
Like, but, yeah, like I said in my video the other night, like 90% of that was complete fiction and had nothing to do with the Frank's motion that they were requesting or that they were putting out. Yeah, and they even told us that because, you know, so I know some people commented on my video and they were like, "You don't know anything about this. This was written for the court," and I'm like, I addressed that in my video even. You know, they say it in the introduction of that memorandum that, you know, they say, for those not familiar with this case, we're going to lay out all of these details. Well, the court's familiar with the case, so who are you referencing when you say for those not familiar with this case? And then literally one line further down there, like, you know, but to save time because the court know, you know, we're going to reference this as this. I'm like, you literally said that you're writing this for the, you know, for people that are not familiar with this case. So you wanted the public to see this, or you would have filed it confidential, like you did all of the exhibits that accompanied it. And, you know, we'll see that in the ruling, I believe, as far as, you know, I mean, it's not for nothing that the court immediately, once they started to review this, the first thing they did was they made that document confidential because it never should have been public in the first place.
Right. Yeah. And just quickly, I want to say this once again. Yes, they have to put out the facts that they're looking at. That doesn't mean that the story to those pictures is going to be the same as what the prosecutors are trying to present versus what the defense. So correct. Like there's the facts of the case that obviously they can't lie about, but then there is their perception of what, if they wanted to say that this perception of this image is a sock because that's how they see it, you know, type of thing. Perhaps it's like a sock in there and they needed to tie that in there. Again, it's the perception of what they're trying to portray to you. So they've taken the pictures. Go ahead.
You know, like the F, you know, like that's, you know, if there's a crime scene photo where there's clearly something on a tree. Is it the shape of an F? The defense decided to use, you know, some supporting evidence that they read from an early part of the investigation where, you know, for a few weeks they investigated this possible link that, you know, that law enforcement determined there wasn't a link to. But the defense chose to attribute the crime scene photo of whatever was on that tree in blood to this F shape or ruin that they, or rune that, or whatever, that, you know, they wanted to use as an example in the story they were trying to portray. And part of that is their job. And, you know, I understand that their job is also to defend their client constitutionally to the best of their ability. But they still have to adhere to a code of ethics, and they can point the finger of blame at someone else. The problem is they did it in a public document. That was my point the whole time, as far as like the fact that they never should have done that publicly. That could have been done in a sealed, confidential document, and I wouldn't be here discussing it.
Mm-hmm. So Sherman's saying, I agree, Sonny, but Abby was dressed in Libby's clothes would be fact. She was either or wasn't, no perception required. Again, obviously if a picture is shown, right? But can they look at a picture and believe something themselves that it was Libby's pants on Abby and not Abby's own jeans or whatever? Can that be a misperception of what they're trying to say? Like, just because the prosecutors are sending them pictures doesn't mean that they have to believe everything about those pictures that prosecution is saying. So maybe the defense thinks that those pictures are of Libby or in Libby's clothes. Could it be true? Obviously. Does it mean it has to be true? No. You know, so that's that's all I'm trying to say, is that, you know, everyone keeps going, well, they have to use fact. They have to use fact. They have to use fact. They can perceive those pictures however they want to. They're not going to sit there and agree with the prosecution for everything, right? That's why for this F thing, like for the F, for instance, they've taken a picture and are trying to, so you're going to say like for fact that that's that F for that runes on there? No, that was their take on it so that they could go along with the whole Odinism line. It's not that prosecution is sitting there going, oh, by the way, yeah, defense, this is an F for Odinism. You know, did it? Of course not. They're taking what they want to out of the pot of freaking evidence discovery and creating their story, in a sense, using actual photos or verbiage, and then putting it to the twist, of course, what they want to put out there. There's nothing about that storyline that they put out there about one man doing all this. There's very little accuracy in that whole entire storyline.
They also said, and they also made it out in this document like it was fact that Richard Allen was only there from you know, what was it, 12:30 to 1, or you know, or
12:30 to 1:30.
12:30 to 1:30, or 12 to 1:30.
Right.
And you know, Richard Allen himself has said that he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, and they try to play, well, does that mean the whole time or just at some point? Because so they were like, well, no, he was there from 12 to 1:30, and so he left at 1:30. So it's this whole play on the truth, but you know, which is it's sad, but you know,
exactly what it is. It's a play on the truth.
But you know, and you know, but and that's why, you know, the judge's decision will be important, because the defense can allege whatever they want. They allege that the prosecution and that the, you know, law enforcement lied in obtaining that search warrant. Law enforcement, you know, the prosecution's response said that, you know, no one knowingly lied about anything. So the facts about like a tan shirt versus a blue shirt, or this fact or this fact, those things will come out because those statements are going to be on video in print. But I did notice a few things when I was reading the defense memorandum, like such as they kept talking about the slow death that Abby experienced, to the point where then they, you know, would reference it, that, you know, that during, you know, that he then would have to, one person would have then had to do this. And they kept saying, while Abby was bleeding out, you know, or, you know, all these things. And then, you know, in a memorandum, and if you looked at the footnote, there was a footnote that said, you know, that they didn't review any report from the coroner or medical examiner. I can't remember which they said. And so they, you know, they said, so, you know, we don't know whether slow death is defined as 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 55 minutes. Yeah. So I'm like, but you know, unless you read that little footnote at the bottom, right, you know, you would have just kind of like read that whole thing being like, oh, she bled this slow death. But then they're like, but we didn't talk to a coroner or a medical examiner to find that out.
Right.
Just like, you know, then they at one point talk about the ODIN prison guards that Richard Allen was terrified of. Right. And that's, you know, one of the reasons for his mental decline. And then you know, and they threw in a few hypothetical conversations that you wouldn't have, they even put quotations around them, and you wouldn't have known they were hypothetical if you hadn't said, could have gone something like this. But then, you know, they also then said, but it should be noted, we never told Richard about the Odinism angle. So Richard Allen sitting in prison or jail, and he's terrified of these prison guards who have Odin patches on. And he's terrified of them for being Odinites, even though he doesn't realize he is afraid to, even though he doesn't realize that he should be afraid of Odinites because they never told him. So you know, what's he afraid of?
Let me tell you something now that you're saying this, Adam. Right. Do you know where I think this information came from for the whole Odinites and guards thing? Brandon Woodhouse. Because he references about, like, so basically the whole point.
Or someone that Brandon Woodhouse talked to.
Yes, exactly. Because he mentions about the in his talkings. So let me show you something. That was just a point that I'd be like, you know, this is written, you know, like, so people, you know, it's like, you know, no one's supposed to lie in these documents, but, you know, clearly the allegations they're making are that the prosecution's lying or that law enforcement's lying. So the truth will be presented, and it's the judges to, you know, it's up to the judge to be like, you know, this has weight or this doesn't, and we'll find that out in her ruling. And I believe that the defense not accurate in everything they said. Mm-hmm. But I will eat my words if I'm wrong. Yeah. So I believe that that information came from Brandon Woodhouse, because so if anyone has seen the video that I just showed, not the last one, not the one they just put up, but the one from 9 days ago. So he says, and the thing is, Adam, I want to say that I deem Brandon similar to Tiara, that somebody that is under the influence of, you know, some sort of drugs and whatever. Obviously, he's gone to rehab, which he says. And he says in that video that this video has been pre-recorded from August 30th that I'm doing this. And so let me play this. Brandon has said that he got the thumbnail drive from the what the information that the prosecution has sent over to the defense, and that he has that information. Now, so in that, right, you have the fact of Brandon talking about the fact of the correctional center, you know, basically saying that it's like he's the one that said it. So obviously to me, okay, and this is just, I'm just going by my own thoughts here. So Brandon, obviously, the defense is talking to him, wants information, you know, about Odinism, because obviously Brandon's an Odinism. Like Tiara to me, there's a lot of truth into what Brandon is saying, even though he comes across as someone that's really not believed as credible, kind of like Tiara as well. But you kind of try to look beyond the fact that, you know, the obviously the head trauma that he suffered, and beyond obviously that this is a person that has done drugs. But that doesn't mean that this person is a constant liar. He might have done a lot of things. But when I look at this picture here, and from what Brandon has said, so Brandon basically had said that this was a pre-recording and that the next one would come out around September 26th. So he's saying that this was done back in August 30th or whatever, and that basically this whole thing about Odinism was going to come out from the defense. And the reason why he's saying that is because he got the thumb drive. So I feel like there's some truth to this, because when Adam, I want to see what your thoughts are on this, because he clearly is just obviously using frickin' his finger and kind of like, you know what I mean, making it hard to see, which he's done in other pictures as well. And so for me, when I look at this information here, and it's all in, hey, you're not going to be seeing frickin' Mr. Brandon Woodhouse be doing this.
So this is straight from Brandon's video?
Yes. Okay. So what happened was yesterday, he uploaded a video. I didn't happen to catch
from the rehabilitation center he's at?
Well, no, he wasn't. He said the next time he would be uploading when he was out of rehabilitation was towards the end of September.
Okay.
Which is
okay.
So basically when he did his last video, so he basically said about the 26th of September is when, should he get out of rehabilitation, that he would be uploading a video. So this does fit the timeline that he's saying, because the last one was like, well, let's see here, like whatever it was, 9 days ago. But there's something odd because his sister kind of posted on his thing or something, like, I don't know. There's definitely weirdness going on. But for me, it becomes about what perhaps the truth is. So when I look at this file right here, composite sketches, Carl Abbott, Daniel, whatever, and David, somebody, Riley Voorhees, Sarah Carbob, Rich Guy, whatever, and see how it's all 1, 2, 3, and whatever. Okay, so I actually believe that he's not lying, that he has this information, AOI Girl Voice, AOI Girl Voice Loop, and there's a couple of these, Male Voice Loop, NASA's enhancements of video, exports, FBI enhanced images, Jerry 2. So this is all very, to me, indicative of how something would be sent over in, a methodical construction of this thumb drive, like how it would look on when you receive, obviously, the downloads or the pictures and stuff like that. So he was saying that when something about the defense wanted blah, 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 and that they had accidentally, is the word he used, had sent him over all the information that the prosecutors had sent over to the defense. Now, I can tell by that video that he put out, a lot of that stuff, like, let me put it this way. He's definitely, if he's got the gravy, he's not really putting out the gravy there, because I'm not sure that he truly is going to do that or not. But I believe he has a lot of the gravy? Yes. But a lot of the stuff that he put out was pictures that we have seen or come across. But it's almost like somebody that's, here's a little bit of, cheese, but I got a lot more stuff. So my thoughts to you are this one here. Okay, so this one here, and then there is another one. This is the same one. Hooviser, okay, this is one. you know, Hoosier Harvestor photo, Alan's vehicle, Alan's 2016 Ford Focus. What are your thoughts? Do you believe that Brandon Woodhouse got sent the files, whether it was accidental or on purpose? Because obviously, you know, to me, he was talking with the defense here, and hence why he would get the information. Meaning, if I look at it, I feel like there's a lot of truth to what he's saying. Your thoughts?
You want my opinion?
Yeah.
I don't want to speak on what may have transpired between Baldwin and Woodhouse. I mean, I think for any, I mean, the things we're looking at on the screen, that these shots of this index, these have been out there for a couple months now. Nothing from these indexes to me were anything that weren't either public or rumors that had been put on things. I don't want to speak to Brandon's intention or state of mind, because I know that, you know, I think he himself has said that he was going to be in a treatment place or whatever, but I know that what I'm looking at on the screen is an index file that I even myself have heard Brandon say those aren't what he received and those looked manipulated. So I personally can attest to the fact that what I'm looking at on the screen is not what Brandon Woodhouse said he received. I really was withholding judgment on his truthfulness because I hadn't seen what he said he received. But he's the one presenting these things that we're looking at on the screen.
Correct.
These are public that, you know, have been sent out all over the place, and I don't believe these to be true at all. In fact, I mean, one, that's just, you don't put them on a Google Drive. First and second of all, there's even a comment in the files about, was it how many computers, hard drives, terabytes that the discovery was, and you're telling me that's all going to fit on a thumb drive? No. It's I mean, like I said, I don't want to attack Brandon Woodhouse. I don't know the guy. I think he has struggled. I've listened to the 911 calls regarding him. I read his lawsuit with Tobe Lesenby and Carroll County. I know that he is wanted on $55,000 2 warrants at this time for his arrest. I know the guy probably has issues, and like I said, I don't want to speak to that because I hope I want him to be well.
Yeah.
I after seeing this, I can't believe what he's saying. I mean, and you know, in that video 9 days ago that he said was pre-recorded, if anyone's listened to that or watched it, he talks about him recording on August 31st or August 30th.
30th, I think.
And then he talks about an encounter he had where the police were beating him on his knees in the street. And he says the date that happened was the day he said he's recorded the video that he said was pre-recorded.
I'd have to go back and listen to that because I remember him talking.
He's like, yeah. So then on August 30th, you know, Drew Yoder has me down on my knee. You know,
that was in July, I believe.
He says August, but
I have to listen to it again. I've listened to it.
And the time that he says it is when there's also been the worn out already. I mean, there's a 911 call of literally someone calling 911 on him, and they're like, "Oh, Brandon Woodhouse. Oh, we know that guy." Mm-hmm. But
you know, well, you know what,
Brandon Woodhouse as well. And you know, if he received, I'm not saying he didn't receive something from Andrew Baldwin. I don't know why he's showing this, because I mean, I was told from him that is not what he received, and that what this looks like was not what he got, and this looks fake and manipulated, which I agreed with.
Even though he put it out there.
Yeah.
So you know what? Let me put it this way. I'm gonna put it to the side as a possibility, because this whole case is a freaking circus at the end of the day. Right. This whole defense theory of ODINism is a bunch of crock of crap to me that they presented. And that's why I wish that people would understand that just because they see a picture doesn't mean that they have to define it the same way that the prosecution did. They're looking at it.
An index like this goes around doesn't mean it's real. There
And that's
are
true.
people that make this stuff up.
Absolutely.
For what reason, I don't know. The same reason people manipulate audio and say it's from an event that it wasn't from.
Right.
Or
like
the same reason that people put a picture out and they're like, oh, this is from that and it wasn't from that. And I don't know why they do it, but they do.
I know. People are sick and twisted.
I wouldn't put it past the defense to send out stuff like this. I mean, because I can't be the only one that, was being told by people weeks before that there was this ODIN thing coming out that I didn't understand at the time. But if you weren't attached to the defense, how would you have known that? To me, that's a violation of a gag order.
Right.
Because, and I'm not the only, I mean, I know that other YouTubers have said that. I know other people have said that. And it happened. Either the defense or people that worked with the defense, they leaked the information about the Odinism thing prior to it being put in these court documents. That's a violation of a gag order.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not accusing anyone specifically. I'm saying that happened. So there should be an investigation into either the defense or people that have worked for the defense, because that information was sent out to people.
Adam, just to ask you, are you shocked at all that the prosecution didn't really say much about any of the information that the defense put out in their,
No, I'm not at all, because I think the prosecution responded to this in the exact way that in the exact manner that they should. They responded to the fact that it wasn't a request for a Franks hearing. It was a 136-page document written for public opinion. I think there was 13 pages that may have pertained to a Franks hearing, and I think they addressed in bullet points. I think that which I thought was brilliant. The points that needed to be argued by them, and I think that that was an 8-page document that they put out as a response is going to be way more effective with Judge Gull than their 136 pages of.
I think so as well. I
think you'll see that we'll see that in the ruling.
Yeah, I feel like that they did. I felt like they did what they were, appropriately, without getting into the farce of the whole thing about it.
Yeah. I have to say, I was skeptical going into the after Rick Sean's arrest and going into winter of last year, because I didn't know much about Nick McClelland. I call him Slick Nick. I'm like, I think
that's what he is, Slick Nick.
This guy, but is he? Can he handle this? And I have to say that when it comes to the legal filings and with all of the back and forth, I've been impressed with the prosecution in this case so far, and I think that Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie are doing their job. I don't know how effectively they're doing it or ethically, but I don't know. I get that they're doing their job. That's just a matter of my opinion.
That's I like I said, I agree with the whole thing that Nick McClelland is saying about the whole grandstanding, exactly what they're trying to do here. And this is just another attempt at, to me, shadily, definitely very shadily, putting this out to the public, doing exactly what's going on, talking about it. You have your people that are absolutely going to believe, oh yeah, Odinism, oh yeah, Westfall, oh yeah, so I get that, because that's exactly what they're trying to do is create that questionable doubt. Personal, like from a human standpoint, to read it and stuff like that, I think it's quite disgusting to, but it's their job to get their client off. They don't give a shit about Becky Patty, Mike Patty, Anna Williams, Carrie.
Well,
They don't give a shit about them at all.
I mean, clearly not. I mean, they wrote that document at the expense of those families and those girls, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I get that they're defense attorneys. It's not their job to care about the emotions or feelings of the victims. But
yeah, right. It's
again, I think there was a gag order violation, and I think.
okay.
So anyway,
Yeah.
I'm done. I don't know why that's made me feel so passionate, because I'm not usually one to give my like unfiltered like opinion on things. I'm usually pretty in the middle with things, but they definitely got my blood pressure up a little bit, and I stand by everything I've said.
Yeah.
And I think it will play out that,
Well,
I'm not.
Reiterate that, Adam, to kind of go back to what you had said about this.
About what?
Well, you kind of had put some things out there, like in a previous live, of that you felt like once Judge Gull or that basically, I actually think that you even said that you'll never hear Odinism talked about in court.
I think that if this goes to trial, I don't believe that we're ever going to hear the word Brad Holder or Odinism spoken in that trial, because it's not going to be allowed to. I think that, what happened here was wrong. And I think that the court's going to put a stop to it. It's as simple as that. I mean, I think that, we're going to see that whenever there's an issue or a decision issued on the matter. And that doesn't mean they can't take another. I mean, clearly it's been a 6-year-long investigation. They could go the Ron Logan route. They could go several different routes. That doesn't mean there's validity to any of them.
Now, the prosecutors
in a 6-year-long investigation, they've gone down a lot of rabbit holes. They've gone down a lot of paths in this investigation. And so the defense could choose any one of those and pick them apart the way they did with this Odinism thing. That doesn't mean it's true.
Right. Now, the prosecutor's podcast, actually, the one that I'd watched that day that you had talked about them, they were actually talking about how this would be, how this would be talked about during the trial.
The Odinism thing?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They had actually said the opposite.
They would know better than I.
Huh? Yeah.
They would know better than I.
It's just that I remember what you said, and then I remembered listening to them, because they want the cameras in the court. They want to grandstand, play on the whole Odinism, thing. And honestly,
if they're allowed.
Yeah, right. If they're allowed, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, okay, so
really quickly, just because within in any courtroom, and you don't have to be a lawyer to understand this, but there are going to be many conversations in it before we ever get to this trial. As far as, and it's almost like a sporting event. It's like you have to set up the rules of what's acceptable, what's not, what's allowed, what isn't. And in every courtroom, you go back and forth, on getting things admitted to, like if the Alec Murdoch thing. Remember, they tried to keep out all the financial stuff from the murder trial originally.
Yeah.
But then when Alex attorney themselves mentioned the financial stuff, it opened the door so then they could talk about it.
Yeah.
So if the so if the defense wants this Odinism stuff in, the prosecution can fight it and say that, there's no basis for this. They've accused this person. There's no evidence to point towards that. And the judge will then decide, yes, this can be discussed in court, or no, it can't. Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Dog Lover.
But I think I may lose my 12-year-old dog. She's struggling. She came into my life after I lost my brother and saved me. I'm upset.
Aw, Miss Dog Lover. I'm so sorry. Because obviously I'm not sure how long the dog that you have lives for, the lifespan on there. But we all know that our pets, are everything to us.
Before I lose my train of thought, I want to finish my thought really quickly.
No.
So if the defense wants to talk about Odinism, and the prosecution does not want them to talk about it. That, you know, there'll be, you know, they'll be battling in between, you know, outside of the public, of course. And then Judge Gull will determine whether or not they can bring those things up, whether they can talk about Brad Holder, whether they can talk about
right.
And then, you know, let's just hypothetically say that Judge Gull decides that you know, there's no basis for it, so you're not allowed to talk about it. The only way then that could come into trial is if the prosecutor themselves were to like accidentally mention it, and then it would open the door for the defense to be able to talk about it. And I believe they're not going to be allowed to talk about it, but
yeah,
I'm not a lawyer, so.
Right. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we'll see how it plays out. You know, absolutely. Like this thing's going to play out. It's going to play out the way it's going to play out. Simple as that. But I feel like the defense is doing a good job, but they're playing dirty. Like they're really.
What have they won one motion? Have they gotten their way with one motion?
I know. Again, it's the bottom line is they just simply want to get their client off. They want to prove every angle. And again, but probably the thing that bugs me most, I'm sorry, and I'm just going to be quite clear, is people that literally soak this up and buy it like as if there's a lot of truth to it. But if you truly looked at the case and truly looked at what they're saying versus the reality of it, and so many people with this whole 136-page drop keep saying the same thing, a lot of them, right? Which is, while they have to present the facts, they got the picture, so they have to tell the truth. Absolutely not. They don't. Their truth is not the prosecution's truth.
Right. And they don't have to present the truth. They don't.
Well, they clearly didn't. And that, right. Like I said, they gave you a story that went to the whole timeline using pictures, using certain information. It's like cherry picking to every thing that they needed to put out there to show this whole ODINism thing. So out of the third, go ahead.
And I believe they did. I believe that they did all of this at the expense of their credibility and their relationship with the court. Because for anyone that thinks that, you know, I mean, of course, it's comprised of real people. So I mean, you know, yes, they have to abide by a very confined set of rules because of the Constitution and law. But for anyone that thinks that, you know, a court does not take the totality of all of this into play when they make decisions based on these individual emotions, I mean, that's to me foolish, because when you start to accrue multiple wastes of time, basically, for the court,
yeah,
they're not going to listen to. It's almost like a kid, you know, like when you've cried wolf one too many times, people don't take you serious anymore, and that's how lawyers are with the judge. You know, I mean, if you try a judge's patience too many times, you're going to end up losing everything you want from that judge, because they're not going to take you seriously. And I think they've created unnecessary work for the court and wasted their time. And I think eventually Judge Gull is going to be like, you know what? Enough.
Yeah, enough with the tactics. Now, I personally believe that the Franks hearing is going to fail.
I agree.
You know, yeah.
I don't think that. I think the biggest mistake. Well, I mean, I think that what they did with this this memorandum was intentional. I think it was a mistake, but the timing of them asking for cameras in the courtroom, I think, was incredibly ill-conceived, because selfishly, I want cameras in that courtroom, like most of us do. But when you ask for cameras in a courtroom and then you immediately turn around and you try to make an already if you already try, you make an already heightened situation into a circus. I don't feel like they did themselves any favor with that, because I feel like, you know, the judge, if she's looking at all of that together, she's like, okay, so you want cameras in the courtroom and you're going to turn this into a circus atmosphere?
Yeah.
Like, you know, to me, that could be a sacrifice that we all have to pay because of this defense antic. But I hope I still think that there might be cameras in the courtroom, but I'll be interested to see the decision that Judge Gull puts down on all of this. I don't think the defense is going to be happy by any of it, though.
Sorry, Adam, just remind me, when is this Frank's hearing again? I forget.
I mean, it hasn't been granted.
Oh, right. So it's not going to be granted.
I don't think it will. Maybe the one bone that she'll throw the defense is that she lets the cameras in the courtroom, since other people are asking for it too. Yeah. But I don't know if I would have filed that like a week after or a week before I put this mess out.
Yeah. I mean, to me, Judge Gull, you can tell she's a lady that has common sense, that she's very much aware and bright and is smart enough. Do you know what I mean? It's like she's not one of those ladies that you can pull the wool over.
I think she's fair, but she's no nonsense.
Yeah.
From what I've read from her court, when I've read some of her court decisions. Does the judge need to respond to it? She'll have to issue a response to these motions at some point, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if with the Frank's hearing, if she has to do it within a certain amount of time or not. But it's important to remember that she's also, she's a judge from Allen County. She still has a full docket full of court cases that she's presiding over in Allen County every week, all week long. So she was appointed as a judge for this case under special circumstances. So she's doing this on top of all of her other workload right now. Granted, that'll change once it gets to trial, but so anyone that's like, well, she doesn't issue her decisions very quick. Mm-hmm. I mean, the prosecution issued their response to the defense motion earlier this week, and Judge Gull, has probably been in court all week. So I'm not surprised at all that, she's going to spend this weekend, maybe next weekend, reviewing all of this stuff.
SP 74 says, I think she'll grant the motion for the hearing, but it won't be successful. I think she has 30 days to respond.
Okay.
I believe that's correct. Do you think she'll grant the motion?
I don't know. She was an advocate for video recording in the courtroom. Yeah, and she was one of the judges that participated in the pilot program to test out cameras in Indiana courtrooms.
Let's see what Figgy's saying down here. The fact that the defense made the memorandum to influence the jury pool, I think likely pissed the judge off, because the last thing she wants is a mistrial.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I miss Dog Lover. Sorry about your doggy. If it's
yeah, I'm so sorry, Miss Dog Lover.
Not doing too well. But
Fig.
Yeah.
Hey Fig, I loved your interview with Susan. And oh, never mind, that wasn't you.
Oh.
He knows what I'm talking about.
I know. Yeah. Okay. So let me put it out there. So did he try to get an interview with her?
No.
Okay.
Fig and I aren't big enough to talk to Susan Hendricks.
Oh, okay. Because we all know that where is he? We all know that this boy is yeah. Adam. Okay, hold on. I know that you already seen it, but I can't help it. I really like that part where I think it was about here.
Found a reason to keep going and a reason to advocate not only for Libby and Abby, but for other people as well.
So you have.
I'm a huge fan of yours, and I've watched everything you've done, and you're really on it with the documentation and how much work you put into this. It really is extraordinary. So shout out to you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm working on the deep dive on the 136-page thing. That's probably going to end up being like an 8-hour video, but we'll see.
I'll be there.
Look at that.
That was sweet.
There's our boy.
He's so classy.
Yeah. I really love the interview. Again,
I haven't watched it.
You haven't?
No. Oh. I mean, I know the gist of, I think, what they talked about, and I knew it was happening, but I've not actually seen it.
So can you tell me the inside joke that you were saying to Figgy?
What?
He said he called you an SOB.
Well, yeah, because I was giving. we were both giving Tom crap because I think we both like Susan, and so and then so when Tom was talking to her, I was like, oh, never mind.
Whoever I bring, I'm going to trick him soon and say I'm going to interview Ron Logan and see what he does then. Honestly, I was when I saw this live come up earlier this morning, and I was like one of the top people that's like when he uploaded it or whatever, and I was just like, because I was on my iPad and all of a sudden bing, and I'm like, ooh, and I actually listened to the whole thing. I don't normally spend too much time always listening on people's lives, and that I usually go in, if anything, for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then I go back to doing what I was doing. But anyway, so I listened to the whole thing. She's really classy, very bright, very smart lady.
I read the book.
Yeah, you said you read the book. Yeah.
Yeah, I read the book, and I have to say, I was very impressed by the respect that she showed the girls and the families, and I really liked that she didn't try to have a gotcha moment in the book as so much as it wasn't like throwing out like sensational information, because she really just took you through her experience of being a reporter and reporting on this case like she had so many in the past, but then having it affect her in a way that it had not been, that she'd not been affected by certain other cases. And I identified with that because having followed true crime for so long, and you hear about so many cases, and then every once in a while one really touches you in a way that I think anyone that's watching this right now probably feels about Libby and Abby and Delphi. And I just thought that she handled the whole story with a very dignified, respectable, humanistic approach, and I respect her and I appreciated it. Yeah. So I was impressed that when Tom got to talk to her, I was a little bit jealous, but I'm sure he did an incredible job.
Well, I know that Fig's been trying to get me to go on his live a lot too, but I'm just too busy. I just don't have the time. So, maybe Susan Hendricks has more time for Fig, but yeah, I just got too many celebrities on my schedule. So I'm just an FYI. Okay, Fig. So sorry. Anyways, so not your BBF, my BBF. He's a little hottie in a suit, isn't he? I mean, I'd do him if I wasn't married.
Probably a clip-on tie.
Yeah. Isn't he so cute, though? He just.
Right. I mean, don't you think it's probably a clip? It's probably a clip-on tie. Possibly. He just looks so handsome. He looks very handsome.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So does Figgy when he's dressed up too, and his when he's got his whole blazer going on too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen CD.
But I only like to talk to handsome men.
Yeah. Sonny, I will get you on an interview. I'm done, Tom. Overrated. Beyond his background that he did, which is absolutely perfect, to the colors that he chose. To that, actually, I love that tie. He's just, yeah. It's just, it's like having a proud mama moment, going, "That's my boy. That's my boy." On there. But anyways, he's a real suit and jacket and tie, but he probably has on shorts. You know what? Right.
I will say, rumor has it that the one request Susan Hendricks had when she agreed to the interview was that she doesn't talk to people wearing yellow polos. So whether or not that's true, I don't know. It's just what I heard.
Look at Fig. Well, Anya's dad liked my episode with the murder sheet, so true story. Well, my great-grandma's great-grandpa really liked my live yesterday. Not really, but whatever. Sounds good to me.
But I'll listen to. I am going to listen to the interview. Probably when I go to bed tonight. But I was excited for Tom to talk to her, and I'm glad because, like I said, I appreciate when people that I respect are highlighted, and I respect both of them. So, but that doesn't mean I can't. That doesn't mean I can't, jab him a little bit.
Oh, of course not, right? Just like he jabs us, I always got to jab back. So doesn't talk to people. She doesn't talk to people with beach backgrounds.
I don't think Figs ever had me on his show.
Adam, you're not worthy quite yet. You haven't earned your
Right.
stripes. Yeah. One day maybe he'll toss you a
Maybe.
bone, but not right now. Not right now. You're stuck with me, really. Well, sometimes you philander around. I think Lisa was trying to get you in trouble the other day. Oh, I'm pretty sure I saw Adam on another live, and I'm like, he's such a whore. He's such a sloot.
That's rare these days.
You've tamed down a bit. Okay. I'd rather interview Sunny than Susan, to be honest. See, there you have it. You heard it here first, folks. Right? Yeah. Never truer words spoken, right, Fig? Right. Thank you. Okay. Sunny's more interesting, I think. I think I'm more interesting. Yeah. Susan's nice, great. I don't see her hanging from chandeliers like I would do and stuff like that. I just don't see it. Nope, not quite. But she's a very pretty lady. I love her background too.
Oh, and I have to say, when I first, she was on another, was it Surviving the Survivor a few years ago, which was a great live stream for anyone that didn't watch it. But that was the first time I saw this background, and I thought to myself, is that a backdrop? And then I realized that it's her book on the bookcase, and I was like, oh, yeah, like I love it.
I know, right? So I looked at that too, thinking the same thing that you just said, and I was like, no, like that's a real backdrop. Well, I mean, I guess it could be a picture, but still, yeah. Anyways, I meaning I would like that in my place. That whole backdrop. One day I'm going to have a backdrop instead of a gray screen. One day when I'm living in a bigger place, besides being in my bedroom behind a green screen. One day.
Yeah. If I ever go on Fig's show now, he's probably going to put that as the description on me in his title.
Yeah. Having the salute on tonight. Yeah, everyone will know who it is. Okay, now just getting back though to this. I want to get back over to here. So there was a few pictures that I was kind of going, So this one to me is showing the F of Odin. I don't know really what this is supposed to represent amongst his pictures of the crime scene, considering that I don't even want to call it an F because it's just because if we're going to believe what Barbara McDonald showed, that's anyone's interpretation of what that actually is. Personally believe it's blood splatter myself. So I'm like, so where does this picture fit in amongst the pictures he was showing with crime scene photos? Because obviously this isn't something that's on a tree that's in, blood. And this is.
What are we looking at?
Well, I don't know exactly. It's one of the
who posted this?
It's within Brandon's video.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. So for me, it's kind of like there was a few pictures in there. This was one of them. I was like, okay, so because the whole video is supposed to be about Abby and Libby, crime scene information, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, so this reminds me of when I use, an editing program. And it's kind of like when I change the coloring or a sense, and it comes almost like embeveled. So this has that same look, which I've created multiple times when I've been trying to highlight something. But I don't understand this picture of what, besides the Odin rune. This would stand for Odin. This one, but that's not the F that they were portraying on that picture. But don't forget that the defense, they told you about the F, but it was, and they said it was Odin, but then Barbara McDonald showed the information that she had received about the different runes or sticks or whatever. And the F obviously was going upward, which would, if anything, mean wealth, and not this sign, which meant Odin. So I'm not really sure in Brandon's pictures in this video where that falls into play exactly, or what he's trying to show. There's also different things here. I mean, we've seen this list. I don't like why the whole taking the names off. Well, I mean, like I said, the lists have been out there.
These are messages, but those are okay.
Like we've seen these without freaking money. But there was another one that really interested me. I mean, he obviously has a very big dislike for Evans and McClelland. So,
and don't forget, you know, he had a very public, very unsuccessful lawsuit that he filed against Tobe Lazenby. So there's an issue there, whether warranted or not, with officials specifically in Carroll County that he seems to think are not good. What, like I said, whether warranted or not.
Okay.
You can look up his you know, you can look up his history with the law. But you know, it's interesting.
Yeah. This one here was another one that intrigued me. I'm trying to understand, because this looks like it's supposedly from the crime scene area, but I can't say for sure.
I mean, no one could, because it's a wooded hillside, which, you know, could be anywhere.
You know, and that looks like, to me, if anything, that looks like a camera of some sort. That's what that looks like to me. That it could be a camera.
That's not the crime scene area.
I don't think so. You know, if I was to go by just looking at it visually, this is too high near, like, the crime scene is like here. Okay, here's the crime scene. Okay, that's the flowers that Anna would have put between the trees, because Anna put white flowers between the trees. So if anything, I would think that that's the white flowers that Anna put between. But you see how it's a lot flatter? And then this is like as if it's already going up the hill part. I don't understand this picture. And I'm not sure if this picture is supposed to be of that belt or what this picture means.
Right. Sonny, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Fig's comment is funny.
What's Fig's comment? Gotta come back to the screen. I think if all the YouTube creators posted the type of drugs that they take, prescribed or others, this would make so much sense. Yeah. So I don't know. You know, I mean, I'm just going to keep an eye on Brandon Woodhouse's channel, you know, see if there's actually some photos out there. Like, there's a couple in here that I haven't seen before, but most of this stuff really is photos that are already out there. So to me, if you have anything from the True Thumb Drive, that's what I'd be interested in seeing. But so he made
a lot of messages from Chris Todd, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, there was reference to Chris Todd and some argument thing going on, and I don't know. But Brandon did say something like, again, I get that the guy's like not in the right place of mind for, you know, obviously if he's doing rehab, you know, that says a lot. But does that still kind of like Tierra take away from perhaps some truth that's in there? Like,
or is he just being manipulated by people?
Right. You know, so to me, so he did, what he said was the pictures that I seen, which would be from the thumb drive, it like are just truly horrific and things that I don't wish to kind of see again. that they were so disturbing. So again, the proof is in the pudding. I don't wish to see Abby and Libby's pictures put out there on display for the world. Like even myself, as much as I want to see the crime scene, I don't wish to see it publicly. You know, if they were sent to me privately and it was something that I would hold on to for the sake of, because I'm so very much interested in what's in that crime scene. And I don't even know. Because it's one thing to look at it from the helicopter perspective. It would be devastating if I literally truly saw Abby and Libby, how they were. No, I mean, that would just be, I don't even know that I would want to see them privately, actually, because it would just be too, you know, you don't want certain memories to stick in your head, like visually. And that would probably scar my brain and something I would never forget seeing. But anyways, there's a lot of stuff on there. So if there's some accuracy to what he's saying, then post some things that are actually from the thumb drive, that are actually things that aren't out there, without it being, say, the descriptive pictures or whatever of Abby and Libby. But, you know, so we'll wait, see, whatever. I take everything with a grain of salt and really let the court system play out the way it's going to play out. And hopefully the truth comes out of all this. Who knows? You know, did Richard Allen do this all by himself? Was there more than one? Who knows? Again, I just have a hard time seeing Gnome, Mr. Little Gnome there doing all this. I personally do. I just have a hard time seeing Gnome doing all. I can see one person making two girls do something. I can see all that. What I can't visualize is, you know, Richard Allen not only taking control of the girls, going across that river, up the embankment, and then creating some sort of, you know, crime scene to deflect from the right direction, to make it seem like something else, and then posing Abby with her leg underneath of her other leg. I think it was the left leg going underneath. And this is the one I question too. Why is Libby's shoe and Libby's phone underneath Abby's backside? That's strange to me. I don't know. Just seems like, well, I thought there was one shoe on the private drive and one in the water there. So that would be like another shoe. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how well you can see the shoe. You know, obviously you can tell the difference between a Converse and, you know what I mean? Obviously, if you're looking at a picture, you know if it's not the Nike shoe, you know if it's the Converse, but they said it was Libby's. So to me, you know, like I said, if we don't see the pictures, you know, so we don't know exactly how much of that shoe is poking out, you know, but typically by looking at the sole, and you're going to see something obviously to know it's a shoe underneath of Libby or Abby. Sorry. I know, poor Streamlabs and the thing. So in saying that, most of these pictures that he has put out on his video, you know, like, really are. I'm not going to bring up the conversations he was like. You guys can go watch the video yourself. On and the YouTube channel is Brandon Woodhouse, and you guys can decipher stuff for yourself. You know, like he has things like the Cody Patty thing about the nutting some girl or something like that. You know, just everything that we've really seen. Besides, there's a few, you know, like a few things in there. And then this is just the different angles. And I don't know if it's this tree or this tree where Anna put these two trees. Anna put her flowers between two trees. I want to say it's these two trees, but that's not being 100% certain. This is the sliding of the, you know, down to the private drive here. This would be like this kind of like the slide marks going down that hill. So I'm not sure how many times people have crossed over that bridge and went down this part of it, like before the girls' lives were taken. I don't know. But anyways, that's what that imagery is. At first I thought, oh, is that the crime scene, without really looking. And I was like, oh no, there's the private drive there. Okay. So I was like, oh, is that, but then you had Ron Logan talking about pristine. I still think that Ron Logan was talking about pristine as that's how the crime scene was left, like pristine, as if you didn't even know that there was 2 girls that lives were taken there. And see, like this picture, we can find that one on the internet all day long. It's just that some of the stuff is, you see it, but it's not as common as some of the things that are out there. Like, I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Like, I have no clue. What? Does anyone have an idea what he's trying to show in this picture? Anybody?
It's a coffin.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's a grave thing.
Yeah. Oh. No idea what, I don't know the context.
I guess it was.
Just me super chat, $4.99. Thank you. Love your channel.
That's so sweet. Just me. Thank you so much. Love that.
Thank you much, Just me. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think it was because of like for me, when I see it now, I get it. But when I was looking at it, the dimension didn't seem that far away. I thought it was some sort of cooler looking thing. But now that you say that, it makes sense on there.
I'm not into it.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't even know whose coffin that's supposed to be, or just, I don't even know. Is that supposed to represent one of the girls? I don't think so. I don't know. And I actually don't care to know, to be honest. It makes no difference of justice. This, I guess, is I don't know. Like I said, there's a couple of things that interest me that I really don't know what they're about. And honestly, I don't think I'm going to get into any more of the pictures that he has, because you guys, let's see.
Messaged him, Sonny?
Hey?
Have you messaged him?
I did.
Did you?
Yeah, about a couple of weeks ago.
Did he respond?
No. Probably because I'm not a guy, first of all. Have you talked to him? Did you say you talked to him?
Not personally.
Oh, okay. No, I mean
I wish the guy well. I just, I like to look at everything I like to look at everything from a different, from the perspective all the way around. So when I'm not just going to take someone's word for something. I look at all elements of it, and I can't figure out whether he's intentionally deceiving people, whether he's being manipulated, whether he believes what he's saying, whether something actually happened. But I don't know. And I'm not so.
Well,
but I'm not putting any weight into any of it.
Right. I'm putting more weight into it than obviously you are. Of some, like I'm going to try to give them a bit of the benefit of the doubt of that. They're like, for instance, sees through. Why would that photo? No, these photos here, any of these photos are to me off the internet already. Maybe with a couple that are sent personally. Like, I don't know whose coffin that they're trying to portray, if that's Abby's or Libby's, and they're trying to portray that as an image. Almost everything like pretty much 100% of everything that's on his video is stuff that is gettable on the internet. And so, right, these are private conversations that he's having with somebody as well, because obviously there's some ones, and you can see that in the video that he put out. But I don't see anything that's worthy of thumb drive material should he have it.
Now, where's this thumb drive? You know, because if the discovery took up computer after computer and hard drive after hard drive and laptop after laptop and so many terabytes, how did he receive it all on a thumb drive? Because I've never seen a thumb drive that big.
Yeah. Stop screen for 1 second. Sorry.
Like, just like, you know, when I first saw that this thumb drive index was out on like a Google Drive, which made no sense to me either. I was like, oh, so you're telling me that now all of these terabytes of discovery, they fit onto a thumb drive index, you know, to be indexed onto a thumb drive? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not a tech guy, but doesn't seem logical to me.
Yeah. Yeah, just quickly on. Yeah, CJK. It's probably because if you're trying to type fig.solves, it's going to come up like you're trying to post a link or something, if that's what happened there. And thanks again, just me, by the way. What I was going to say is, for Brendan Woodhouse, for anyone that hasn't seen that video with the pictures that I'm talking about, that I'm not going to show you all of because I couldn't be asked, to be honest. Oh, I can be asked. I just don't care to. I showed you what I wanted to show you. You guys can go watch it on Brandon's channel yourself. And I would say I would do that quickly if you haven't, because he has a habit of putting up videos, taking them down, putting them up, taking them down, putting them up, taking them down. So, which is what he's done this time. It's almost like he redid it this time around. I don't know. Maybe it was the same one. See, because what happened was when we got off our live last night, Daniel from Famously Unfamous had sent me all these pictures and said that he had so I went to go click on the video and it said it was taken down. And of course, Daniel, like myself, when you see someone put up that you know takes down their videos, you're gonna freaking record that as fast as you can. So he's left it up for a while now. So if you want to actually watch it yourself, I recommend that you do so. Go to Brandon Woodhouse and watch the video. That way, before it gets taken down, probably again, it might stay up, but
and
it
again,
might.
one more thing, as far as like, I mean, I don't know if anyone has ever had the same experience, but do you know when someone says that they know this, and there's this constant, influx of information they have, but they can never,
right? They
can never ever give you any sort of substantial or tangible proof of its existence.
Yes,
they may believe it. I don't know, but don't you think if someone received a thumb drive full of all of the discovery, and they have the opportunity to put something to prove their point out, because they're putting out multiple videos saying they have this and saying they're going to do this, but then they don't provide anything that hasn't then been shown somewhere else, or that isn't something that's just lore on the internet. I don't know. I feel like you'd provide some piece of evidence to prove what you're saying, so that you have credibility.
Absolutely.
And when you can't do that, I think that's telling.
You lose your credibility.
And I understand that not every claim can be substantiated. As far as like we've all been told things that might pan out to be true.
Yeah.
And we don't have to provide truth or proof for that. But I'm not going to go out and present that information.
Yeah.
Until I've either then seen proof or it proves to be true.
Yeah. And that's what he's doing.
I'm not saying Brandon's lying. I just feel like someone that's getting this much attention, I don't see why this person's getting all this attention. And because I don't know how well this person is, and I think it's unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's exactly how I see it, Adam, myself. Exactly how you just laid it out there. Exactly, right? If you got some proof, throw out a couple of tidbits that something that nobody would have, because anything that's been shown here is stuff you can grab off the internet. So if you're going to put out a video, or you're going to keep saying that you have this thumb drive with all this information and blah 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 blah, then put your money where your mouth is, type of thing.
And this index that was referenced in this, that was not originally put out by Brandon Woodhouse. Nor do I believe that that index has anything of substantive proof in it. I feel like someone created that index and put it out like it was
Very likely
something that the defense sent out.
Right. Well, like I said,
I don't believe it. I mean, first of all, it's a Google Drive, and they're saying it's a thumb drive that was. I mean,
yeah. It's just one of those things. Again,
and you know, it's all these like little bullet points that, you know, they're all either, you know, things that are in public documents we know about, or they're rumors that have gone out that are trying to fit a narrative that someone wants to push. And I know some people out there in this community that do those things, sadly.
Oh, absolutely.
Like we said, it's like, you know, it's no different than putting out audio that is not for an event, but then they say it's for this crime. I mean,
right.
There's no reason to do that, but people do.
I remember too when people were sharing, oh shoot, what's their names? The ones from in Idaho, the Bill one. Shoot,
what?
Can't think of those two. The two girls, Lyric and the two girls, Lyric.
Elizabeth and Lyric.
Yeah, Elizabeth and Lyric. Thank you.
Yeah.
And they were trying to people were trying to put that one out of these two tarps that were over, you know, in the area for Delphi, acting like it was Abby and Libby and stuff like that, whether that's stupidity or whatever. But at the end of the day, for Brandon Woodhouse, if you're going to talk the talk, you better walk the walk with it. Again, quit telling people that you have all this evidence, and then you literally in this video show nothing of anything that meant anything to that evidence besides stuff that was from Google searching and personal conversations you were having, obviously, with someone. So again, right, walk the walk, you know, talk the talk, walk the walk, then back it up. I've seen nothing for him that has backed it up besides a lot of this. So you're going to lose credibility if you keep doing stuff like that, if you already haven't already. Anyways, Maureen says, my son is not a big guy. He was a National Guard. My son was a sniper on a recon team in Afghanistan. He was one of 8 Americans in the mountains fighting the Taliban and the ISIS. Obviously, your son, thank you for his service.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you're very proud of your son.
Yeah.
And obviously, I remember.
Should be. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover.
She just wants to hear Rickroll.
I'm interested to know who thinks whether RA did it alone. It's a lot for one person to do.
We each have our different opinions on that, but before I go back to that, let me just say that again. So for Maureen, again, very proud of your son. Never thought in my life that war would last as long as it did. Crazy, like honestly, that thing went on for 20-something years, wasn't it? It's not anymore, right? Like
No.
It's crazy. But anyways, very proud of your son.
Maureen, thank you for your son. Thank you. That me.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine being his mom during that time. So.
Oh,
God
absolutely.
bless you.
I mean, like I don't live in the United States. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Adam.
Oh no, you're fine. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I know that in the U.S., like I said, you're like we're Canada. What we got a small little amount of people that are probably our one ship and stuff like that. And I know that in the United States, you guys are always thanking people, of course, for the service because you guys, like I said, you guys are usually at war while we're sitting there back watching you guys over here in Canada, to be honest with you. So I just want to say from a Canadian over here, absolutely, you're proud of your son. And yeah, anyone that goes to war to fight for their country, to fight what they believe in, regardless if some people believe that's right or wrong, not getting into any politics on this, that regardless, I'm sure she was very scared, but yet very proud by the same token of what her son has accomplished, because that war was crazy.
Yeah.
And for Miss Dog Lover, again, I think there's just a difference of opinions. I personally have, and like I said, I could absolutely be wrong, and Fig could be totally right, and Aspen Connor and whoever else believes that Richard Allen was the solo and all this. And the thing is that it's not like it's not plausible. I just have it's just, you know, this case has been so twisted between the introduction of Kagan Klein, between, you know, like for how long that this case and people looking into it. And then you have, like I said, for me, you have Garrett Kurtz talking about the Paladinos, who was said to be part of Delphi, and all this stuff going on. And then to go, oh, really? One person? I mean,
yeah.
Like Fig had said, right? Like, sorry if the truth sounds boring.
True, you know.
Hmm?
I said that's true. You know, sad. I mean, I'm not. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, sad, you know. Sometimes I think, you know, people are just unwilling to accept that. You know, sometimes, you know, a very complicated case can actually have a very simple answer. It's just it's been so overcomplicated by everything surrounding it for 6 years. That, you know, and again, I think everyone's entitled to their opinion. I just, you know, I think everyone knows I believe that Richard Allen acted alone. And I think there's a lot of evidence to support that, or allegedly Richard Allen acted alone. And there's a lot of evidence to support that. I mean, we've yet to see another person charged with it. We've yet to see anyone else mentioned in any of the court filings by the prosecution, or even in the defense. I mean, there was no correlation connected to Richard Allen with any of these people. You know, Keegan Klein's in jail now. He's sitting in prison. We've never seen any charges brought to him again with this crime. Same with anyone else.
And yeah, I you know, for me personally, like, even when I had my own PI, whether people thought so or not, I always had an open mind. Like, if there was something else that surfaced to try to, you know, make me look a different way and stuff like that. And obviously, when Richard Allen came out, meaning his picture and who he was, and then going back and looking at the picture and going, whoa, you know, these, like, if I took away the mustache and everything like that on Richard Allen, it's kind of almost like they were almost twinsies. But anyways, regardless. So once his thing came out, then I could sit there and go, okay, let me go look at the picture now. And then I'm going, oh.
Well, you know, I have a question for anyone that, like, thinks,
hi, Ben.
that, you know, how could one person have done what we think to have been done to them at that crime scene?
Right.
You know, I mean, if you look at the timeline of, I'm going to go by the PCA here, as far as, we know the video was taken at 2:13 p.m. And then we know that, you know, Sarah Carborough saw someone walking down 300 at 3:57 p.m. So in that time frame, you have an hour, and you have over an hour and a half. I don't believe that it's inconceivable at all for one person to do all of the things that were done. And I think they actually would have plenty of extra time to accomplish, you know, what they did and leave the crime scene. I mean, Brian Koberger went into a house and, you know, allegedly, and within 8 to 10 minutes unalived 4 people. Ted Bundy was in the sorority house in Florida, much less time than an hour and over an hour and a half. I think there's so many examples of unalivings taking place in a small amount of time, and I think that what happened to Libby and Abby, I think there was an extraordinary amount of time for him to accomplish those things.
Mm-hmm. So Ben says, hi, Sunny and Aspen. Does Kathy Allen saying RA was in the National Guard change? Okay. And so, by the way, I keep hearing about this National Guard thing. Was that something recently?
It was said in the defense
in that document,
as far as something about Kathy Allen stating that Richard had been in the National Guard, and that's why he always wore his hair short.
Sorry, where was that said, did you say?
It was in the memorandum, and it was talking about how
okay.
Richard always worn his hair short.
I guess that part didn't stick out to me.
Probably
because I never got to it.
I'm sorry. I would like to see. I would like to see a National Guard picture of him. I've not seen one. I'm not disputing that. If Kathy Allen says it, I don't see why she would have any reason to lie about it. But it doesn't change my opinion in one way or another as far as whether he was capable of this.
You know, no, it doesn't change my mind whatsoever. Do I believe that Richard Allen as a person, without looking at the crime scene part, in a sense, do I think that Richard Allen is capable of having a gun and, of course, directing two girls that are scared shitless out for their life and directing them? Absolutely. Stuff like that happens all the time when, you know, someone takes control, when they got one of those pew, 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 you know, or just whatever. It just depends what kind of, how your body reacts. And about, like I said, if you're totally just in shock and not even sure what you should do and so I want you guys to think perhaps about this, including myself. So back a while ago, when I had messaged David Erskine, and I said, I know you're not allowed to talk because there's a gag order on about, you know, things. I said, so I'm not asking you to tell me what's at the crime scene, but I'm going to put what I am seeing, or if I'm seeing this, could you just say yes or no to what I'm seeing versus him, like, right, because they're on a gag order. So now I had messaged him with that a long time ago, way prior to the gag order. And so I said to him when I had talked to him, when he did answer me back the next time, I said, how come you never answered me back when I messaged you like months back? And he goes, basically telling me, because the stuff that I was saying at the crime scene, that I was like a wackadoodle. And I'm like, oh, okay. So are these images that I'm seeing, like, for instance, that so-called bunny rabbit plush animal? Okay, now that's imagery from Devil's Hop Yard imagery, and that people deem that as a stuffed animal. Right. We've heard people say stuff like, I think it was Julie that said, you know, that there was an item there so big, there's no way he could have had it on him. It had to have either been there already, or else somebody else put it there, whatever. Either way. So what I'm going to say is this. We don't know how big that crime scene was, how much items were actually left. We know a couple of things that did happen. We know that the LE went around wanting to know if somebody had like some sort of knife collection. We also know that, and Richard Allen does, and they also wanted to know about video recording. And so Robert Ives had made a couple comments. And if you go back and look at it, the thing that he was actually trying to talk about was the way that Abby's leg was positioned when he was talking about like possibly 2 or 3 signatures. That was one of the things, was the posing of the leg. So because that was brought up, you could go back in hindsight now, and the way he worded it, now you can reference
posing in general.
Yeah, posing in general. So meaning he said that anyone would want to take a picture of it. And he said that there was so much physical evidence there that anyone would want to take a picture of it. Now, granted that what they're saying is that it was basically to misdirect from what was at the crime scene. So do I believe that stuff is there and stuff like that? So in my head, the National Guard thing for Richard Allen, absolutely. I can picture Richard Allen like any other dude that whatever. I can't wrap my head around why Mr. Gnome would create this, not knowing what's exactly there or how much is there. But knowing that they were asking about videos and stuff like that, in my mind, the way I picture it was some sort of perhaps to made to look like it was some sort of ritual, or maybe not. I don't know. None of us have seen the actual pictures. You know, it's one thing to, it's kind of like the way that the defense was laying out a picture for you to, you know, without pictures. They were trying to give you the story and you're visualizing it. So from anything that I've known about the Delphi case, I'm trying to visualize between Robert Ives' words to what I'm trying to see in the things, knowing that basically Dave Erskine is calling me a Fruit Loop for even thinking that some of this stuff was there. So that bunny rabbit, for instance, might not even be a bunny rabbit at all. It looks like a bunny rabbit, but it might not even be a freaking stuffed animal at all. It could be, it might not be, you know, because the imagery is very tricky on what you think you're seeing versus what's truly there. There's a couple of images that have popped out that I can see that I know are like what I call daggers or knives or whatever you want to call them, you know, and what I see to be a recording of something. But I also know that there's these stupid white things in the trees that look like a round freaking camera as well. So am I thinking that that round ball thing is a camera, or is it one of those stupid things like there's like in this picture? I'll tell you right here. I'll show you one just to explain what I am talking about. Is in this picture right here. Okay, in the trees around there, I'll say that there's something that kind of looks like this that's in the trees above. And I'm like, hold on, like, am I mistaking this round object, even though this one, right? I mean, I have like, is that like a little skull on top of a head? I don't know what this is, but I'm just saying that within the trees, there's these white ball things that look like round cameras. So am I somehow perceiving that to be a camera when really it's this thing that grows?
Or is it just a light distortion, or you know, light coming through at an angle that looks circular?
Right. You know, and the thing is that, like I said, all I've ever been trying to do is make hide nor hair out of the crime scene. Just trying to do everything possible to see if what I'm seeing is accurate, knowing that perhaps one day we'll find out the truth. You know, it's a lot of tedious work, and it's extremely hard knowing that you can see certain branches, you can see a body. One is very clear about where the
and I feel like at this point, I feel like we finally, you know, I feel like all of those things were so important when we didn't, like, with, you know, before there was an arrest, before we knew who did this, and you know, again, it's alleged, but to me, I feel like all of those things now are things that will play out in court. And I'll be so interested to find out those details, but I don't feel the need to like sit there and devour like pictures and like try to like examine them you know, so minutely anymore, because I feel like, you know, there's someone that, you know, they think is responsible for this, and I want to see the evidence that they're going to present to prove that. And I think that because of that, they'll be showing all of these pictures and talking about it, and I think we're going to get a much clearer picture than we ever did before. And again, I maintain that I don't think that what we read in that defense memorandum is indicative of actually what they found. I don't think that we know whether or not they have DNA. I mean, as far as Richard Allen's, I don't know. I don't know yet what they found on his devices. I'll be incredibly interested to find out, but them saying there's no connection on any of his devices or anything like that, I don't trust. Because they also then said, we haven't had a chance to read all of the discovery. We haven't read everything. Oh, and there is another large batch of things for us to pick up that's available, but we haven't done it yet.
Right.
So there were a lot of caveats in the information that was presented to us, that presented an out for them. So that, you know, like, oh, well, we just haven't seen it.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, the trickery.
And people are taking that as, you know, people are like, oh, there was nothing on his devices. There was nothing found in his home.
But
you know,
we haven't looked at any.
But we haven't seen everything. We don't know about everything yet. Right. And it's not that we haven't been given it. It's just that we haven't picked it up yet.
Exactly. So And that's like I said, someone picking up on that, just like I did when I read that, and then saying, oh, okay. So again, you're presenting the things that you want to, obviously the whole Odinism line, but hey, wait a minute. Let me just look at those little footnotes or those little words again somewhere that are saying, but hey, we haven't. And the thing is, most people are going to see what they want to see. And some of those little notes in there that they're saying that they're overlooking because they're too busy believing in that particular part and forgetting about the line that said.
And that's another reason we know this was written for the court of public opinion, not for Judge Gull, because Judge Gull will not overlook those things. She knows those details. Judge Gull is going to see through that BS immediately. You know, and so I mean, the defense I think knew that this was not going to get them the result that they that they're anticipating, but they wanted this out there. You know,
I think that they got
the actual information that was pertinent to the Franks hearing motion that they put forth was 13 pages long. There was no reason to add approximately 13 pages. There was no reason to add another 123 pages, other than for the effect they wanted it to have on the public.
Right. They wanted the true crime sleuths on the public.
Yes.
I mean, they wanted the news media. They wanted everyone to be doing exactly what's going on.
Right.
They wanted this. You never know who's going to be on that jury pool, and at the end of the day, someone's going to be like, have this in their head or whatever. And again, for people that aren't in true crime that come across this and perhaps are potential jurors, again, they're not going to sit there like we are and just, and sit there and go, oh, well, they said this, but then they also said, but we haven't gone through the information yet. Some people will pick up on that and others will go right by it, like, because they didn't even notice the words or how it was worded. And that's the whole trickery of, to me, this thing is that you have the true crime sleuths that, do the deeper diving into it than people that usually just come in to watch what each of the creators are talking about, and there's us that, like I said, try to deep dive into it. And the bottom line of that whole defense thing starts with 13 pages was towards the Franks hearing. The rest of it was for public opinion, so that this is exactly what could go on. And again, to the people that are in true crime that decipher it and will go through it all, they can see the trickery that's behind the words, and that's why, for me, I just want to bring.
It was all over the national news, even as far as this cult-like defense that they're presenting. I mean, they got the effect in the public opinion, in the public avenue or the public arena that they wanted. But I think they did it at the cost of their credibility with the court.
Yeah.
And that's all that actually matters right now.
The credibility of the court.
Which to me means that shows that they're not actually doing the best job they can at defending their client. They're doing the best job they can at garnering themselves attention for the job they're doing and for who they are. Because, this is going to be the biggest career of Andrew Baldwin's life and Brad Rosie. So,
Now, in that, Daisy, I agree with you.
I don't know.
But he got a pharmacy tech license, and that Murder Sheets has misreported his position at CVS over and over again. I remember this. Do you, Adam, as well? Okay. I remember that he wasn't a pharmacist, but he had a pharmacist.
No, he's not a pharmacist. He's a pharmacy tech.
Yeah, and some sort of manager or whatever.
The pharmacy tech is, for anyone that ever goes to the pharmacy to get a prescription, the pharmacy tech is going to be the one typically that that might retrieve your prescription and check you out, but they're not going to be the one filling the prescription, and they can fill other roles in the store, but the only person that's going to be actually handling the medication. Before it's in the bottle is going to be the pharmacist.
Yeah. Drives me too crazy daisy when I watch Vinny on court TV. You know, just bring on every Tom, Dick, and Harry. It doesn't matter what their what kind of crap comes out of it. And I mean, I get it, because at the I just, in my head, I would like to think that court TV and certain channels like News Nation would be more credible with who they're bringing on, and not because it okay. So court TV and more reputable type things than, say, the National Enquirer. So I feel like that the stuff that sometimes News Nation is doing now and court TV is more like National Enquirer type things. You know, and it's taking away from, to me, a more credible show anymore, that where I would think that they had more credibility. But yeah.
Sorry.
No, that was it. Go ahead.
I mean, I feel the same way, but then I do go back and forth a little bit, because I also think to myself that, you know, they're going to look for guests that are attractive to the audience.
Right.
And a lot more people now get their information from podcasts and from content creators. And, you know, so where I think sometimes they can lack credibility when you're watching someone like that on a program like Court TV, you know, so I think you get a lot more truth and unfiltered actual authenticity, you know, from those people than you do some of the people that are giving sound bites and they're giving, you know, that are trying to sell a book or anything like that. You know, like a Chris Todd, who wrote a book accusing Ron Logan of being the bridge guy, and then peddling himself throughout this case all over the place because they're trying to sell a book. You know, the difference in, like, you know, when I say that with Susan Hendricks is not putting something inflammatory that's accusing a specific person of this crime to sell the book. She's just giving her experience in covering the case. I don't take that as someone that's trying to push a narrative. But you know, like, I would rather see a podcaster or a YouTuber that is authentic on Court TV just as much as I would Mark Garagos, who, you know, we know is selling something.
You talking about the lawyer, you know?
Or any of them.
Yeah.
I highlighted one thing. I can't remember what it was just now, but Miss Dogliver said about something about mental health records, and I just wanted to point out really quickly. You know, the defense has made such a stink, even though there wasn't too much of a mention about his mental health in this, other than, you know, the ODIN patches creating, you know, wreaking havoc on him, even though he didn't know to be afraid of them. But the prosecution has filed a motion trying to get Richard Allen's mental health records only, not you know, it's not, they're not trying to get them for his whole life. They're not trying to get them all over for anything other than the time from the day he was moved to Westville until present. So if his mental health has taken such a hit, and and he's in such this state of despair, yet they've not filed any motions saying that he's not competent to stand trial, but the defense keeps talking about how his mental health has declined so rapidly, but he's fine to stand trial. And so the prosecution has asked for his mental health records only pertaining to the time he's been at Westville, and the defense has fought that. So if you're saying your client is suffering from a mental health crisis, don't you think that it's fair to let the party that you're arguing against that with know why? Or to know, you know, with, you know, because when they had the psychologist come in there after the last safekeeping order, they deemed that he was fine. they deemed that he should stay in Westville because there was no threat posed and that his mental health was fine, and that he needed no third party interference as far as, or what's the word? They didn't even want to come in and like intervene. So if you're still arguing it, then why? Because you don't want to actually show the records. So that's my thing.
You still want, I know, right, Daisy? On there. I just want to say, I want to say a couple things actually quickly. So Tom Webster, if you're still loving us and watching us, he sent a bashful thing. Oh, you're making me blush. I forgot that somebody had messaged earlier, and then I went to go look at it quickly, and it was Tom saying, "Oh, you're making me blush." But I want you to know, Tom, I did share that with Becky Patty, and she said thanks. Just because I wanted her to see it, because I really thought it was a great interview. That if Becky hadn't seen it, then I had sent her the link to watch it, because it really was, a good interview. I really liked when Susan Hendricks was talking about how, like, I think it was, like when Kelsey wrote that story. Remember the one that came out, and like whatever it was, that essay story or whatever. But how Susan Hendricks, at first when she goes in, right, it's just a story that you gotta, go here, talk to this person, and then of course, like, talking about the innocence of Kelsey, and about, she was talking also about how, like, in the Gabby Petito case, where like the brother is really struggling, Gabby Petito's, but then they find a purpose, just like Kelsey. You find a purpose, and she found a purpose, and so and saying that they're struggling with their own life in a sense because of the guilt and stuff like that that's going on, that nobody could ever fathom that of what Kelsey was feeling herself, knowing that she dropped off the girls, and just like at the end of the day. So I really love that part when Susan Hendricks was talking about a reminder about people like Kelsey, that Gabby Petito's brother. Those people are struggling too, very much so. Yeah. And sometimes, like, everyone's focused on Gabby Petito and the parents, but yet there's these siblings and cousins and different people that are suffering very much internally as well, and that they don't forgotten about. Right. Because, husband, do you need me? Okay. And so, so I wanted to say that, well, about to Kathy on your comment. And
I've not listened to the interview. I'm sorry, Sonny. Good.
No, you're right. You haven't, and exactly. But it was a great interview. I watched it from start to finish. Love Tom. He really is just a great guy. Does a wonderful job with Delphi. Honestly, I respect people that are just out there to provide truth and transparency. And Tom puts it in a very definitely likable, methodical way, so that people can understand it, point by point by point. So where this channel lacks in that type of thing, because we just kind of talk about things. Me and Adam can easily do a live and have no set thing. Like, we know what we're going to talk about per se, but we just kind of talk about, like, for instance, I knew I was going to be talking about Tom Webster, Susan Hendricks, and Brandon Woodhouse today. Sometimes it goes off track of that, and whatever veers off. But at the end of the day, we can just easily talk about Brandon Woodhouse, show pictures without really never discussing it, because we can easily just talk to people and don't have an issue. People like my twin sister and Tom like to be more methodical, because that's how they do things, in a pinpoint structure and a way. So, like I said,
I might have that all written down.
I'm sure Deb has my notes on all this, to be honest with you.
And I agree.
Miss Dog Lover.
I think Miss Dog Lover does it so I don't talk.
Let me know, Miss Dog Lover, when your paycheck runs out. Okay.
I think, again, like I said, earlier, how much I respect both Susan and Tom, but, I know that I do know that, Tom's not into drama. He does this for the right reasons, and I appreciate him, and I'm glad that he was able to do this interview. And having read Susan's book, even though I've not watched the interview, I one of the things that struck me, well, one, if you haven't read the book, it's great. I listened to the audio version, which I loved because Susan reads it, and she's got a great voice. There's a lot of inflection she puts on her emotion in some of it, and Kelsey reads the foreword that she wrote for it, and to hear Kelsey kind of tell her story a little bit in the foreword, that was moving. But you were referencing this about the effect that finding a purpose had on Kelsey and the guilt she felt. Yeah. And that was something that when I was reading the book, it struck me because the thing, Kelsey was 17 years old, and it was her sister. It was like this, for anyone that reads, she talks about, it was the constant in her life through all of their life, when their parents were going through the divorce, when they were not together, they weren't sure where they were going. They weren't sure whose house they were at day to day. And, until they landed at Mike and Becky's house, they had no constant in their life other than each other.
Correct.
And so to hear Kelsey talk about that, and then talk about how she never even thought about the fact that she wouldn't have Libby with her for every event in both of their lives. It never even dawned on her, because in her entire life and in Libby's entire life, the one thing that had been consistent was each other.
Yeah.
And that struck me in a different way than it had prior to having read that and hearing her say it. And then to hear her talk about the guilt she felt and how she really spiraled after Libby passed away, and not just because her sister was gone, but because she felt this sense of guilt. And that, she wasn't quite sure where to go with it. And then when they went to the Crime Con in 2018, it was the first time that she actually felt a purpose in it, because she was able to then take control of what happened. And she said she's had many times that wasn't the case after the fact. But it was CrimeCon 2018 where she realized there was this whole community. She met people that had been affected in a similar way. And that she then felt was a purpose for her. But if you also then think about it, that's also the time that she started to get attacked. So yeah. Once she started to take a little bit more of a vocal standpoint on her sister homicide, people started to then accuse her of horrific things, which is exactly what caused her to hit rock bottom in the first place, was the internal guilt she felt.
Yeah,
and that
absolutely.
I was so moved by that, because I was like, I can't imagine what it would be like to go through that. As I'm 42 years old, and I can't imagine what that would feel like. She was a 17-year-old girl having to deal with all of those emotions at the same time. That
I know. I mean,
it broke my heart, and it also made me admire her so much, and I think that was something that struck Susan as well. And I think that I don't know. I was impressed.
Yeah. So, Adam, just quickly, obviously the Eye of Sophius is in here. And he says you're going to be shocked and disappointed at this outcome. Your thoughts? So, welcome, Eye of Sophius.
What outcome? I'm shocked and disappointed at what outcome?
I think it's here, this channel, Eye of Sophius.
I'm curious. And maybe do they mean like the Brandon Woodhouse thing? What are they referring to? I'm curious.
The Eye of Sophius is totally off of it on a different trail than our channel. So again, there's multiple channels out there. Again, each to their own perception of whatever they deem the Delphi, case is about and stuff like that. all I know with Eye of a Sophia is from anything that I had watched, I was left with a brain ache, to be honest with you. No offense, but didn't understand half the time what you were showing. But there's a lot of people out there that try to tell me to keep coming over and watching your stuff. I have watched your stuff.
So is that comment in reference to their videos? You're going to be shocked and disappointed?
I'm not really sure. So if you want to expand on that, feel free, and I'll put up your comment. But I'm not really sure. Only because I don't actually really watch
like to know.
Yeah, but meaning I have no problem you being in here and saying your thought, knowing that we don't attack the family, but we don't mind.
I mean, chances are, we've been shocked throughout this case many times, but I would like to know what they're referencing or referring to.
Yeah, absolutely. If he wants to,
and let us know why. So I'm open to hearing that. I understand the defense has to do their job, but this was not done by her.
I agree.
We know.
No, there's nothing there that any person that's in ODINism would sit there and say that they did this. It's not the way that they work. But you never, like I said, has been having a coughing attack there. I was so he may be the one who's disappointed. It all points to Alan. Ellie has more evidence than we know, and nothing points to a meth ring, a shadow man that we have seen. One day, hopefully we'll all know, right? And then it just becomes a matter if people still want to continue not believing it or believing it.
I just remembered one other little thing from the book that that Susan Hendricks talked about when she went out to the trail one time at the bridge with Kelsey, and Kelsey had found a geocache thing when she was with Susan, and inside the little box was a heart, and she told Susan, she said, "Oh, Libby might have left this there," and like that part, I was like, "Oh."
So sorry, I didn't get to the first part of what you said. I caught the end part. What was the first part of what you said about this little
one
heart?
of the part, like there was a brief part of the book where she talks about how she went out to the trails of the bridge with with Kelsey one time, and Kelsey had found a geocache box, and she was explaining geocaching to Susan.
Right.
And inside the box was a little heart, and I can't remember. And she said to Susan, "Oh, Libby might have left this here." And I was like, and just like, I can't imagine the magnitude of the emotions that would have that would have been felt there. And that was back in 2019.
Well, the book's on Amazon, right?
2018 or 2019.
The book's on Amazon, correct?
Yeah.
Susan Hendricks' book there.
Right. And I'm not just promoting the book.
No, it's absolutely fine. The lady has common sense, and she's, she was very, I really appreciate the, her answers were authentic. They were reasonable. They were heartfelt. It's what you would expect, when somebody is talking in a sense in whatever news or media or whatever it is. Exactly that. She was just a very, I don't know how to explain it. Just
right.
It was just like listening to two people, meaning Tom and Susan, that were talking logically, professionally, made sense, and just heartfelt how she spoke. About it. I just really enjoyed the interview.
I think you'll enjoy the book, Sonny.
Yeah. So
again, I'm not pushing the book, but I mean, if someone's going to write a book, about this case, I appreciate the fact that it was written not to sensationalize something. It was literally her experience having covered this case since the beginning. And there was no attempt to be like, oh, here's this overdramatic moment. It was just little tidbits of, here's the first time I met the family, and this is the feeling I got when I, and here's the feeling I got when they changed to the young guy sketch over the old guy sketch. And when I talked to Jerry Holman, this is what he said. And so I appreciated all of that because it was just kind of how she reported it.
Yeah. And here's the book right here on Amazon. Again, it's showing, what is it? Now, don't be fooled here, because I don't know if this is Canadian.
Oh, there's Canadian prices?
Yeah, those are probably in Canadian prices, I'm thinking, because it will come to me as Canadian. Yeah, so it's Amazon.ca. So obviously it's a lot cheaper for you guys in the US than the prices you're looking at. So, you know, Kindle $20.99 is probably like US like 15, you know, bucks type of thing.
And you're not, I mean, you're not going to hear any giant bombshells of like information that have never been heard before, but it's going to be a very, like I said, humanistic approach to the story and how it was told. And anyone that's followed this case for long enough has experienced all of the things they talk about in the book. It's just interesting to hear it from the perspective of someone that was intimately tied to the family, yet reporting on it, much like a lot of us have talked about it.
We'll come back to you, Ben.
Yeah,
Miss Dog Lover is a little bit more important again right now. she's slowly but slowly. If we stay on long enough, we're gonna have to do one time, Adam. We're gonna have to do like a marathon run. You know, like it would be one of those things, maybe to create some donations to the channel or something, where we do like a marathon run. But the thing is, you have 50 hours. 50 hours.
Oh, I don't have 50 hours.
Miss Dog Lover Super Chat. 199 hits. Thank you. Just because I love you all. Hard.
No, it's not because she loves us. She knows it. She loves us, and it's to hear Rick Astley do the Rick roll thing. Yeah. You probably. I thought you said that you were already at budget for your paycheck. Yeah. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. She did this yesterday, guys. If you guys were in the live yesterday, she was she's under the pretense of saying that she loves us when it's really about the Rick roll. So yeah. This question here by Ben. Have you guys talked about Betsy Blair and the younger bridge guy sketch? Not really. We haven't overly talked about it. What's your thoughts on that whole thing, Adam, with Betsy Blair and the young guy sketch?
It's intriguing because, you know, Betsy Blair, you know, if you, in the defense memorandum, the account by Betsy Blair is the one thing that doesn't coincide with the other things. Granted, the defense never mentioned the juveniles in this memorandum. So they left out that entire part of the narrative. Also, they left out the man that was driving down 300 as well, other than Sarah Carbo. So they left out several people, you know, that that were in the PCA that said things that didn't align with the story they were trying to point out. But without seeing Betsy Blair's actual interview or actual the actual statements that she made about what she saw, I don't know. I don't know if the defense is just telling untruths. I don't know if there was some questions about what she said. Did she waver? Did she say multiple things in her statement? You know, did she say, oh, it might have been blue, it might have been tan, and the defense chose to use the statement versus this? I don't know. I will say that, you know, in both accounts, I believe she was 50 feet away. And they never in the defense memorandum mentioned the juveniles that were 3 feet away. But you know, that'll all be in the actual statements and the interviews that she gave. I think there's also got to be a reason that they chose not to go with her assessment of who he was at first, when that was the first sketch that was done, was the young guy. But they went with the old guy sketch, and I think there's got to be a reason that they took the testimony of other people or the interviews of other people over hers. ultimately, when hers, you know, if you read it in the defense thing, sounds like, you know, it's the only one you need to listen to. So I feel like there's more there than we know yet.
I was looking down at a question. Freckle Joy, no clue.
Super chat. £1.99. Thank you. Never give you up. Musical notes.
So every minute on the minute, we'll expect a Rickroll until you're broke. Okay, that's pretty much it.
You know, like I said, I do think it's I do think it's important to note that they have several witness statements about what was seen on the trails that day, and law enforcement chose to go a certain way over another. I'm not sure why that is, but with the allegations that the defense made in the memorandum, I would need to actually myself read the witness statements or listen to the interviews to see how those were interpreted to be so different, because I doubt that that Tony Liggett just made up what they accused him of.
Right.
That would not have been a smart thing to do for anyone, especially after waiting 6 years to finally try to get an arrest warrant on someone. But and Ben says there was always a rumor that the witness, and what you're talking about is RV, and that I think there's some validity to that, but that sketch itself is also not like the old sketch that we see is not just by that person. So,
I mean,
because in neither of the sketches does that person have a face covering on.
Right. Even Susan Hendricks in that interview with Tom, she says she's still confused to this day about the sketches and who did them.
I mean, there's so many. In the defense, if you listen to the defense memorandum, it says that Betsy Blair is responsible for the young guy sketch, and that Sarah Carborough is responsible for the old guy sketch.
Right.
I find it hard to believe a little bit because, one, Sarah Carborough was in a car.
Right.
So how they would have been able to get that sketch out, and in neither one of them do they talk about the blue eyes. That was, I think, I
remember.
There were multiple sketches. I think there was reference in this memorandum somewhere else about Teresa Liebert giving a sketch, but that was at 8:30 in the morning, and they say, and it looked like this Elvis guy. Well, okay, first of all, 8:30 in the morning. I don't think anyone's alleged that, BG was there at 8:30 in the morning, but, that was yet another sketch. So I think there were multiple sketches that we never even saw.
Oh, Diana's turn. I see. This is going to come about Miss Dog Lover, eh?
I get that,
That's
putting
funny.
a face covering on someone when you release a sketch is not going to be the smartest thing, because you can't be identified by the public if you have a face covering on. But I think some of the witnesses saw a bridge guy with a face covering on. Thank you.
$2. Thank you. This is Miss Dog Lover here. Favorite song.
Yeah. Thank you, Diane. I'm going to gloss to that. Adam, do you have any gloss for him?
Yeah. And Carrie, you're right. That's telling. I was talking about that the other night.
Yeah. Love you guys. That's funny.
Carrie, I think that I think that when you see her on the prosecution's witness list, we might see why.
I couldn't help it, but even think of what Kelsey has said about the sketch and about how it was created through I don't know, digital stuff. Oh,
No.
Daisy Duke's getting
Thank you, Daisy.
involved now. We're having a freaking pretty much a $1.99 war going on here. Daisy's turn. She's saying gloss it up, baby, but truly she's saying gloss it up. And let's hear the Rickroll song again, just from Miss Dog Lover. Oh, and then Alexa comes up. Hey, Alexa.
Hey, Alexa.
I need to watch the replay. Yeah. Do you have to work tomorrow?
I mean, I was like, I'll be going to bed soon.
Alexa can come sit up here and join me if she's not busy. Yeah. We'll start off on that 50 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy.
Romantic face. Kiss mark. Lipstick.
Gotta appreciate. Hold on a second, Adam.
Thank you.
We'll go back up to your comment. There you go. Thank you, Daisy Dukes.
Thank you, Daisy.
No,
I was saying, Carrie, that yeah, no, I think that that's very telling. And I'm not going to judge Brittany at all, but I do think that I think that she's going to be on the prosecution witness list, and I think she's probably going to be an important witness for the prosecution, in my opinion. But
Betsy Blair.
That's why I'm not surprised that we've seen her visiting him, calling him. She's not been at any of the hearings, nothing.
You're talking about his wife?
His daughter.
Oh, his daughter. Oh, sorry. Yeah, his daughter. Right.
Right. And I'm speculating, but I would expect to see her on the witness list.
Yeah, Alexa snuck on in there. Alexa, do you want to join us? I know Adam says he's going to ditch me soon, but I still got time. It's Saturday night. I'm going to be all right. Plus, I got Daisy Dukes, Miss Dog Lover, and what is it? Diana. They're having a $2 war going on here. Anyways, Alexa, let me know if you can in Messenger. If you want to, I'll send you a link. You can be my friend. You can be, unless Tom's in the chat and wants to surprisingly go, hey, Sonny, drop me the link. I love how you're like going on about me tonight and bragging.
He does love doing live streams.
I know, right? Oh, let's just show him again, shall we? Where is he? Where are you? Where are you, my little BFFer? I got too many tabs open. Oh, right here. Look at this.
I think he mentioned to me that that's a breakaway suit, that had he just done this, the whole thing would have come off.
Oh, one of those things? Like,
yeah.
He probably has
He said he wears it at work.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
She will be the boom mic drop. Yeah. I'm sure too, like his left or something is like, a little pull perchance. Right. So after he was on that live, it was like, whew, off it comes. There you go. Yeah.
I was like, who knew, Tom?
We're gonna create our own story like the defense. I can join you, but in 15 minutes, I just got to put the kiddos to bed. Okay, Alexa.
Yes, Sharon, I'm kidding. People are going to be like, wait, Tom, are you a stripper?
Yeah. Tom? Tell the truth. So let me just quickly send Alexa the link when she has time. She says 15 minutes. How long you got left, Adam?
I'll let you know.
Oh, okay. You're going to be secret like that? Here, I'm just going to drop the link to Tom too, and just in case he wants to come on and he's, sitting in his boxers or something on his recliner chair. So if he's still listening, he'll understand that link. If he's not, then he's going to be like, what the heck? Oh, I even sent it to him at 9:11. See? Emergency. Need Tom on. Yes, Tom is in a suit. Yes, he interviewed Susan Hendricks. I got to play that part. I can't help it. There's that part is so cute when he's sitting there saying that stuff. Let's just listen to it again.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. I shouldn't have done that, which is normal, which I've learned. But she said she found a reason to keep going and a reason to advocate not only for Libby and Abby, but for other people as well.
So you have.
I'm a huge fan of yours, and I've watched everything you've done. And you're really on it with the documentation and how much work you put into this. It really is extraordinary. So shout out to you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm working on a deep dive on the 136 page thing. It's probably going to end up being like an 8-hour video, but we'll see.
I'll be there.
All right. Have you been to Delphi 3 times total?
4.
And did you ever go to CVS?
I have to leave him with a smile. I can't leave him with his eyes closed and stuff like that in a weird position. You know, but that's all I'm going to play because you guys haven't watched it. Can go watch it. You guys need to. Wow. Yeah. Did you miss this? Okay. This is very important stuff here. I'm going to drop the link once again for the slide. That doesn't mean you stop watching this slide so you can go watch Tom's interview earlier. Okay. You guys got more than ample time to do that while you're trying to sleep or wake up in the morning. So there's the link for that particular interview with Susan Hendricks. And Adam, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you said be right back or, you know, I don't know. Is there any chance it will be delayed? Here, Adam, I need to go to the washroom. Can you answer this question?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Is there any chance it will be delayed from? Oh, Carrie, I think that's absolutely possible. I'm actually expecting it to be delayed again, longer than January. I'm hoping that it will take place in January, but I absolutely am going to expect that it's delayed again. I mean, it could be delayed multiple times throughout 2024, but I'm going to hope that, you know, it's able to take place in January. I hope that answered your question. Ben, it's interesting that RA admitted being on the bridge, but didn't mention seeing Betsy. Exactly. Do you think there's a second? I do not. But, you know, Richard Allen also, when he was interviewed in 2017, he readily admitted passing by the juvenile girls and walking onto the bridge. It wasn't until 2022 that you know, he changed that that story up a little bit, but I don't think there was a younger person involved. Why are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, am I hiding? Oh, here. I'll stop hiding. Okay. Right. He mentioned the girls, but not Betsy. Yeah, right, Ben. He did. Yeah, he did not mention Betsy. But he did say he went out onto the bridge. So, you know, if he was the one on the bridge and yet Betsy saw someone young, you know, she didn't see two people. So he never mentioned seeing her, and he may not have seen her when he was on the bridge. He was on the platform. She saw him. So, and she was 50 feet away. So I don't know how well she saw him. I don't know what state of mind she was in when she saw him. Daisy says the crime shame. Can we have a love connection? Maybe no, Daisy, no. Tom, I love Tom, but we're good.
Wait, Crime Shame, can we have a love connection episode? Set up a cute couple. Maybe Tom and Aspen can go first. Let me just get my ketchup chips ready.
Can you? I mean, I couldn't deal with a diva like that.
Jealous?
No.
Ketchup chips. Ketchup. I think Tom and Aspen would be a great couple. I'd get a little jealous considering my, you know, internet husband, and then Tom's being my BFF and stuff like that. I might get a little weird, but
every relationship can only have one diva.
You know what? Sure enough, I have no problem being, besides the fact that I'm married, I got no problem being Tom's dominant half at all. He can be a diva all he wants. Sit in his recliner, you know. Yeah. And stay at home and work if he wants.
I will be right back now, Sonny. Give me a minute.
Okay, no problem. I love the exciting new come aboard. We're expecting you. The Love Boat. I remember that every morning. That was one of my favorite shows, along with Fantasy Island. The plane, push the plane. Because Fantasy Island was like, that's when you were young and wishing that what the world was like that, that you could just have like this Fantasy Island, you know, for the Love Boat. Yeah. Yeah. Some of those old songs for me, you know, like from Chips or Miami Vice and stuff like that, come all flocking to my head when I think of all that stuff. Anyways, you guys, not too long, like I said, Alexis should be joining us. Are we the same age? Yeah. So you're saying that you're 54 on this live? Is that what you're saying? 54, Daisy? Mustang. Charlie's Angels, of course. Who could forget that? I actually never did watch the one with Drew Barrymore, Charlie's Angels. I'm sorry, but I don't like myself. I do not usually like revivals of shows that I watched and you remember the original cast and then they come out with a different one. I get it. Like they're hitting the era of the new people that, you know, like the Bionic Man or Bionic Woman or Wonder Woman and all those shows are, you know, but I personally don't usually, I won't say 100%, but usually don't like it because I already have, once I have the images of already who actually was in those shows, it's hard for me to get into, you know, newer people and stuff like that. Oh, Mr. Drummond. I kept waiting to get adopted by Mr. Drummond. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Absolutely. Because, you know, I mean, even I remember, I think I watched Cheers was my favorite. Three's Company and Cheers were probably my two favorite shows. I would watch like Magnum PI, Knight Rider. I think, what's her name? I can't think of her name. You know, she was like, I don't want to say, what was her name? Jessica. She was like a mystery solver person. Jessica something, I think was the show. Can't think of the name for that one. Were you talking about Willis, right? Yeah, right. Like, yeah, those shows. And then sometimes the spin-offs weren't as good, definitely, of some of those shows. But yeah, for Murder, She Wrote. Thank you, Mustang. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Murder, She Wrote. You know, I was all into some of that stuff, or Hardy Boy, Nancy Drew mysteries and stuff like that. Jessica Lansbury. That's okay. So I totally forgot it was called Murder, She Wrote until Mustang put it there with Jessica Lansbury. Absolutely. Even my dad said he would go for it as long as I sent him some money. Right? Perry Mason. Absolutely. You know, that's when I truly actually watch TV. But okay, just for taking a break for a moment, what is your favorite all-time show? Okay, without saying multiple ones or I can't decide. Okay, mine will be shit. See, I'm torn between Three's Company and Cheers, but if I had to pick my all-time favorite, it's going to be Three's Company. So who's ever in chat right now, just put out there whatever your favorite all-time TV show is or was. And give me a second because I'm going to numb on a couple of these ketchup chips while the bag's open. Be right back. Okay, so Deuce of Hazard, correct. Good one. Three's Company, Charmaine Twinsy, Canadian Twinsy. Mr. Roper, I love Mr. Roper. I love Chrissy versus the cousin that, you know, came over. I loved Chrissy. I just love the whole dynamic. It was just one of those shows to me that just made me laugh, you know, a slapstick comedy type of thing, you know. You know, and, you know, Seinfeld was funny too. Seinfeld always gave me those same type of giggles that Three's Company did. The Waltons. Okay. I remember the Waltons. That's why obviously sometimes on here, Carrie will joke and be like, you know, night Sue Ellen, night John Boy. Come knock on my door. Yeah. There we go. I wish Daisy could be up here saying that. Take a step that is new. Hers and hers. Yeah. And his. Yeah. That's almost a tongue twister. Hers and his. Three's Company too. Do 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 do. Laverne and Shirley. Yeah. What was that one? Whatever. I can't even think of the words for that one. I don't even think I actually knew the words. I would just sing along to it like I did or thought I knew. Oh, Cadney and Lacey, I remember. Didn't watch that a lot, but I remember definitely watching it. Seinfeld and Columbo. Yeah. Now I got the come and knock on my door. This might sound crazy. Probably because it is. But every Friday night when I was young, I loved watching. Oh, right. Kathy. Can't forget the Brady Bunch. I met Amby Davis when I lived in Calgary, and I worked in Eaton's department store in downtown Calgary. And Amby Davis, I knew exactly who she was. And she came and bought a magnifying mirror from me. And I got her autograph, of course. Yeah, there was some definite treats to working in the downtown store. When you work in the downtown store, that's usually where the, you know, when somebody is in town, or like the hockey team or Don Cherry, you know, New Kids on the Block, the mom, the kids were in there. Don Cherry, Lonnie McDonald from hockey. Didn't ever see Wayne Gretzky. Rocket Richard from hockey. White Snake I think it was White Snake that was there. Anyways, quite a few multiple people that you're just like, you know. Oh, and who else? In White Court, I met, what's his name now? Why do I always forget it? Remember he did that Rock of Love show? What's his name? Brett Michaels. Anyways, so, you know, I would say probably the most special one to me was Alice from Brady Bunch, if I was to pick. Just because I loved Alice, you know, Brady Bunch, you know, totally forgot that one until you said it. Where did you work in Eaton's? What year? Oh, let's see. If I was born in 69 and I was 19 when I started there, so 89, so like 88, I think is when I started working there. And I was there for, was it 11 years? No, I think it was 7 years or 8 years there. And I worked in handbags. And the first year I worked handbags, hosiery, and, you know, like scarves and all that stuff, the ladies' accessory stuff. Cause it was kind of like, here was the accessories, and then there was the handbags. And then on the other side of the store was hosiery, but it was all part of the same, you know, thing. But so typically if we needed to do switch breaks and stuff, I'd go work in handbags and stuff. And then the next 6-7 years were in cosmetics, working in there. And I had the most amazing area because I didn't work for a line. Well, besides Revlon, but I didn't work for Revlon because Revlon was just a product that was in my area. But it was all those Christmas type hutches. Like just think of those nice oaky type Christmas hutches, and I got to decorate and design. And whenever the 4 Eaton brothers would come for Christmas, my boss would always brag on me all the time. My boss loved me and I loved her. She was great. Her name was Ray. She's deceased now, but we would get so much free stuff. It was ridiculous. You know, the free cosmetics, free fragrances, just everything you could think of. So when you work in cosmetics, you never lacked makeup or anything. It was awesome. and it was an amazing job, and I loved it beyond belief. When I left there, it was a few years after that Eaton's closed down. But anyways, Poison. That's Elizabeth Taylor, isn't it? Poison. I asked because remember Charles. Yes, I remember Charles Nang was apprehended there. Was he? That must have been. That would have been what year was that? What year was that, Charmaine? Because I remember the name. Almost back. Yeah, no problem. Lux is in her PJs, so please excuse my appearance. Of course. That's the guy with the lake. Yeah. I remember the name, but I don't remember what he did. Quincy Jones was good. Our first black. Yeah, Quincy Jones. Yeah, I would watch Quincy. There's beautiful. Hey, Alexa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me too.
Just trying to read these comments here. Going to show us your sexy nightgown, pajamas.
There you go.
There she is. I'm going to switch you with that. There you
apologize.
go. Look at that satiny, dusty rose color. It's a beautiful color on you too.
Thank
Sexy.
you. Thank you.
What'd you say, Adam?
Sexy.
I know, right? Look at that. You know, I have satin pillows on the a bed on a couple of the pillowcases or whatever. I'm not gonna lie, because people always would tell you if you don't want to mess up your hair, you know, you would get a satin pillowcase or whatever. That little sucker keeps sliding around like no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. I like it for its coolness, but it keeps sliding around. But that's the whole point of people trying to keep their hair better at the expense of that the stupid pillow keeps sliding away on me.
Yeah, I know. I have one. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, there you go. That looks like that. Is that a queen or a king?
It's a what?
Is that a queen or a king pillow?
That's a standard. That's a queen, probably.
Oh, is it a queen? Okay. It just looked really long for a sec, so I thought it was a king. But it looks like a queen when you see it to the back. Yeah. Okay. So, welcome, Missy. What were you doing tonight?
Thank you. I usually Saturday nights we have movie nights with the kiddos, so we were just watching a movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, Diana, thank you.
What was the movie of choice?
It was Cobweb. It was like I don't even know. We rented it, but I don't even know. I don't even think it's Netflix. I don't even know.
Oh, right. Oh, when you said rented it, I was literally picturing when you go to a store like Blockbuster used to be and rented it. And I'm like, wait, what? But then you said Netflix. And then I was like, oh, okay. Because is there even.
No, it wasn't Netflix because we have Netflix, but I don't know. I don't know where we rented it from.
Yeah.
I never heard the stream thing. It was like one of those scary. My kids aren't just scary movies now. So.
Are they? Oh, well, Halloween's coming up.
Yeah, I know.
Perfect.
So it wasn't too bad, but.
Have the twins decided what they're going to be for Halloween?
Yes. One wants to be Chucky. And
Chucky.
The other one, believe me, he fits the bill. And the other one, he wants to be like it's like a 3D costume. Like you blow apart and it's a weird. It's like
a weird one.
Somebody's eating him, but like part of him is sticking out. It's a weird one.
Oh my.
But yeah, I know. Usually I don't like gruesome ones, but this year I was like, whatever. I've been fighting them.
And they're at that age.
Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to have a movie night. I don't really do like sometimes we go to the movies, but to the actual theater because it's literally behind our place, 5 minutes. Like it'd be like probably a 10-minute walk to actually get to the front door of it, but like 2 minutes in car. It's like, the big satellite thing I've shown you before, the big UFO. Yeah.
I almost rented the Barbie movie the other night, but it was $23, and I was like, nah, I'll just wait.
$23.
It's not worth it. I went to see it. I didn't like it as much.
Well,
I thought I was gonna like it, but I didn't
don't think
like
any
it.
movie is worth it, so I was like, I'll just wait till it's free.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't bad, but I wasn't too crazy. Like the ending, I really don't like the ending.
I've heard of it. Who's in it?
Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling.
And Margaret
Oh,
Robbie.
okay.
I've heard some people say they loved it. Some people said they hated it. So
I
figured
the
I'll watch it for myself when it comes
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, but the message I didn't like. I mean, it's almost like women versus men, and at the end you would think that they would find peace and coexist with each other, but no, it's also one-sided. So I just didn't like that.
Oh.
Well, I mean, judging the fact that the director was Gina Gershwin, that doesn't surprise me.
Sorry.
But
Don't know that I ever.
I want to see Oppenheimer too.
That one I heard was good.
Which one's that?
Oppenheimer, about the atomic bomb.
Oh, I've already watched that one.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, that's the one I went to the movie theater for last time.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my husband and Ryan was disappointed because I think that they thought that they were gonna talk more about the bomb instead of like
the creator.
They said, yeah, like instead, like I think that they just felt more that they were gonna like really talk a lot more about the bomb and but instead it more was like about talking about it and the history. It's almost like it was a history thing, somewhat of how it kind of went. I think that they were just expecting more about the atomic bomb part of it. I don't know I know what I'm trying to say, but it's not coming out right. Either way, so it ended up. It was a good movie, but I just wish to myself that they would have kind of showed more about the atomic bomb, than it more be talking about the storyline of it. I don't know how to explain that.
Right, with him and his wife, I guess, and
yeah, like it was kind of like I don't know, like a documentary stories type of thing about it. And my husband and that were just wishing that they would like have shown more about the atomic bomb and talked about it more so than the storyline of it. So I think that's why they said that they were like that they liked it, but that they just thought that it was more about the atomic bomb than what it was. So for anyone who's seen it anyway, you'll never catch my husband in a Barbie movie.
Yeah. It was all, I mean, I drag my kids and my husband to the movies because I always go and see their movies, and I don't want them to grow up and be like, this is, even though there are things that are female and male, but I just didn't want them to be short and stuff like that. So I drag them. And I'm glad because, the message around it is good. We had a good conversation and everything, but I mean, it's mainly a girl movie. I went for I'm a big Chanel lover, so I knew that Chanel had designed most of the pieces, the fashion, so that's what I wanted to see. But I mean, the fashion was nice and everything, but the message I really didn't like, and especially for girls.
Oh, cool, Sharon.
Yeah,
cool. Paige's dad, my twin sister's oldest daughter, even though he's a jerk off, he was in, if you guys remember, X-Files.
I love the X-Files.
Yeah, he was like a, one of those little sidekick, ones that I remember. The one that I remember most was when he was walking out of the water, but you never show your face. Like basically, if you're extra, supposedly an extra, like you don't really want your face to be seen, because you don't want to really be recognized too much. So when you're in it, let me put it this way, I think it was something to do with if you want to get more parts and stuff like that, you don't really want to be showing your face. You want it so that you can be an extra in different movies without people going, oh, I recognize that one. Oh, I recognize him for that movie. Obscure. Yeah, but anyways, that's besides. I thought Johnny Depp lived here and was a Canadian. Apparently I was wrong about that, but I remember 21 Jump Street. That's why, because I was young when that came out, teenager, and it was like I kept thinking that Johnny Depp was Canadian.
Never seen the original. I saw the second one, which is so stupid, with like Tatum and I forget the other guy.
Oh yeah. As I were talking about, like I like originals. I rarely like a redone show. People that are younger, that are like it's kind of like what I call bell-bottom jeans, you know, like the generation acts like that they freaking invented them when, you know, bell-bottoms have been around forever, you know, and stuff like that. And that's kind of how I feel about shows. It's kind of like, you know, for them getting into a show now that's like a remake of another, well, for them, they're going to, like a 90210, for instance. But to me, because we're older, we know their original versions. And so it's
right.
kind of like
come up with something new. If you're going to do something different, just come up with something new.
That's, you know, yeah.
I tell my husband, I'm like, why is the point of
Right on,
remaking
Daisy.
all the movies and movies? Why don't you come up with a new top, like, or you know how they're redoing the movies? This is the thing that I hate, like the Little Mermaid, and now they chose somebody who is African American, which I don't mind. I am all for inclusivity and everything, but why are you telling a story that you already told with a white actress?
Right.
And you just point, you know, making the point to now make it black. Why don't you make a new movie and put somebody who fits the bill?
Yeah.
To be fair, the first one was with an animated person, not.
Yeah, it just that really bothers me.
Yeah, I haven't seen the live action one, but.
Ooh, the one I would be curious about that go ahead, Adam.
I will say, you know, with my 2-year-old niece, she's a little too young for like full-length movies. She doesn't have the attention span for it yet. Not that adults do, but I've attempted a few of those old Disney movies on Disney Plus, and she usually makes it about 5 minutes in before she's like, no. It's amazing how old they look. I know that's a testament to how old I am. But when I put on like Aladdin or The Lion King, or the Little Mermaid.
Hi, Faith. How are you? Sorry.
The animation looks so old.
Yeah.
Does Figgy want to come on? I was going to ask you earlier, but usually when I ask you, you actually never answer me back.
Sonny, he's playing tennis.
Right, he's playing tennis. Yeah, right. At 12:30 at night. Yeah. No, he's on my time. He's Pacific Standard Time. Anyways, the invitation is there. I'll just put it up there. So I always like to give them, you know, because sometimes I feel like maybe they want to just hop on the live, and maybe other times they just want to sit and watch. And you know, like he's probably on freaking Tom's strippy pool right now, to be honest with you, doing what he'll classify as exercises. Sure. And then Carrie's on a smoke break. Absolutely perfect. Great. It's been 2 years. Has it been 2 years or 3? 2 years, I think, since I quit smoking.
It's been 2 years since you quit, I think.
Yeah. It was in September. That's when I was in the hospital. But anyways, Fig, Colin. Don't do Collins, really. Just get on here or not. Aspen, there's nothing that can beat the first Lion King. Oh, Lion King.
Yeah. Elvas, that I will say that is the one of those movies that my niece she'll watch. She'll sit and watch almost all of it.
That one made me cry.
And she loves the beginning because she names all the animals. You know, I'm not gonna be that person that goes into the beginning. But she's always like giraffe, you know, like zebra.
Oh. Hey, Carrie.
Baby Simba.
Yeah, I know. My niece could literally. What was the show again? With it's on the tip of my head. Oh my God! You know the one, Wayne's World. Yeah, that's it. Wayne's World. She could literally recite that entire movie, like literally the entire movie. And she was like 4 years old. Eh?
Isn't it Wayne World the name?
Yeah, Wayne's World. Yeah, that's. I know. I finally came up with it as I was going. Wayne's World, party time, excellent. Yeah, I vape though. I don't count that as smoking. I classify it in a totally different thing. Smoking was smoking a cigarette that was very costly. This is a lot cheaper, and I don't know. It doesn't have all the junk in it, but who knows what they really truly do to you. Either way, a different classification. All right. However you want to look at it.
Daisy, I agree with you. I don't think. I mean, there's no need to remake a great movie. Like, you know, there's movie like you don't ever need to remake Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You don't ever need to remake
Ferris Bueller's Day Off,
or even Mary Poppins. You know, or any of those movies. You don't need to remake them. So I get it. I agree with you.
And I find it almost like an insult because those are classics. You don't touch
Right.
the classics. It's like, oh, you cannot make Gone with the Wind again.
Like, can you
Yeah.
imagine when they remake Harry Potter, the Harry Potter movies? Like,
Oh.
those are, I mean, whether you like them or not, they're kind of
Iconic.
classics now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, going back to Lion King, actually, I painted Matthew's wall when he was like 5 years old, and we lived, and he had a car bed. He had a Hot Wheels car bed, and I remember having the Lion King. So my sister had every freaking Disney movie out there, like on the VHS, and she also had all the freaking books because she was so into that for her kids. So, anyways, I took one of the books because she'd given them to me for Matthew at some point, and anyways, I opened up the page and I painted Matthew's whole one wall with the Lion King mural on his one bedroom part of the wall. And I did that with a paintbrush that was no bigger than this.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Little paintbrush. I mean, if I went back in time, I'd done it differently. Don't get me wrong. But, oh, wait. What's Sharon saying to me? But heck, we are not promised a tomorrow. So enjoy. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's one of those things, you know, what will be, will be. I totally enjoyed smoking. I totally enjoyed it. I didn't quit because I didn't enjoy it. It just got way too expensive. You were literally paying $20 a pack. And I was in the hospital, and it just was one of those times that I didn't even vape. Someone gave me a vape, and at first you're sitting there going, and then you're coughing because you don't, you have to understand like the breathe in and part for a bit there. But anyways, the reason why I enjoy vaping over smoking is because this little vape can come into me into the theater. I can sit in the house and it doesn't stink up the house like smoke or the apartment.
Oh, wow. Really? You can do it at the theater and stuff like that? Wow.
No, you're not supposed to. But meaning it's not like you literally do not smell it. It's not like it's a fruit flavored one. It's just a nicotine, but the smell is so, it sounds like a cardboard box, basically. My husband will say that, but it's one of those things that you can sit there and you know that, like, if somebody's sitting beside you, no, you're not going to do it. But typically at the movie theater, half time there's like 10 people away from you, so you can kind of go, bad girl, but whatever. Yeah, hey, Mr. Electric, back from last time. I think he was here, and then, we'll come back on, and it's like, oh, you guys are still on? Yeah, we're at the 4-hour mark. Anyways, Alexa, I know we've talked about a little bit about Christmas earlier. We talked about movies now. So anything that you wanted to say, because what we were talking about tonight with Delphi was, first of all, did you see Tom Webster's interview with Susan Hendricks?
I didn't. To be honest, I didn't have a chance to do it. I heard about it, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's 35 minutes long, 40 seconds. It's a great interview. Watch it, the whole thing. Yeah. She's basically saying, I love you, Tom, without saying it quite like that. Like, I watch all your stuff and, you're great and awesome. And Tom's all blushing away and stuff like that. But it's a great interview to watch with this one. And doesn't our Tom look spiffy as heck? Yeah,
she does. And where does she stand? Like, what's her position on Delphi? I don't know who she is. Sorry for the ignorance, but
okay, go ahead, Adam.
She's an HLN reporter who you've heard of Barbara McDonald. Barbara McDonald, correct?
Yeah.
So Barbara McDonald was her producer on HLN. So they got introduced to the families in Delphi at the same time. Barbara, because she was Susan's producer. Susan was the on-air reporter for HLN for CNN. And Susan, like, her book, she doesn't have like a POI. She doesn't take any stance on anyone's guilt or innocence. She basically wrote the book, and the book is basically her experience and how it affected her reporting about this case, and the relationship she developed with the families, and the impact that relationship with families kind of had on her in her own life, and how it's just kind of paralleled the 6 years of following this case, you know, while being a reporter. But yeah, it's not like there's nothing in the book that's written to be sensationalistic or anything like that. It's basically just her account of covering this case.
Gotcha.
You know, and done from the standpoint of someone that, you know, became intimately kind of connected to the family, some of the family members.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine how hard. I always thought, you know, how hard it is for the, for the for the victim's family, because usually you always, when you see, especially the famous cases, the notorious cases, you will always remember the SK, and the SK will always get all the attention. But a lot of times you don't even remember the victim's name, but you remember just the SK. And I don't even know why it's that. It shouldn't be like that.
I mean, a lot of people can't name Ted Bundy's victims, but but everyone knows Ted Bundy.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, a lot of people don't know any of the names. You know, a lot. I mean, I probably at the second couldn't think of any of BTK's victims' names off the top of my head, but you know, I know Dennis Rader's name.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, I get it. Yeah.
So you know, you can imagine the impact that, and especially being such a small town. You know what this whole thing has done to them, and now you know basically the person who unalived them, allegedly, being so close to home. I can only imagine. I mean, hopefully this will get wrapped up. Do you think it's going to be tried next year, or do you think it's going to get pushed?
I mean, I'd like to be optimistic and think it's going to happen. I mean, in January, it's doubtful, right? I mean, like that.
It's doubtful.
I mean, especially with the antics that we're seeing take place, warranted or not. I mean, the more and more stuff that you throw at the wall, it's going to create delays. So, will this take place in January? I don't know.
But I don't think, Janet, but I do believe it's going to be tried next year. I don't know why.
I think so. But there's still a part of me that wonders, is this going to get to a point where, I mean, and I know that people are going to like get contentious about whether this happened or not. But I mean, if on April 3rd, 2023, we had Richard Allen confessing to his wife 5 or 6 times on the phone, not to something, alluding to. I mean, he, if you believe the prosecution, he admitted to killing the girls. He confessed to killing them. It wasn't like, like he referenced he may have had involvement. He admitted killing them. So will this actually get to trial, or will he get to a point where he wants to change his plea? I still think that's a possibility, more so than I thought previously. Especially, I think, as we start to see these defense motions that they're putting out start to fail more and more.
So, how do you think they're going to handle the fact that he allegedly confessed?
Well, I mean, I believe that his confessions are going to be admissible in court, and I think that so far the defense hasn't thrown anything out there that has been successful, and I think with all of this importance that the defense has put on getting this Franks motion and getting this suppression hearing to get the fruits of the search warrant thrown out and all of this stuff, what are they so afraid of? I mean, if you have a fully innocent, client that that you say has no DNA involvement, no evidence found anywhere in this search warrant, what then? Wouldn't you want that search warrant in court? Because right there is your argument. If you have that thrown out, you're taking away an element of your client's innocence. that doesn't seem smart to me.
Mhm.
But
Just quickly, Adam, Lavoie says, don't know if this is a thing to bring up, but when is the CW thing? I think you're talking about Chris Watts.
no, I think she means the documentary on the CW network.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that there was something called the CW network.
No, and I'll ask no idea actually. If it's ever released, I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I think it will be released. I don't know when.
Okay.
It will have no It'll have no relationship though to any of the decisions that the court's making.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think it's going to be more about. I think it's going to be more about people that cover the case than it is actually about the case. So I'm it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, confessed to his mama and his wife. And as for the Franks thing, I think it was 30 days from the day it was filed that there has to be, right? To make her decision.
Someone has said that I'm not independent.
I think that's correct. I'm not positive, but I remember hearing that. So I think so. And Mr. Electric says, I remember old Ted Bundy. I was housed in the same building. And Mr. Wow. Electric, he'll be coming on a live with us, and I'll message you this weekend here, okay? Like either tomorrow or Monday, because we're on holiday here, and get something set up there. Just because I've had to postpone stuff, because of Ryan, my brother-in-law, and the whole immigration thing. Anyways, that's taken its toll on all of us this last week. Ted, and it's still not quite settled, but will be. Ted was cowardly little shit. Talked to him more than on one occasion. That will be interesting to hear. That will be the title. Mr. Electric talks to Ted Bundy.
I mean, they're all cowards, but I mean, Ted Bundy was incredible. I mean, all of them, they were so charming. Like, if you didn't know that they, what they were, they're extremely charming. And the way they were able to wrap people around, and even after, when you're watching the trial, the way he always conducted himself, the way he spoke, everything. I mean, and that had women, a lot of women with hybrastrophilia, like falling for him and everything. Obviously crazy people, but still, all of them have always been. I think out of all of them, the only one I never found charming, obviously, was BTK. I don't think he was, but he was more of a control.
Oh, he's awkward.
Yeah, he looks what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Mr. Electric says that Ted Bundy was executed by a female officer.
His I would say Dennis Rader's his flattering, persona is probably partly why he got away with it for so long.
Yeah.
Because he's so unremarkable seeming.
Yeah. A lot of women, they said that he made them feel like, she was like the only one, with all the details and everything. And underneath, he was obviously such a monster. So. Let's see. A light.
Oh, Casey Anthony. There's one. There's a trip right there. The joke.
I know.
Her getting off.
I couldn't watch that documentary that they made of her last year. Was it the last year or this year? This year, I think it was. I couldn't get to watch it. I know everybody was watching it. I tried, but I was like, no, lady. I'm like, I am not gonna believe you. I don't believe you. And nothing you do.
I know.
Believe you. So
you know what? It's just repulsing looking at someone or listening to their voice. She was one of those people.
Yeah.
Made me sick just to even listen to her. Where you just don't even have the patience because you're just like, liar. You did it. You know it. Liar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. Okay.
Mr. Electric says another fun fact. Old Ted was so smart he turned down a life in prison offer from the prosecutor before he went to trial.
Because he thought that he was so charming that he was going to get,
Right.
he was going to, warm up the jury.
Yeah. I wonder, when are we going to hear if the prosecutor is going for the death penalty or not? If Abby and Libby aren't a death penalty case, what is? I guess it really, the thing about, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alexa, on this, but the thing about death penalty cases is that then you're just really prolonging a lot of the agony of the victims, in all of this. And sometimes that's why they choose just, to take like a life without a chance of parole and stuff like that versus the death penalty, because there's a lot more. I remember hearing this on, whether it was the prosecutor's podcast or not, but that it was on one of the media shows I was watching anyway, and I just remember them saying that it's an extra, usually a couple years or so, added on to it. And then sometimes the families, there was one recently, a case where, like, I think that's with was it with the Koberger one, where they say necessarily don't want it because, again, it just prolongs.
No, Koberger, Kaylee's parents want it. They want that. They want it to be a death penalty case. As far as when they, sorry.
Go ahead.
As far as when they, when they have to decide, I'm not sure. Like, when the prosecutor has to say yes or no. This needs to be a death penalty case. I believe they can do that up until court, as long as everyone is qualified to handle a DP case.
The thing is, it's a game, because all the inmates that are in death row, first of all, they don't call it that. Fun fact, they call it the X row. They don't call it death row. They call it the X row, because they hate saying that they're in death penalty.
Right.
And death row. So, but it's also the psychology. I mean, like, them, because they know that sooner or later they're going to be, unalive. And I think that's one of the reasons that they do it, is to play that kind of justice, I guess, that they know that sooner or later, and more than later, they're going to end up, unaliving them. And they have to sit there. And a lot of them, they don't want to, even though, they've done horrible things and everything, but they don't want to be unalive. So I think, it's, that is always very controversial. I always believe, it depends on the case. And I think the S case should get the death penalty, and also the ones that hurt children. I think, like, the SAs, automatic, because they don't change. So.
Just to ask, I'm not sure you guys, like myself, I don't know what the CW thing even is. What are you guys referring to? So Lavoie says, Aspen, what's the actual goal or premise?
The channel, Aspen?
Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a documentary that I think it's been filmed now, but that's coming out in regards to the Delphi case. That's going to air on the CW network. I don't know when it'll air, but they did interview a number of YouTube people, like social media personalities. I think what's the channel's name? Delphi After Dark, I believe, was interviewed. It's an interesting selection of people that they interviewed. And I've heard some things from people that were interviewed about it, but I don't really know. I mean, a lot can be done in editing and things like that. I do know that no family members were involved whatsoever. There was a rumor, I think, that Mike did, but from what I'm told, he did not film, nor did any of the other family members. And I'm not sure how much of the emphasis itself is going to be on the girls in the case, or how much of the emphasis is going to be on the people that covered the case.
Gotcha.
Right. And Elbas, no, I did not say that. You had mentioned Jose, and so that's the only reason I asked that, because I was like, wait, did you hear that? Because I do not hear that. So no.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, CW's a TV channel, and they just got a new president, so they're redoing some of their programming, and I guess they're trying out some different stuff, and the whole true crime thing might be something new they're doing.
I know. They canceled my Dynasty.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. But, I wouldn't, there's not going to be anything hard hitting coming on that documentary.
Yeah.
As far as, like I said, no family members are participating, and yeah.
I think Gray Hughes just enjoyed being on Court TV.
I had not heard that Gray was a part of it, actually.
I'm not going to speak of the other person because I'm not very fond of that person's channel.
And like I said, and a lot can be done in editing and things like that. So I don't even know. I'm not going to give any opinion on the CW thing. I don't know if I'll watch it when it comes out or not, but if I do,
honestly, for me, it's just a bunch of we know enough up to date. I don't need to watch no documentary on it. And
if no family or police take part in it,
yeah.
I mean, if I want to watch YouTubers talk about it, I'll just
go to
watch
YouTube,
YouTube channels.
Well, I think it's just, for me personally, it just becomes about, we dive deep enough into Delphi and stuff like that, and I already know what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't need to watch some pointless documentary for myself. Like Down the Hill was different because no one was underneath arrest. There's no new news that they're going to bring to us in that documentary.
And I'm not dissing anyone that participated in the documentary. I'm just nothing against them.
Yeah.
Good for them. I just I don't see anything. I don't see anything that makes me want to watch it.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to watch it because
I agree.
I could care less, honestly. At this point, for me, regardless if Snay or Gray's in it. Is it funny how those names rhyme? Anyways,
I know a few of the people that turned down offers to be in it. So
yeah,
that was interesting in itself.
Yeah. To me, the Lifetime documentary and the Down the Hill, like I said, where I didn't know what this was. Now that I do, for me, each to their own. I could care less. I'll care less about it because it's not going to be of interest to me, knowing that we have, as a channel, our channels have the up-to-date information on the case anyway. But I guess, I don't know. It is what it is. Each to their own, hey? Either you watch
exactly. Absolutely. And like I said, and who knows? They might edit it into a way that it's interesting. Who knows?
Right.
Because like I said, it might be the whole focus of it might end up being more on the personalities that cover a case so much as the case, and that might change the whole dynamic of it. I don't know, but
which reminds me, on Wednesday, Tisha Leeway said that she would be joining us. So Tisha Leeway is Suzanne Morphew's good friend that you've seen speaking out into the media. So I, because she was doing something yesterday. So when she got back, she messaged me basically right after we ended the live, and I just said, hey, well, how about we just do a live, on a different day, because she was very instrumental in keeping Suzanne's case out there. She did so much for Suzanne and the memory and the fight for justice for Suzanne. So anyways, so Tisha Leeway, if you guys have seen her in some of the interviews, usually you'll see Tisha Leeway is the person that's in those interviews. But anyways, so that will be on Wednesday. So as far as I know, she has agreed for Wednesday to join us. So that I really want to listen to her thoughts and, to be honest with you, considering this is somebody that's, close to Suzanne, that has done a lot to keep the story alive. So I just really want to appreciate her and for all the work that she has done. I just want to really hear what her thoughts are with regards to everything going on, to be honest. Speak to them. We did anyway. I can't. Oh, I see. I thought Mr. Electric said I can't stay in this chat. I'm like, okay, who's offending you? So, Mr. Electric, we're not allowed to speak to them. We did anyway. We were in prison for not following the rules. TBH, there were many. Right. Who follows rules in prison, really? I mean, come on. There were many in the East and willing to add time to our sentence to have. Okay. Daisy says, sounds like a true crime Delphi channels. Maybe. I can't say in this chat. And Mr. Electric, they have nothing to lose with the sentence. So why not break the rules? Well, I guess it depends where you end up. You end up in frickin' solitary, and most people don't want to go there, I'm sure, but other people don't care. It's their life. Oh, yeah, so I got to do it or whatever. 30 days in solitary or something like that. But yeah, did Alexa go for a minute?
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh. So Alexa, I just want to say too, like earlier we were talking about Brandon Woodhouse. So Brandon Woodhouse is saying, what Brandon Woodhouse is basically saying is that, that he was talking with the defense or whatever, and that accidentally he was sent this thumb drive with all the evidence that the prosecution had given to the defense. Now, he put out this video today. He put one out yesterday, took it down, then he reposted the whole once in a lifetime part of the video. But anything that he's actually posted, including when he re-put up the video today, these are screenshots that anyone can get. Besides there's a part in it where there's a conversation he was having with this other person, but the images are all things that we can literally get off of Google ourselves. So keeps saying that he's been exposing that about these pictures, that like these were horrific pictures and blah blah blah. But the stuff, let me put it this way. Like I said, if you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. He hasn't shown anything from these hard drives, because anything that he's shown in his video is just Google stuff. So he keeps claiming he has the defense's information because they accidentally sent it to him. Because obviously, being an ODINism, apparently they were talking with him and whatever. And I think the way he put it was, then they accidentally sent me the thumb drive to something or whatever, to the, like I said, the evidence. So, but yet he's not showed any pictures or anything pertaining to this thumb drive stuff. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of was like a topic we were on. There was a few pictures that he showed. Not really sure exactly what they're meaning.
Can I ask a question? Didn't he sue Carroll County?
Yeah, he said he got $55,000 for his one lawsuit, but I think probably.
Right. And that's not in the court papers. Just so you know, if anyone, that's a public document. Anyone that wants to read the court the court filing or the court decision from that case against Joe Blesenby, that never speaks about that. In fact, it says that it was resolved with prejudice against Brandon Woodhouse, not Joe Blesenby.
I mean, I understand sending a document, by mistake, because who hasn't done that? But I mean, sending the whole drive, I don't know about that. And especially, and if you have that, and I'm pretty sure he's probably, two things can happen. If you have that kind of information, either you start divulging it to get attention, to grow your channel for money, or B, you shut your mouth and you don't say anything because you want justice. And obviously it seems like he wants the publicity, but he's not providing any any proof. So, and I think, yeah, that picture, we've seen that picture, the one with the shoe and the shirt. Allegedly, like the one at the brand. I had to go and look. I've heard of him, but I don't know who he is exactly. And what do you guys think
About what, Alexa?
about Brandon?
Oh, I mean, I went into a whole like thing about how it's complicated. I think that, I don't know if he's intentionally deceiving people. I don't know if he's being manipulated. I don't know if he was given a piece of information and it's been added to. I don't know, but it doesn't add up, and I've not seen any proof to believe any of it.
And did you say that he was part of, is he part of ODINism?
Yes.
That I don't, and like I've not investigated that. I just know that he has a very sordid past, and he is wanted on 2 warrants right now for his arrest in Carroll County.
Oh wow!
So in that video that you saw, I just had his channel up there, and he put it, like I said, so he put most of it yesterday, took it down, but luckily Danny from Infamously Famous had grabbed a bunch of screenshots for me because it was down by the time that I noticed it, because we were in the live. And so anyways, so then he only uploaded just the talking at some point, and then he took that down and re-uploaded the video that I just showed a minute ago, and this is from it. So this is the stuff that was from it that Danny had originally grabbed the screenshots from before it was deleted yesterday. So it's one of those things, for someone, they can go back and like listen to for him talking in the 9 days ago or 10 days ago now video that he did, or look at this. But like he says, yeah, like being an Odinism, that the crime scene basically, like that has nothing to do with Odinism. That's not how Odinism or what it's about, etc. But again, these are the pictures, Alexa, really, that he's like trying to show. We've already seen those. We can find any of these pictures ourselves off of Google, right? I mean, any of the, besides this one, I have not personally seen this one, and which he included, so I'm really not sure. There's this one right here. I'm not sure what he's trying to show there, besides showing that that's the Odin accident. I don't know. It's just a lot of, different things, like Shane's brother, Sundance, or cousin, or whatever. No, what it was. I'm paying child support. What is this? What did he do? I'm paying child support on Shane's kid. Okay, well, we don't need to talk about that one. But anyways, just a bunch of different conversations that he was apparently having. This one was, I think this one right here, it says, I really don't have any Delphi Carroll County evidence that I haven't shared on my YouTube videos. You mentioned random people have reached out to you, and I have experienced the same thing, including someone who sent me the other Delphi content creators photos of the items in the creek. Okay, so those are the ones in the water, of what is claimed to be the clothes, Libby's black sneaker. You seem to be smart in proceeding with caution with your online content. So this person is talking to Brandon. Just be careful with who you align yourself with, basically. There are crazy people. Yeah, is that who's saying this? Yeah. That's who I took that as well.
Exactly like Todd Guzman.
Yeah, and that's how I was taking it as well. Was that it was Chris Todd. YouTubers who just want to create videos and controversy because they want more content. I don't know. That sounds like a Chris Todd thing to be honest with you. Just make sure you're not being used by them, even if they act like they agree with you and want to help. It's not. I find it quite righteous.
I mean, it's like spam. Not to mention he's spamming the messenger, just like Chris Todd does everyone.
Yeah, like I said, Chris Todd is, absolutely so full of himself. If you don't agree with what he thinks happened, basically you are a loony, is exactly what he said. Because he said that literally to me, that if no one understands that Ron Logan, you know, is
Well,
you
he
know,
thinks Gary, you know, is guilty for Jean Bonnet, and even though that's been
oh,
debunked years
and
ago.
that he solved the whatever case himself, you know, OJ case and stuff like that, or whatever it was. Anyways,
Right. Jason Jensen should get a room together.
Yeah, like him
Again.
and well, like they're on the same pathway. They're like working buddies now. And then when you hear Vinny go, "Oh, you know, our good friend there, Jason Jensen and Chris Todd," and you know,
Jason Jensen, fact finder for the defense of Richard Allen.
Yeah, you know, and just always take those people with a grain of salt for those. I mean, just take everything with a grain of salt. And then what comes to fruition, I mean, you're going to put more emphasis on obviously facts, but I mean, at the end of the day, you just put, you know, like Chris Todd is going around there right now going, I can't tell you my source, but there's two voices on that recording.
In his head.
In his head, probably. I mean, even though contrary to what Doug Carter said about one voice, you know, one voice to the person on the bridge.
Or not to mention, literally when they played it at the press conference, they were like, what you're about to hear, don't get mistaken, is one person, one voice.
Yeah. Right. But anyways, if you don't know who Chris Todd is and you hear him and listen to him, take it with the smallest grain of salt that you could possibly find on the earth. Like a very small granule. Again, it's like, you know, I get it. They're believing in their own work, even if it's like off kilter with, you know, truth and stuff like that, because they're way much more smarter than the rest of us, because they've, you know, obviously solved OJ's case, and, you know, definitely Ron Logan is the BG, you know. So it's when you're like, I mean, I was looking at Jennifer Coffindaffer the whole time, and she didn't say diddly squat. I got the vibe, and I'm just going by my own vibe here. I just got the vibe that she's listening and's like, yeah, what a load of crap.
And you know, Jennifer Coffindaffer made a comment. You know, I mean, it's been like a year ago almost.
I know
about Ron Logan. You know what? But you know what? She said when Fig interviewed her that she doesn't think that anymore, because her opinion changed once she had more information, like any intelligent person's would. When you're given information and a story changes because of the information you're given, you'd be an idiot not to evolve in your thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, am I wrong, Alexa? I mean,
well, I had to evolve.
Once you get more information about a situation, if your opinion doesn't change or your theory doesn't change, that's a flaw.
Mm-hmm. And I think, you know, she gets a little bit more pressure because of who she worked for and, you know, what she represents.
What I'm
and I think whether you like her or not, and that's besides the point, but I think, you know, a lot of people, you know, and we go back to that, just because it's FBI doesn't mean that they can't change their mind or they don't make mistakes or anything.
Absolutely.
You know, going by what she has.
Yeah.
And she can always change her mind. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's no different than the different cops that we know and stuff like that. Right?
And none of these people worked on the actual case. But, you know, that's another thing that's, you know, so I mean, they're evaluating information in the same way that we are, because none of those people, Chris Todd, Jason Jensen, Jennifer Coffindaffer, none of them were privy to information that we didn't have.
No.
Because none of them worked on the case. You know, Jason Jensen works for the defense, you know, but you know, I applaud Jennifer Coffindaffer.
Not the detective. He's the PI, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the PI that works he's a fact finder.
He was like, so that it was Ron Logan, and he was like in that train kind of thing.
Yeah.
Wasn't he the same one from Kelly Rodney?
Oh, he's tried to. I mean, he's tried to dip his toes in everything lately.
Yeah.
And if you look at his PI business, which I think is based out of Oklahoma, maybe.
Or maybe not.
Oh my gosh, the reviews are hilarious. But
really, oh god.
Well, he thinks he's amazing.
And Carrie, so Carrie says, what are your opinions on RA's health? Think he was faking or real?
Well,
Okay,
I don't know. I'm not a mental health professional, but release those to the prosecutor if you're really afraid of his mental health crisis that you say he's in.
Keep saying that he's in.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. I think one is the realization where you're sitting and why you're sitting there and what you did. I think for 5 years he thought that he got to a point that he said, I'm going to get away with this, and this probably didn't cross his mind. And I guess he never thought he was going to get caught. And now it's like, oh boy, here I am. Now I have to face reality. So I think in that part, yes, everything is sinking in. And of course, that has to be haunting. And absolutely knowing what you did and what's coming for you and what you did.
I think they alluded to that, Alexa, in the in one of the, I don't know if it was the PCA or where I read it, in one of the documents by the prosecution. They talk about when they when the police interviewed Richard Allen and Kathy Allen on the 13th of October of 2022, one of the reasons that they requested and were granted the search warrant the very same day is because, I mean, at that point we've had over 5 years, and they had information that was confirmed to them by Kathy that certain things they were looking for in this case, she said that Richard Allen still had, like the blue jacket, knives, guns. Things like that. And one of the reasons that they wanted to get that search warrant and they executed it the same day was because they were afraid that after they left that those interviews, Richard Allen would understand that they now suspected him, and he might
disregard it.
He might get rid of the evidence that they were looking for. And, I think that's a very valid and normal thing, because I think there was a state of complicity, a state of comfortableness after 5 years, like you just said, that, he thought he got away with it. And then to realize that he all of a sudden was a suspect, it was too late, because he, if there was something he left in that house that was evidence, they had to get it right away. And he then had to sit in that jail. I'm sure his mind deteriorated a little bit because he thought he got away with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then he didn't get to drink.
Yeah. But is he as bad as like the picture that we saw, and that he, doesn't even know what food is, and he's eating the papers because he's probably thinking that they're sandwiches? No, I don't believe that.
Same.
Right. Because remember, it's his mental health rapidly started to deteriorate on April 3rd, 2023, which just so happens to be the same day he confessed to his wife 5 or 6 times, to killing the girls. And then I think, and there was then after that, miraculously, he just started to get better again.
But you know what? I mean, and I'm not going to blame, or I'm not going to shame the wife, but
no, not at all.
But it makes me think up to a point. Is you saw the one from the Long Island SK, right? The alleged Long Island SK. Yeah. And you saw the wife. As soon as she found out, she was like, "No, I'm gone. Bye. I don't want to have anything to do with him." And I always thought about this one. I mean, is it because, maybe because this one had a career and it was more independent than the other one, that the other one was more needy? Is it because of that she stays? Because, if my husband comes to me, I don't care that we've been together 25 years. If he comes to me and says, "Hey, I did something to somebody," I'll be like, bye. I think even my own child, I'll be like, I'm sorry, I have to give you it. I don't think I can keep that from I will still love my child, but I think a husband, I would be like, see ya. I'm never going to do it.
Do you think she's helping out prosecution whatsoever with, trying to gain?
No. Kathy? Prosecution? No.
No, I think Kathy, I believe that Kathy was truthful and honest in her interviews with investigators. Because I don't think that she actually believed, and whether she should have or not, I don't know. But I don't believe that she thought that her husband did this. So I don't think she thought she had anything to hide. But I don't think she's being overly cooperative with them, but I think she's being honest with them.
I always believe that, when you have somebody like this, there's no way you can hide a life like this. There's always going to be red flags. And those red flags, whether you want to accept them or not, whether you see them or not, but it's going to get to the point that you're going to see them. And you're going to be like, that explains why.
If you want to.
If you want to, yeah.
And did you guys see, for example, like allegedly somebody that worked with him in Walmart came, I think, I don't know if you guys saw that interview with the lady, his former co-worker for Richard, that he described what a creep, like she felt like he was a creep. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
And to me, that's almost like a red flag. And I'm like, that's what I was saying. That's what I was talking about. There's no way that he went his life squeaky clean without anybody thinking, no, there has to be signs.
Right. Yeah. And just to the boss on this one, Clutch had a dang good video tonight. I didn't know. It came up in my feed. Let me put it this way. I know who Clutch is. I don't watch him. I had watched him a couple of times, like last year, perhaps. So I did see it pop up in my feed. I think it was one of those things is I get sometimes bored very fast. It's like sometimes it's like he has good thoughts, and other times I think it was a little bit off of type of thing but I think in general he's a good guy and puts out his content. But sometimes I get very bored watching somebody in a truck or whatever just talking. It bores me very fast. Sorry, when it's just kind of usually someone just sitting in a truck and that's all their lives are about and stuff like that. For me personally, I get bored very fast. So I'm not familiar. Yeah, I know the name. I've watched him a couple times, and I think that he's a good person and does things this way. But because I don't watch content creators a lot, but certain things just bore me, and honestly, I get bored very fast if I'm usually watching just someone in a van or a truck just sitting there talking.
Although I will say, just this week, like I've never watched the Prosecutors podcast or Surviving the Survivor before, and both of those episodes I thought were incredibly well done.
Yeah, but but that's two people on the Prosecutors podcast that are actual prosecutors and stuff.
Yes, and then Surviving this
Surviving. You've never seen him up until now? I mean, I've mentioned him.
I like him, but I think sometimes he is a little bit, I don't know. So I like him.
I never sat and watched the whole episode.
Right. I agree with Alexa on that. I like Surviving the Survivor, but sometimes, I don't know, sometimes.
It's repetitive. A little biased.
Yeah.
I'm all about the Prosecutors podcast. Have you watched that, Alexa?
No, I never seen it. I've heard of it.
I'll send you the link for the Delphi one. It's good. They do it. They do a breakdown of the prosecution response, but it kind of encompasses their whole thought on the.
Is it a female and a male?
Yes, it's it's a female and a male, and they're both. I guess they're both prosecutors, right?
Mm-hmm. I had actually seen them, Adam. I remember. I think that was that. Once I actually seen them, I think I remember at the same time that I think you might have sent me a link or something, and I was like, oh yeah, I've watched them already. And then it was one of those things where I was like, oh, Adam has watched them too. Because I remember seeing them before you were talking, like meaning it's one of those things you might say Prosecutors podcast. I don't remember the name of these people, but once I clicked on it and saw, I was like, oh yeah, I've seen them before. So I was familiar. I just wasn't one of those things at the time that I subscribed to or anything. I was just came across it. So, you just come across certain things one time or whatever. But, again, one of the shows that I listened pretty much to all that live that they did, a lot to learn if you don't know, anything about the court side of things and stuff. And they, explain things and talk about it really well. Anyways, I'd recommend subscribing to the Prosecutors podcast for sure.
Someone sent me a link for a channel tonight. I've not seen it. Sweetie Pie something.
Sweetie Pie Low.
I guess she did a Delphi episode.
Yeah, Sweetie Pie Low is from the Suzanne Morphew case. Like that that's where I became aware of Sweetie Pie Low, because she was covering the Suzanne Morphew case. Donna Serafina was, Profiling Evil, and Tyson Draper and stuff like that. So yeah, that's who that is. Sweetie Pie Lowe is a very nice lady. Her and Donna Serafina, you know, the thing with that, and that was the case of the Vallow case. That's how I even got to know who Donna Serafina was prior to Sweetie Pie Lowe. But Sweetie Pie Lowe, like myself actually at the time, because I was watching Donna Serafina. Hey,
sorry.
What'd you say?
Go ahead. Nothing.
Yeah, I was watching Donna Serafina, and I was listening about the Vallow case, and this is before they even knew where the kids were, and I remember that. So I listened to her, and then after a while, I mean, personally, there's a lot. She mumbles a lot. I wish she wouldn't mumble so much when she's talking, but that's her way. So after maybe listening to it for a couple of hours or an hour and a half, you know, I kind of went off of it. But I know that when later on, past the date, like when the kids were found and stuff, honestly, it was jaw dropping to what Donna Serafina had said to what had actually happened. Like, it was very descriptive what Donna had said. And I knew as soon as I heard the certain things to do with the Vallow case, I was like literally jaw dropped myself with what Donna Serafina had said, going, what? Like, she literally almost spelt it out. It was crazy. But, you know, so I had hindsight for months to go back to remember exactly who Donna Serafina was. But anyway, so Sweetie Pie Lowe, Donna Serafina, myself and others that covered the Suzanne Morphew case. Donna Serafina at one point, though, she really insulted Lauren Scharf. And that really kind of like gave her some, like, some people like myself at the time, including still now a little bit, I felt that, like, she lost my respect when she did that with Lauren Scharf, because Lauren Scharf is the news reporter that has been covering the Delphi case, the Suzanne Morphew case extensively. And she just said some words that were very unkind. And I was like, okay, you know, now you're attacking here. And it was uncalled for what she
and why, in what context did she do that? Like,
whatever, I can't remember, but it was dissing Lauren Scharf. It was basically coming off as a diss towards Lauren Scharf. And I thought it was very unprofessional of Donna to be doing that. You know what I mean? You don't attack someone like the way she did it. It was like an attack on Lauren Scharf, and it was just ignorant. But anyways, that's who Sweetie Pie Lowe is. Going back, circling again. Very nice lady. Her and Donna Serafina have hooked up many times, you know, on the different cases and stuff like that. And yeah, she's. Oh, you popped out for a second, Adam.
I know. I heard it like pop.
Yeah, it does that, and that's what happened. And then your avatar goes away. And Carrie at Aspen, I agree. She overlooked the red flags. There was alcoholism that was brings up a lot of issues. There was at least one DV incident as well. I don't think she ever thought it was him. Yeah.
I've seen nothing to make me say anything. I mean, I feel like Kathy Allen has probably had the worst year that anyone could imagine in the past year.
Who,
you know,
Kathy
I mean,
Allen?
you know, yeah. And I mean, not worse, of course, than, you know, Anna Williams, Becky Patty, or Carrie Timmons, but
in a different way.
Her whole life has been thrown into turmoil in the last year, and I've not seen anything to for a reason for me to criticize her, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, me neither. It's kind of like Rex Heuermann's wife. Again, I have sympathy for people that are victims. And for me, I think that Kathy Allen I think that her personality, first of all, is, you know, very kind, loving, caring, and definitely an extrovert type of person versus, say, Richard Allen. Because sometimes
she's needy. I think he was the head of that family, and she followed him.
Yeah, right. You know,
she would never do anything to stand up for herself.
You know, right. Uh, anyways, I've never deemed her as having knowledge, um, and I think that unless we're in their shoes, we can't say what we would do personally. Like we can say what we would do, but
Be right back.
to judge somebody else on, if she's supporting him or not, again, you'd have to be in literally somebody's shoes and to say what you would do, but what you say you would do if you've never been in somebody's shoes and what truly happens are always two different things. Some people might say, like myself, like, yeah, gone, right? But yet if you believe he's innocent, and then you stand by your man, and then of course you're going to get accused from true crime sleuth and this, that you knew it or this or that and stuff like that. Anyways, I have a lot of empathy for the victims, of course, and the victims' families that also get literally their whole life just flips upside down. And of course, you're going to get the sadness and sympathy towards the victims of Abby and Libby. And it's going to be a whole different type of sympathy for, because again, people are equating this horrible person did this to Abby and Libby. And the wife is going to get a lot of, unjustified, probably, and definitely unjustified slack over it because her life flips upside down, ruined. It's two different things. It's not the type of sadness for Abby and Libby and the family on there, but they're still, to me, victims too, just in a different way, and they usually get the harsher target put on them from people because people just go, well, you can't be with somebody for all these years and not know that they were doing this or doing that. Like I said, you have to live in somebody's shoes, really, and be in that position. But go ahead. Oh, sorry. Did you have a comment up there?
I did. I wanted to look at Elboss says, I like the Unraveling, and then you watched the Prosecutor's Podcast. So I was talking about the Prosecutor's Podcast, and then I saw that you mentioned this, and I just recently became aware of this channel. I think it's The Unraveled, and so I wasn't familiar with it, but I looked at it, and it's like, I guess 3 people. And so I was looking at what they were saying, and I was like, it felt very unhinged and very like erratic. So I was looking at it a little bit, and I was like, okay, so we've got this Angela person, and it seems intelligent, and then this Tober guy, who I guess is part of the CW documentary. And then Yellow Jacket, who I guess is big on Reddit as well as Angela is. But they seem like intelligent people, but they're definitely pushing a very strong agenda towards the Ron Logan being guilty. And this whole like Carroll County corruption, everything is, evil, and you can't trust anything. And Richard Allen is innocent, and he needs to be released immediately, and Tony Liggett should be put in prison. And I honestly, I was like, if someone's watching someone pushing an agenda that's that strong, if they don't adhere to those exact parameters of that narrative, I feel like they're going to be turned on immediately. That it feels very cringe. I got anxiety watching some of it, and it's not something it's not something I would partake in or encourage anyone with an open mind or intelligence to listen to. And there are other things I could laugh or joke about with, some of the intricacies of it. But, I won't do that. But anyway, don't take my word for it. Go check it out. I think they're called The Unraveled. It's on YouTube. Yellow Jacket for me on Reddit, Angela, George 7E, Twitter, whatever. Go look them up. They have a story to tell. I just don't think it's a factual one. But ask them.
Yep.
So anyway,
did you read this one already?
Elvis, I saw her and the mother. I was thinking it cited all of us, and that's fair. I didn't see her as blindly being a fool, but I didn't see her turning away, looking for middle ground.
Talking about Kathy. I think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was just going to say, Carrie, I think, Daisy, were you eye rolling at Adam?
I felt, and I will say, I felt so bad for Janice specifically, and the photo that was taken of them outside of that courthouse that day. And not because someone took it. I mean, that's in poor taste, but I mean, she was looking directly at the person that took that picture, and and I mean, it was just neither here nor there with the time or place, but I mean, I think we could see the toll some of that's taken on Kathy just in her hair alone, as far as like, but.
I mean, she's the victim too. I mean, that's the problem with this. There's not just the victim's family. There's also the SK or the K's family too.
Yeah.
So, I want to say to Daisy. Oh, sorry, Alexa. I was just gonna say, Daisy. Usually, an eye roll means when you don't believe somebody or what they're saying or something like that. It's like, give me a break. An eye roll is like, spare me. So when you say eye roll is an agreement thing, I've never ever heard of an eye roll being an agreement thing. And as for Carrie, your opinion, regardless of how you meant the comment, is as simply as that. You're allowed to have your opinion just like anybody. If someone wants to think that Kathy knew everything about what was going on, again, everyone has the right to think what they want that way. No problem. But even though I get you saying, I hope my comment was no way blaming Kathy. Again, even if you did blame her or thought that she was part of it.
I mean, it's not like I blame her. And I feel the same way. It's not that I'm blaming her. But I do believe that I think deep down, you know what you're married to. And if that man has hit you, that man is violent. And you can't say, oh, you can be defending him. But deep down, that man has a tendency of violence.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you can be in denial. And I get it. But I do believe that deep down, she saw red flags. I don't think she put them one and one together. But I think only when she goes over the shock and she starts on the acceptance phase, I think she will start seeing it. Is she going to admit it to anyone? Probably not. But I think to herself, she's going to be like, oh, you know what? I saw that. And everybody does that.
Right.
So,
yeah,
but she's a victim
good
too.
point.
I mean, her life changed in one day. I mean, somebody knocked at her door and her life was never the same.
Right.
Oh.
And presumably she went to that interview on the 13th of October being like, okay, like totally innocently. But Elvis, I agree. And I wasn't, like, I encourage everyone to listen to as many things as you can and make up your own mind.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
feel like, I feel like some people don't realize that certain people are trying to persuade and push a narrative that doesn't make sense. So just be aware of what you're listening to. But yeah, listen to everything and make up your own mind. And if you disagree with me, great. That's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Electric says, to the criminal profiler, you would have loved my MMPI results. I was another Jungian book, just itching to be written. So they tell me.
Now he has to say what kind of personality. What was the test? What kind of personality does he have?
So what does MMPI stand for? Multiple. What is
that? That's like a testing that they do for the type of personality.
Oh, okay.
That's more in the psychology.
Well, what's a Jungian book? I have no idea what that word means. I was another Jungian book. Was Jungian a person? Like, is that like someone that I don't know.
You mean like the psychologist? Is that what he means? Like John?
He said yes, but
Oh, so yeah.
On there. Well, like I said, maybe when Alexa, maybe when Mr. Electric comes on the live, maybe you could join us if you have time.
No, it's not John. It's Carl. Carl John.
Yeah. Oh, Carl John. But anyways, yeah. So maybe Alexa can join us once we decide.
He's the one that hold on. Were you gonna do a live with him about what was the?
Well, the live was really going to be about him telling his stories.
Oh, that's right. He's the one who
was in prison.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So maybe that would be a good live if you were on it as well. And if you can, once we decide on a date there, and try to. Would you like to be on that live, Alexa? Put you on the spot. I think it would be very interesting. I always like to hear, like I said, so this is kind of be like a little bit like how Blaine was when he came on the live, and it ended up being talking about a lot of his stuff that he kind of gave us some insight into the whole prison world and his stories and stuff like that. So he said for 33 years of doing the right thing in this world, right? So really, like I said, I like Blaine. I love stories of somebody that has turned their life around, but yet can shed light on, again, how prison life was, what happened in there while they were doing it. Like you said, I mean, obviously tonight, Ted Bundy, you talked to him a few times. You can expand on that with us. And, hey, Faggy, are you still here? So yeah, Minnesota multi-fast. Personality. Thank you, Lavos. Definitely the gold standard of personality test. Okay. Thank you. What is Figgy saying? Yeah, I don't listen to podcasts that try to get, yeah. Also, I can't take anyone serious who thinks RL is a killer if family is involved. Oh, I figure you're going to stop watching us then. Shit. Yeah, they are delusional. So I agree to both things there. I'm not going to sit there and watch anything to do with that or the second one because it is, like I said, you adapt and whatever. Again, each their own thoughts, right? But
and Fig's referencing, I think, I'm like, how do you in one breath say Richard Allen is 100% innocent?
Right.
You know what? Right now, he is. We don't know. He's not been convicted of anything. But you can say, they don't stop it. He's innocent. They say Richard Allen is 100% innocent. And in the next breath, they say Tony Liggett should be locked up and put in jail.
Right.
So I'm like, you want someone that is presumably has evidence against them for committing a horrible double homicide against children set free. So you're willing to let this person that you're going to put out there, that you want this person set free, you're willing to let them babysit your children, but yet you're then also in the same breath saying that you want the person investigating them that's now been elected sheriff because you think there's so much corruption in a county, in a state you don't live in. You want that person put in jail for what reason? But yet you're willing to let this person that's being accused of double homicide out into the streets. Great. Do you want them to date your daughter? Do you want them to babysit your children? Because, I don't think you're that much of a bleeding heart.
Daisy says, I'm glad we come here and find out what they're saying because there's no way I'm watching these channels. And Fake says, you want me to explain how a guy who admitted to taking the life of his wife, to the girls, to his wife, and who Ellie has more evidence to prove he's guilty is innocent. I'm just in reality. LaVos is giving you high fives, Adam.
Mhm.
What do you have?
If you would rather Tony Liggett be in prison and Richard Allen be like out on the streets, great. Why don't you sue Carroll County for it?
Yeah. Just going back to Fig's comment, I want Alexa. So my bottom line is, for me, that nobody knows the actual story. Somebody wants to believe it's one person or multiple people. No one person here knows exactly what happened. I don't even know that the LE know exactly what happened fully, to be honest with you. So it's kind of one of those things, like Fig's opinion is his opinion, right? How he looks at it, like one person, even though we know, like, before you thought it was different. I don't believe. I can't help but remember always that video where some guy's shaving or something like that and hopped over this spot to this spot. I think that was with True Crime Garage, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. Anyways, but as information comes, right, you adapt, and like I said, right, if it comes down that Big stance or whatever is one person, Richard Allen, and that he did it alone, that's his opinion. Mm-hmm. Just like mine is, if I feel like there's multiple. You know what? At this point, I can kind of go both ways. I can still see both ways. I'm not like, I'll never be closed-minded in a sense to think that I know the story or that I know exactly how it happened. That part will come when trial comes. So my thing to you, Alexa, is, so what do you think of Fig's comment back?
I agree. I honestly think that this whole time, I mean, I don't think, and obviously, and I always said it, that I don't think Ellie always knew who it was. I think they knew until recently, but always people were criticizing, and we're so quick to criticize just because we don't hear what we want to hear, but we don't know what they have. Even right now, we are just going by what we know. We're just saying, oh, but they just have the bullet.
What seems
but
logical.
You don't know what other evidence
they know what else they have.
It's pointing that they have more stuff that apparently or allegedly the defense doesn't want to allow that evidence to come in. So we are quick to say, hey, what is, they don't have anything, but we don't know the whole story. We don't know what they know. We don't know what they have. We don't know what they found. I mean, if one thing that I keep going back to in my mind over and over and over is, for example, Richard Allen had stuff hidden under his in his trunk, under his spare tire. Like, who hides stuff in there? Like, what is it so important that, or what is it so sensitive that you cannot even hide it in your house, that you have to hide it there? So we don't know what they have. But I agree. I think, how do you right now, I know that not everybody knows or not everybody believes that he's guilty, but it's pointing towards that. And that's what we obviously proven guilty. The U.S. has a different than what I'm used to.
And,
but okay.
And like Willie Billy says, Ari has not been convicted of anything yet. Or Ari has not been convicted yet. 100%. I even think in my little rant just now, I said, he's presumed innocent.
Until proven guilty. Yeah, exactly.
But
I do believe he confessed. And I believe he did it.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think the defense is just trying different tactics to how convenient now is, obviously now he has a mental issue, he's being abused. Now this ODIN guy said, hey, we're gonna unalive you, and if you don't confess, I mean, those are tactics that they're trying to know, because they know that Ellie has more. So don't fall into the thing that
he's not been convicted. I think what I said was but he's presumed to have done this by the court or by the state of Indiana. I should say the state of Indiana, not the court. But we don't know yet, and ultimately it's going to be up to 12 individuals that are made up of the jury that are peers of Richard Allen's. So
I think by the public's court by the public's opinion, I think he's guilty.
Yeah. So, but
now
what
we
do
have
you
to see
guys?
what the court is saying.
Let's go back to what
I like Elvos.
McClellan said, though, that they believe that there was other people involved. There's someone else involved or other people involved, whatever words he used. So whatever happened to that then? Out the wind?
I mean, I always thought that.
Like what do you
my
think?
always was that he got that information that they were going to be there from somebody, and I always would have sworn that it was KK. It doesn't look like it's that way. I mean, I cannot believe that he just woke up one day and say, "Hey, I'm going to do this randomly." I mean, did he stalk them or did he talk to them prior? Because I don't believe that he just showed up there and he knew they were going to be there. Why didn't he go for somebody else?
Right.
No, to me, it seems like he knew he was there. It was targeted, but how he got there? Did he stalk them?
Was it
Did he talk to them?
Was it targeted then?
Was the location the target?
I 100% believe it.
Right, exactly, Adam. Or was the location the target? Like, meaning, all profilers, etc., have kept saying, like, this is pre-planned, myself included, and stuff like that. And he got there 21 minutes before the girls, and it's kind of like, well, why didn't he attack any of the other girls on the one that was standing like 50 feet from him while he was on the first platform? So then it becomes, well, so was it because he knew Abby and Libby were going to be there? Or was it a target in the sense of, at the end of the day, he had kind of had a plan in mind of what was going to happen? And if he saw someone going across the bridge, but it's just the fact that he arrived 21 minutes before the girls. So I have this hard time in my head, like, could it have been that he didn't actually know that Abby and Libby were going to be there and they just happened to become the victims that day, knowing that
somebody when you show up before, you don't show up 21 minutes. To me, those 21 minutes was even more that this was targeted. He knew they were going to be there. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he knew that. I always believed that Abby was just a collateral. She was, a tactical.
If Richard Allen knew that those girls were going to be there that day, that information is going to be on an electronic device somewhere. Mm-hmm. Whether it be from a social media post, whether it be from an email or a text message or a Snapchat or somewhere, that information is going to be somewhere retrievable, I hope, on a device. I don't know if it is or not, but as far as someone asked about Sonny asked about Nick McLean, or them talking about other people ultimately being involved.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think if you look back to the fall of 2022, and I think that if they started looking back into Richard Allen in September of 2022, they interviewed him and served a search warrant and found material during that search warrant that led them to an arrest all during the month of October of 2022, after no movement in this case for a very long time. Mm-hmm. Yet they had this information, peripheral information about Keegan Klein, mm-hmm. that he had done all of these other things. Yet they, so then, you have an arrest of Richard Allen on the 26th, 28th of October of 2022. And then, 2 weeks later, the statements being given by Nick McClelland about others being involved, was that simply the fact that they had not connected the two, but yet they might suspect there was a connection that may never have ultimately led to a connection? Or was it a misdirection being given by the prosecution to keep that probable cause affidavit sealed, which is why he gave that statement, is because he gave that in court trying to keep that sealed, mm-hmm. and ultimately failed.
Mm-hmm. I think he said it because he thought. I don't think he connected everything. And also, one thing that worries me about him, and I did not know this until
they may have thought there might have been something else,
is the fact that he never tried a murder case. And that's worrisome. Like, how can he be trying one of the biggest cases in Delphi, probably Delphi history, when you don't have that kind of experience? I mean, if I would I hire him? No way. I never would have hired him.
At this point, I would.
So,
well, you're right. You know, and I agree. I think with a comment Fig said earlier, with I think, like, I'm not willing to underestimate what McClellan can do, but I absolutely understand, because, you know, obviously being as close to the family as he is and fighting for justice. But I guess I would have thought that there would be more people helping out, involved, you know, in the team type of thing, I guess.
In the team, what do you mean?
Well, that there would be, you know, kind of like the defense has probably five or six probably people that will be involved. I was just thinking that, you know, Nick McClellan would be, you know, wanting help more help by his side and stuff like that. I don't know.
He asked for it, remember?
Passion and experience are two different things.
And like I said, and like I think it's important, you know, like he you know, he mentioned there could be other people involved. One, he wanted that that probable cause affidavit and everything continue to be sealed. Like, that was his ultimate goal in giving that statement, was that he wanted that all kept confidential still. But he may have legitimately felt like there could be someone else involved. They just hadn't connected it yet.
What about Betsy Blair or whatever her name is?
And so for that information being publicly released might have jeopardized that. I don't think that there was anyone else involved or anyone else be connected for Michelle. I just don't think they knew that yet.
I think this case is crazy. It's beyond ridiculous. No, I know. The whole Kagan Klein thing and the introduction of him, and the whole fact that he put a phone call or, you know, text, the fact that he was talking obviously at the sleepover.
So do you think was Kagan Klein's Google search history or Google searches, were those his Ron Logan alibi of this case? Like, was he a dirty bird that was committing a crime separately than these murders, but that he then did something to put himself further away from this case as not being attached to it, that then ended up pulling him in closer? Right.
I mean, I think it's all really crazy, from the whole ski mask thing about how they got the information to Kagan Klein texting that day, and people get confused. He at no point did he say, what he said was something like, oh shit, I was supposed to meet that girl. Not that it was on that day. People keep kind of misreading what was actually said there. So yes, he was in communication. Yes, he was on last ones. Yes, he was talking to, remember when he was talking in his interview or in the writing or whatever, where he says that, that he didn't, he kept saying, oh, you mean the annoying one? He's like, I remember talking to her friend, and stuff like that. All I'm going to say is, in the midst of all of this, how effing crazy is it that everything that you thought at some point would lead to Kagan Klein being involved because of the Anthony Shots account, would only lead to maybe the CSAM, and that he truly didn't have any actual involvement with Delphi. And it's like this craziness with Delphi. It's the most absurd case to me, where they're literally, it's kind of like, here you go, here's more information. We're looking for this account. Okay, it's tied to Anthony Shots and Ski Mask and this and that. And then literally for it to turn around, let's just say, and have nothing to do with it. And the thing is that it took me a long time to come off of the 100% to now. I don't even know what to think when it comes to the whole Kagan Klein thing or anything. I don't even believe in the LE anymore. I don't believe that they have full knowledge. They might, and that's why I'll wait till things come out in court. But honestly, because it's been so long, they overlooked Richard Allen's freaking interview for 5 years or whatever heck it was, and all that stuff. I don't anyone.
Don't talk about Richard Allen Whiteman that way.
Say it again. Oh
Don't
yeah,
talk
Richard
about
Allen
Richard
Whiteman. Yeah, right. But I honestly don't know really what I believe, to be honest, anymore, because I think this case is so effed up, and it's almost like a whodunit mystery that, you know, you're led to the candlestick, then over to the knife, then over to this, and I just feel like it's so crazy to me that, and this is exactly what can happen. It's just total fucking coincidence that yes, KK might have done this, but never did this. And Ben says, well, what about Keegan Klein? He deleted his phone from 2010 to 2015 and all the apps he used to contact Libby. Well, he would do that. I mean, he would do that because he doesn't want any more stuff against him from the CSAM side or trying to lure girls and stuff like that. Doesn't necessarily mean that that had to do with the Delphi with him as much as it was to do with the CSAM of course, deleting everything. You know, I just find it so absurd because anyone that would be presented with all that stuff would typically go, definitely Keegan Klein has something to do with it.
And that's also, you know, usually you don't believe, you know, when you're doing, especially in this world, crime, you don't believe in coincidences. You know, nothing happened out of chance. Usually you believe that A is connected to B and A will bring you to B to C. So I think with KK, everybody, including myself, I would have sworn that he was connected to this case. And I was like, he was the one who wrote it online, and he was the one who brought this other man into the picture. I never believed he was the one who don't alive them, but I always believe he was.
Because what are the chances, right? Because what are the chances? No coincidences in crime.
You know, bad wolves, basically. You know,
but then you get Delphi.
But you get, you know, obviously we saw that KK is not involved in it.
I mean, I was looking not even just like these two high profile ones, but I was even thinking about, look at all of, I was talking to someone the other day about this. If you look at all of we know this was the largest CSAM case, you know, in Indiana history. But if you even remove that, look at all of the crimes that there were arrests on that we know of. I mean, and I don't think we have a total amount yet. Throughout the Delphi investigation, oh my God, what was his name? Kevin, not Sellers. There have been multiple arrests made because of the Delphi investigation as to other crimes. Was it Kevin Sellers? Is that his name, or am I making that up?
I don't know why that sounds familiar.
But, you know, if you look at other cases as far as like, you know, Paul Etter, and you look at these other people, so I mean, all of these people that, you know, like were suspected in this case had done horrible things, and they were arrested and brought to justice because of their proximity to this case. But it doesn't mean they had anything to do with this case. Keegan Klein, I believe, and like Ron Logan are two of the examples of people that had a very close proximity to this case. One geographically, yes, and the other digitally. But does that make them any different than those people that were brought to justice because of what they did? I don't know.
Eating ketchup chips.
Yeah, exactly, and I believe, you know, we would have seen it. We would have seen something related to Keegan Klein by now.
Wait, hold. It's 11:11. 11:11, people. Okay.
Oh goodness, it's getting late. But it is late.
Oh my God, it's really.
Fig Solve says ideal with probability, not possibility. Well, now Fig, that makes me feel cheap.
You are cheap. You know that. You're cheap. I don't know. You know, I'm just curious for this. We're going to wrap it up here, I guess, really quick here, because it is 11:11, and my wish is probably that my husband is probably wanting to go to bed soon because he worked today, and there's plenty of time to talk about this stuff. Anyways, I'm like I said, at the end of the day, I have no problem like thinking my thoughts with the defense and the Odinism thing and blah 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 blah. I'm just waiting for the case to play out, whenever that is. However long it takes. I just, You know, hopefully the truth truly surfaces, and it's just not a partial truth, but hopefully, I'm very curious to what Ellie truly has, you know, and what we'll hear and maybe see, perhaps on cameras. Selfishly, I do want it to be on camera. I do want to watch the proceedings. Is it going to turn into a circus? No more than it already is. Of course it will. It's without a doubt. Do I think it would be less of a circus without cameras? Yeah, to a point for sure, because you're not witnessing it. You're not, it's different when you visually see. But anyways, doesn't matter whichever way it turns out. Still, the end goal is that justice for Abby and Libby. Do I think that R.A. admitted to his wife and his mother about doing it? Yeah. My thing, Alexa, is that I just cannot picture little gnome guy there. Like I could picture him doing it to the girls by himself to a point. What I can't wrap around my head is so you think it's an SA fantasy. So unless I actually seen those crime scene photos to really determine what items were there, that he would have brought himself to create this, say, misdirection or whatever. That's the part that I can't wrap my head around. Is that?
Let me ask you this, honey.
Sure.
What do you know about Richard Allen that would tell you he wouldn't do that?
Right, and that's just it. I don't.
But also, with that, we can also see the other side of the coin, because we're saying we don't know the crime scene, what items were there. But at the same time, we know that Ellie was not experienced enough. So whatever they saw maybe as a signature or as an MO, whatever they maybe was not. Maybe,
Absolutely.
there were branches there, and now they're saying, oh yeah, those branches were, were they branches or was that a signature?
Right.
We don't know. But and unfortunately, I don't even think we will ever know, because unfortunately, the people that got there have never seen a case like this. And that's
Absolutely.
the one thing.
And we can't blame them for that.
No, you cannot blame them, because they never seen. Thank God. I mean, they never seen. So in one way is, okay, you have an experienced Ellie that has never seen this. They collect all this thing, all the pieces, and they say, oh, it's this and it's that. And then we're looking at Richard Allen saying, hey, to me, he doesn't seem, and you're right, I don't think he's the type, he's sophisticated enough to stage a scene. I don't think so. But
that's the part that I have.
Again, what do we know enough about him for either of you to make that assessment?
No, we don't. It's more based on assumption.
Because we know very little about Richard Allen.
Correct. And he absolutely could, have done this, because like I said, there's many items on the BG that people just aren't aware of. Like I said, for me, I know that for a fact.
And I think it's important that, like this weak demeanor that we've been presented with now, like were introduced most of us were introduced to Richard Allen on October 31st of 2022. And for the majority of the past year, we've been presented with an image of Richard Allen that is weak, that is small, that is shrinking. And I think that there's a psychological effect that's had on some people where we think, how could this person be capable of this horrific thing? And we've even heard from people firsthand that were in the room with him in court hearings, that when they saw him in person, because of his stature and his size, thought to themselves, he's so little, how could he have done this? Mm-hmm. And I think that's had a very profound psychological effect on a lot of people. And I don't think even some people realize that,
what he might be capable of.
It's feeding into this image we're all being given of him, that he couldn't have done this because because he only exists in this 11 months that we've all been aware of him, when in reality he's a 51-year-old man at this point, or 50-year-old man, or 50 that was 44 at the time of this crime. And he we don't know. We know nothing about him. Well, we don't know about his personality. We don't know about his actions or his likes or his interest. Well, he could be a monster, and we wouldn't know.
I was going to say, for all we know, he could have been like Barry Morphew and been listening to murder podcasts or different crime scenes, and maybe there's something inside of his brain that, you know, like maybe being in the army or whatever it is, maybe there was something in his brain where he literally wanted to commit, you know, unalivings. Maybe he was into murder episodes and stuff like that, and this was like a thing, maybe like Brian Koberger, where it's something like it's in your brain and then you finally decide that you're going to act on it, see if you can get away with it, perhaps. I don't know. You know,
I believe this was always a fantasy.
A fantasy.
He fought it for a long time until he finally, there had to be a trigger. And that's one of the things I would love to see is what was that trigger point of his that it goes from being a fantasy.
Alexa, your microphone.
You hear me? No, I want to know, where does you go from being a trigger or from being a fantasy to doing it? What was that trigger? And I would love to know. I hope one day we get to know, just for my own personal satisfaction, is what was that trigger?
Right. So let me say this. So, like, I know that you've always had an essay fantasy or whatever, but regardless, even kind of what I was saying a minute ago, like, regardless if it was an essay fantasy and maybe like, although there was, you know, no.
Yeah, but that doesn't need to, you know, to be in a fantasy. It's an
right. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe he was into like kind of like Barry Morphew. He listened to a podcast, had to do with a bike being thrown away, whatever.
I also believe that this was his first time doing it. So a lot of times,
I still do too.
You know, it could be the first time that they don't do that, and they escalate. The second one, the third, the fourth one, and they go. Or it could be that was just his thing. He just wanted to see, you know, have the body there and do it in his mind. And that was the rush. And every time, you know, that he would want to do something to, you know, to pleasure himself or something, he would go back to that moment because that's what they do. And I remember one time one of the SKs told me, and I asked him and I said, why do you do that? And he said to me, there's nothing more, there's no better rush, there's no better high that when you have your somebody else's life in your hands and you just are squeezing it and you just see their basically their life sucked out of them. And that always stuck with me. And I was like, wow, because I never understood. I was like, why? And that day I understood why. And I was like, because that's their brain. Don't forget that these people are not like you and me.
Right.
These people are psychopaths. And I believe he is one. You know, he cannot be a normal person and do this. And have a daughter that looks like her too. Imagine that. Like, what do you feel every time you see your daughter?
I know.
Come on.
So, you know, I mean, Adam has multiple times said that he believes that the daughter is going to be, I don't know if it's the word crucial or whatever to the prosecutors, and that's why she hasn't done interviews and different things because, you know, we'll see. Okay, Alexa, I'll start flirting with Alexa. Right? You know, I mean, I feel like we're in a little triangle here. I flirt with Fig flirts with Alexa, and Adam just flirts with everybody.
I just sit by myself.
He's a sloat. Yeah, kind of like Tom. You know. Anyways, you guys, it's been a great live. Yeah, totally. I've enjoyed it. Thank you, Alexa, for coming on. Thank you, Fig, for not joining us tonight. Instead, he's just giving us verbal.
Actually, I think, Alexa, you look beautiful. You know, you said everyone was going to be scared of you in your pajamas. I think you look gorgeous.
I know. I was ready to go to bed. I'm like, no makeup, no nothing. I'm sorry.
No, I think you look gorgeous, and I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, I get tired of all the chicks that watch this while hitting on me. It gets old sometimes. Anyways, Alexa. Now, Alexa knows she's beautiful. Fig's wife is beautiful. Sunny's beautiful. Adam's beautiful. The rest of you guys are all ugly. Sorry. Yeah.
No.
Ben, especially Ben. Nah. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Mr. Electric. Like I said, Mr. Electric, I'll message you back, or I'll add you to what's it called again? That thing, Discord.
Messenger or Discord?
No, Discord. He says he doesn't have Facebook, even though it's the way to go. Sorry, but it is. That's how most of us roll in the real world here. Kathy, thank you, Kathy. Alexa, I do fantasy, and finally he acted on it. Somehow he knew those girls were going to be there at the time. One witness said he was on a mission. That's how I believe it is, that he was on this mission. But we're going to leave it at that tonight. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. Again, prayers for your doggy, Miss Dog Lover. Thank you for the donations from Daisy, Miss Dog Lover, and Diana.
Yeah. And if you haven't already, check out Tom Webster's interview with Susan Hendricks on his channel that he put out today. It's like 35 minutes.
No, I know you have Discord. Yeah.
That's very short for him, because I expected like 2 hours or something.
It was from her. I'm sure she was like, no, I'm done. And rumor has it she only agreed to do softball interviews, which is why she wasn't interested in talking to Fig or myself. But, you know, Tom was perfect for her. So, you know, because he agreed to not ask her.
Well, she watches. Has Susan ever said, yeah, I watch Fake all the time?
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I'm completely kidding. No, everyone watched Tom Webster's interview with Susan Hendricks. So I'm sure it's great.
Yeah. And just quickly, Mr. Electric, yeah, I know you said you had Discord. I'm the one that said that I never really used it, hardly like once or twice. But so yeah, so I know that you have Discord. Anyways, you guys, look at this. What the frick is this, Fig? Oh, bitch. Look at that.
Oh,
Adam?
Good night, Fig.
Last minute thoughts on just good night, Alexa. Do you feel like you're the leftover trash right now?
No. It's hard. I'm sure he's playing tennis. It's hard to type and play at the same time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I guess Shelly's probably in here, but still mad at me.
Oh, poor
I know she's in here.
No, yeah. And you know she didn't mean it, and I'm sorry that you know.
Yeah, I know.
He doubled down.
Yeah.
He said good night, Alexa only.
Yeah, I doubled down. What a shit. Anyways, you guys, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. Oh, I just went blurry, I think. Yeah, time to go, people. Thank you guys so much. It's been fun. I like it when there's some laughs and some, good conversation. Anyways, take care, guys. Love you. Bye. This is Sunny Justice and Aspen Connor from It's a Crime and Shame, wishing you all a good night.